Happy Friday, gamers, and welcome to a very special MDI broadcast here. I'm Dratnos, joined by Tettles and Makes. Welcome. And,
what up?
What up? Today we've got a very special MDI China edition broadcast. So this is not live. These matches happened 2 weekends ago, and we are going to get to watch them for the first time all together.
We're live.
Tettles. Yeah, we're live. Matches have happened already.
Yeah.
But we will watch them all together. It's this fun, intimate, just me, Tettles, Makes, and the thousands of you out there, all in a fun, happy environment to see who gets that one slot coming out of China into the global finals. So it should be pretty exciting.
Yeah. So for some context, in the past couple of seasons, ZHUI has been like a super dominant Chinese team. They were able to get second in last MDI. They got first in TGP, but they're notably not competing in this China regionals due to, I think, some inner turmoil. It's unclear as to why they're not competing, but at the same time, it's the Chinese region does have some really strong teams that they are sending out this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I kind of tried to not get spoiled beforehand. I know it was a little bit unavoidable, but I'm super excited to see how these games play out, because in the past, we've often seen the Chinese teams come in and actually have new strats, have new routes that we didn't see before. So I'm really, really happy we get to show them this time.
Yeah, so coming into this weekend, we've got a couple of names, a couple of players that I at least recognize from some previous teams, and then a lot of teams that I'm less familiar with, but notably the biggest name here, the first seeded team, SKYLINE, of course, the same team as the top current Chinese guild in the Race to World First. Slightly different team SKYLINE M+ team than they've used to have, though. Right, Tuttles?
Yeah, a lot of the players are similar, but at the same time, so like Melody is still on that team. He's one of the top fire mages. They do have a new tank than the SKYLINE team that they normally have. In addition to that, Annie, he was from one of the Astra teams in Season 1, but then he was like a Moonkin player, but now he's on the SKYLINE team. And then in addition to that, I think Mogd, he's a rogue player from my understanding, and he was on Team D way back in BFA seasons. I mean, so this is basically one of the teams of super high-end players. They push high keys. They do some of the highest-end content. And then, of course, they have had variable amounts of MDI success, going back even to, like, the middle of BFA.
Yeah, I remember good?
Yeah, so when we're talking about SKYLINE, I also want to talk about another team, which is MENG. The English name would be Dragon War, which obviously I have to be a fan of. And they're the dark horse this season. So what we've gathered is that even though there has been some fluctuation in kind of their members and who played for the team, they did win a couple of tournaments in the WoW Mythic Dungeon history. And I'm really, really excited to see how they do this weekend.
Yeah, so for context, like the China region has like these internal tours where there will, like, kind of similar to like Keystone Master style events, if you're familiar with some of the Western stuff, where there were more like amateur teams and they're competing in those. And this team, MENG, has been doing pretty well. It looks like they won the 2019 Wuhan championship, the 2021 Shanghai championship, and then the 2021 national final runners-up cups. And so it seems like they are a fairly competitive team that has been together for a decent period of time. In addition to that, they also have a lot of history on this composition. Like they have a main warlock player and a main hunter player, and then a main rogue as well. And so their composition is definitely one that the meta suits them quite well, is basically what I'm trying to allude to here.
All right, but that team is not one of the ones that we have in our first match of the day, which is
Correct.
SKYLINE, who came in with our first seed in the time trials, up against TIAN, I believe that's how I'm going to go with this team name for the next for the remainder of this series, who are of course the 8th seeded time trials team. So on paper, this one is a pretty SKYLINE favored matchup.
Well, I mean, the whole weekend is. Would you agree that the whole weekend is kind of SKYLINE favored? They came into this weekend at a 2-minute advantage over all of the other teams minimum, just in the time trials between the other teams. So it seems on paper like their streets and their gambit that they put up are quite fast compared to some of the other Chinese regional teams.
Yeah, and we have streets in this map pool as well, so potentially a scary one as well. I'm kind of surprised to not see it banned after the time trials, but we are going to start off on 22 Fortified Bolstering Quaking Necrotic Wake. Necrotic Wake, kind of a classic MDI staple, one of these maps that is super duper fast, but then sometimes things get a little bit scuffed in here and you start chain wiping.
Well, the point being that it's a super volatile dungeon, right? You have those glorious Kyrian weapons, and we're actually right into the dungeon that you can use to pull off pretty big pulls that wouldn't be necessarily possible without them. But if you use them and the pull goes south, then you're not able to play the strat that you were planning on, which can completely change everything.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, we have to talk about it. It is bolstering in this dungeon, and the very beginning of this key is quite, like you said, volatile on bolstering. Immediately, we see SKYLINE in the bottom left. They're getting to it.
Wait, I think actually that's... I think that's the other team, because I see Melody that's a SKYLINE player on the on the full screen here. Yeah, so I think we just have the wrong... Yeah, exactly. So this is SKYLINE in the big screen, actually.
Yeah. This makes more sense.
Into the boss. Yeah.
I was like, why are they doing? Is that a gatekeeper that was in the small? It looks like they have a gatekeeper pulled on the right side of the screen.
Oh, that is unbelievably banned.
That is a bad
I was gonna say, I think that might have happened on accident. You usually do not want to pull these. It's just so inefficient. They do a lot of damage, as you can see. It is fortified, so they'll be even stronger, and you just spend way too much time for the percentage you get out of these guys.
Yeah, especially with bolstering active, that thing is going to be picking up some bolstering stacks. Meanwhile, on the side of SKYLINE, they're making a great play against bolstering, which is, of course, bolstering doesn't affect bosses anymore, so you can just pull trash packs into bosses like they're doing here with Gorgrind and making short work of it.
So what do you think about the SKYLINE composition? So Melody is really well known for being like a mage player, and more often than not, that kind of comes back to help them out, especially on like live keys and stuff like that, because mage has been good for a long time. But I think that most of this team has had to re-roll and starts playing other classes, because Annie is a Moonkin player main as well.
Annie did play other classes before, though, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Annie's main was the Moonkin. But I think I've also seen Annie do something different.
Yeah, and then Mocked, obviously, you're allowed to just be a rogue one trick. It's something that you can certainly do.
That's something that you've been able to get away with for the past 4 years now.
Always.
Yeah.
Don't say that. You're gonna get chat riled up.
Do you want? I'm not gonna lie to the people.
It's true. We've seen a lot of rogues, but we've also seen substitutes for that rogue role in kind of the Western MDI Cups.
Yeah.
So we have seen Demon Hunters come in, and we have seen an Elemental Shaman,
Windwalker,
and Mages, Windwalkers. There's like a lot of stuff that can also go in that spot. So I would say you definitely need the Hunter and the Warlock, and the Rogue is just a good class that you can also bring.
SKYLINE getting off to a pretty early lead. I don't know where the other team went, but again, this is a rebroadcast, so we're not fully in control over the POV that we're seeing. I want to know what happened with that gatekeeper.
Yeah, it was weird as well, because when I was looking at what was going on for the other team, they had the gatekeeper pulled, but I thought it was the gatekeeper on the left. And normally when you accidentally pull one, it's the gatekeeper on the right, because that's where like the mobs patrol through, right? And so like sometimes you can accidentally pull that. So like I pull that in more than half of my Necrotic Wakes by accident. But it seemed like it was the other one, so yeah, I'm curious. Maybe it was part of the plan.
Okay,
going in here. This is a big pull here with bolstering as well. Isn't that thing going to get bolstered to a quite large size soon?
So well, this is what the sub rogue is good for. I mean. All right, that's what the sub rogue is good for. I hope that they don't bolster that mob and end up wiping. It looks like our 8th seeded team here is going to be downing the first boss just momentarily. It looks like they didn't have too many deaths. I don't think that they have any deaths. Ooh, SKYLINE, I do see that Melody has gone down on that pull. with the Bone Reaver, you have to be super careful of that pack because, like we were talking about,
Yeah.
bolstering is quite dangerous there.
I was surprised to see them pull that in, but yeah, you can see now TIAN heading after that first boss. We actually don't have the exact timers of what the difference is between the two teams, but I think this is something like 2 or 3 minutes that they've fallen behind SKYLINE just at the start here. We also, I guess we don't have death counter available either, so we'll have to try and remember what that is. We know SKYLINE has at least one. I don't know how many have happened for either team, though.
There is a graphic that has death counter on it. I wonder if we're going to go back and get it. That and count, I think, is on both. Melody's just not getting a res. I don't know. Maybe he DC'd or something?
Well,
during this
so
run?
SKYLINE has a battle res, but they don't have anybody who's good at casting it except for Melody himself, who is dead, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay,
but like,
it looks like they were just waiting for the pull to be over.
They could probably engineering res?
It looks like they just waited to actually finish off that pull and then cast a normal res. Here we are back over to the SKYLINE perspective as they are now into boss here with that Dismantler as well. Not trying to do anything too fancy, pulling a bunch of trash onto boss like we've seen some Western teams successfully and unsuccessfully attempt in various other Necrotic Wake runs.
I think that for me, though, it's like, if there's going to be a run that you should be kind of pulling out all the stops and just like trying to make sure that you're like in perfect form, it should be this first series. So like I'm surprised that their strategy for Necrotic Wake doesn't involve them pulling like a Necromancer on top of this boss, because that's, like you said, a fairly popular strategy. But they're not using a weapon, so I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things that like the lack of intentional weapon usage here meant that they didn't want to slam the.
I mean, they did that huge pull with the monstrosity, right?
Yeah.
Is it called, like the skeletal thing? I actually don't know the name because nobody ever pulls it. Usually teams walk around it and then drag all of the trash mobs onto the boss. This time around, SKYLINE had decided to just drag all of these mobs onto the mini boss, which doesn't make too much sense for me since it's fortified bolstering, but it worked out for them okay-ishly, I would think, from where we see them right now.
I would say it's pretty positive. Like, it was a pretty positive pull. It's one of those things that it's going to be difficult to get count in like a 22 fortified bolstering, because you have to do. There are probably like 2 or 3 bad pulls that you're going to have to do in this dungeon on 22 fortified bolstering. And so it's just like an issue of where do you want to really commit those weapons. And SKYLINE decided that instead of slamming them on a Marth, they would rather maybe go for like a big pull in this Necropolis. I know that there have been some instances on bolstering where teams are breaking up the Necropolis into multiple pulls, but at the same time, like, if SKYLINE does believe that they can do the Necropolis in one pull, that probably makes up for the 2 separate pulls going into a Marth.
All right, so we can see it's actually SKYLINE in the bottom right here in our little smaller picture that are setting up a very conservative first bite at the Necropolis here, right? It's just the spare parts and the one pull in that back left corner, which is one of the smaller pulls in here. So they aren't using any weapons on this, which is good, right? They'll maybe do a big pull after this and have that available, but there's just no way to know as we now hop back over to the full screen of TIAN here.
I'm so sorry for laughing. Again, this is a rebroadcast of the China POV that we had from them a couple of weekends ago. We're not in control over what just happened.
I mean, I think it's probably fair to highlight that other people have casted over this, and therefore the observing and kind of overlays had been adapted to what was happening there.
Yes.
So sometimes it may seem a little bit disconnected, but we're trying our best, and I think it's really great that we are getting to see this, even if it is with a rebroadcast.
TIAN had a death on their Hunter on this pull that was right after they ended up grabbing their Goliath orbs. Overall, I think that was pretty fine. They didn't have too much going wrong in that pull, but overall, it seems like they're kind of live routing this key. They're going a little bit slower. You do see they're burning invisibility. Yeah, they're burning invisibility potion here, which again, it's very typical of like a live route to be doing something like this, just to try to be. Like, because you don't necessarily want to pull the Necromancers, especially on higher fortified dungeon levels. So I think that this route that TIAN is doing, at least for consistency and like safety, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something where, you know, the SKYLINE are certainly pretty far ahead right now, but if they end up like chain wiping to the third boss, which has happened to MDI teams before, TIAN are certainly in a position to try and capitalize on that.
Okay, so now SKYLINE in the bottom right, you do see them. They are doing the Necropolis in what looks like 3 pulls, so a bit slower than what we've seen some teams do, at least on similar affix combos, whether it be bolstering and fortified. And so they are going a little bit slower than what we've seen from some teams, but at the same time, they're certainly in a position where they're in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, SKYLINE was the first seeded team, whereas TIAN was team number 8.
Yeah.
And therefore it makes sense for them to kind of just go like, hey, if we play this at a decent speed and we don't die or like majorly fail, we should probably have this. So I think maybe they're not pulling out all the stops as to not show any tactics, techniques, knowing that they can probably take it like this.
Yeah, and I mean, if they only had to play Necrotic Wake like one time, there's no reason to commit just a ton of practice. Ooh, they almost had a burst go off. That was actually quite close from the Woe Drifter. But yeah, if they only have to play this dungeon once, why would you put a ton of time into it?
Well, so
I think it's quite the opposite. They have to play it. So if they win this, they have to play it again. And then if they win quarterfinals, they have to play it in the semifinals and in the grand finals. There's Necrotic Wake in every single stop if you want to keep on winning here. So I think it makes sense to kind of hold back on big strats as to not tell other teams.
yeah, the thing about Necrotic Wake is the big strats in here, you're kind of just limited by like how many mobs are in the Necropolis, right? It's like, oh, you just pull all of them if you're trying to go big, right? I'm not saying there's no room for innovation or anything like that, but I am saying that a lot of the kind of pulls are already just limited by how many mobs are in a certain room to pull all at the same time. So whether or not SKYLINE actually has those strats prepped and consistent is a good thing to hide, though, because yeah, they don't want the higher seeded teams to necessarily know what time they need to beat in Necrotic Wake.
Hey, Dretnus, I have a request.
What's up?
Can you please move your mouse off the screen?
That's not my mouse.
Dretnus, can you please move your mouse off the screen?
Somebody in chat, can everybody in chat just quickly check and make sure that's not their mouse? Somebody's left their mouse on our screen. We'd greatly appreciate it if you could move it off.
Yeah, I mean, really, chat, just like help us out here.
Please,
really messed up. Please,
somebody get their mouse off my screen. Oh goodness.
All right, so SKYLINE now nearly done with the gauntlet section here. Just one more trash pull after this one. We assume their count is all set up. Meanwhile, TIAN going fairly big in our smaller picture down in the bottom right.
Ooh, interesting. So, I mean, if there's a way for TIAN to catch up, it would definitely be doing this Necrotic Wake gauntlet just a little bit faster than SKYLINE. I think SKYLINE ended up breaking it up into 3 pulls. It's like, that is certainly, there's some room for improvement there if you're able to cut down on your pulls just like completely here.
Yeah,
what were you gonna say, Dretnus?
Like they also are still relying on a SKYLINE wipe at this point, but they probably need a SKYLINE wipe and to do the whole Necropolis really quick. So that's what they are trying to do right now to stay in this one.
I gotta know, where's the timer?
Yeah, or the trash count. Right? I mean, I would really like that as well, but it is going to come back for the next game, I think.
Yeah, these are the kind of things that you don't need to see these. Just focus on your gameplay, focus on your rotation. Don't worry about things like whether you're beating the timer or how many deaths you have or what trash count you have. It's always the tank's responsibility to make sure you have all the trash anyways, so no need to ever check that.
The count is the thing that I'm less like wondering where it is. It's more like, where's the timer and how can we compare this to other teams that have ran like similar affix sets?
You had to start counting when we put the key in. So
yeah.
I'll run my own timer. Good point. Good point.
At
Yeah,
11, 26, 27, 28. You guys weren't counting?
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
All right, SKYLINE nearly ready to pull the boss here. Oh! Bolstering, 3 stacks of bolstering on Rotspew here nearly takes out Melody, but he lives at 5% health. Scary.
Yeah, last weekend during Cup C, we had a 24 fortified bolstering Waking. So, I mean, it's not like a 1-to-1 comparison, but I do think that, like, after seeing this run, we can kind of get like a gauge of how good the SKYLINE team is going to be down the stretch whenever we're able to see, like, are they able to put up kind of similar times to some of the other top Western teams in Necrotic Wake? Something around like a 1430-ish is about what I'd expect if they were looking to really be a world-class team to really.
Tell us, we've got a quest.
A quest?
Yeah, look.
Oh!
Can you read it to me? What does it say?
I bet it's Kill Surgeon Stitchflesh, third boss of Necrotic Wake.
Actually, I do want to highlight something interesting here, because what a lot of the Western teams had been doing is kind of take the relic and kill it at exactly that moment where Surgeon Stitchflesh comes down, as to have the buff when he's actually attackable. And for SKYLINE, they had at pretty high percentage when Surgeon Stitchflesh came down, and now they even... Wait. Yeah. I mean,
they hit it with a spear. They hit it with a spear or two, yeah.
But they killed very late in that kind of boss fight. So I wonder if that was intentional. Sorry, I got very confused here for a second.
They're going in here as well with a spear, I think, onto this boss also. Look how much damage they've done just on pull here. On 22 Fortified, with a bunch of spears and stuff, you can really melt whichever bosses you want to commit those weapons to, which looks like it was this one and the last one.
Oh, wait, we got another quest. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll translate this. Keep talking.
Okay, yeah. Wow, already sub 50% as well on this. What's the time we're looking to beat from the... So this is the same affixes, but 2 key levels lower than we had in Group C. So what sort of times were our Group C teams able to make in this dungeon? Do you happen to remember?
1550 was one of the timers that Donus and Despair ended up having.
Yeah, and I think that was our quickest. I just looked at the other ones, and they were like 23:43, 18:42. So I do believe that's kind of the time that we're looking for.
If we're sitting around that 15
did a really
minute
good
mark,
job.
then this is a really quick run. So we'll see exactly what it ends up being here. SKYLINE have looked quite good in here. They did obviously have that one death, that one pull with the mini boss, but yeah. What do you
I have a translation on our quest. It says Frostbinder Narzal, which I think is probably just Nalthor the Rhinebinder. It's like a just a translation. And it's freeze binding. Nalthor unleashes frost tentacles that bind a random player, immobilizing them, inflicting frost damage every 2 seconds for up to 12 seconds. So I think it's just it's like the ability that's it's the boss ability that's rooting them. That's what the that's what that image is showing. It's just like one of the main core abilities on Nalthor here.
So it gives you like kind of neat facts, right?
Yeah, I think that's what that means.
All right.
Sure.
And it gives us all an opportunity to practice some of our Chinese as well. So everybody gets something here. SKYLINE do get the game win, though. They are up now 1-0 in the series up against FATIAN, who, FATIAN, they had a little bit of a scuffed first pull, it looked like. Either a scuffed first pull or a first pull that I don't understand what the plan was with the Gatekeeper in there. But their route also didn't look that bad, and they weren't, like, wiping over and over again in this dungeon, which is always a good place to be in Necrotic Wake.
Okay, so it's obviously not going to be the case for bolstering. Is there ever a route where you would pull a Gatekeeper, it just in terms of like efficiency, just because of relative to like where they are, or is it just one of those things that you're never pulling them regardless?
I mean, I think all of the routes that we have seen in Necrotic Wake are pretty possible without them. So I don't see why you would have a route where you need to play one, if that makes sense. I do think it's possible to play them with like big packs in affixes where it's not like bolstering, but I don't really see the need for it.
Yeah, I can say, okay, number one, if you pull them by accident, right, maybe you kill it. The other option is if you're planning to commit a spear to a trash bowl, it's kind of a good spear target. So if you want to get a bunch of count in that first room and you want to skip a lot later and you don't mind using that first spear of the dungeon on the first trash bowl, you could even use a hammer too. You could commit those weapons and get some count from it that way, but I struggle to find that to ever be better than using those weapons on the last two bosses.
The downside is that Mob is also just terrible count efficiency, especially when you have things like Narzuda, like the mini boss like Narzuda, and you could even take that race car Bone Reaver if you wanted to.
That one I didn't particularly like on bolstering either, but yeah, at least it does seem better than the Gatekeeper.
I think the Bone Reaver is either 12 or 16 count, and I think the Gatekeepers are like 6.
Yeah.
So there is like a stark difference between the two mobs in regards to how much count you were getting. So, yeah. I do think that maybe there is like a world or a route where you end up pulling those, but I think Mace is pretty spot on. It's like you get enough count from other places. You don't need to do something silly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really depends. Like Darkness was saying, if it's like good affixes where you can kind of go really, really big, pull a lot of trash, then I think I could see a world where you kind of just pull a lot in the first area and then spare it just to get trash count. But then it would need to be like a ridiculously big pull, which I would kind of like to see, to be honest. Maybe we can, for the finals, maybe we can like talk to some teams and like instigate that they do this.
Try to bully them into routing decisions. I see. All right, so next dungeon we have
have you heard
is
of this new technique, right? You just need to sell it to them.
called anti-gatekeeper technology. I will sell it to you for the low cost of free. Anyhow, we're going to 22 Streets, Tyrannical, Inspiring, Quaking next. We saw last cup that Inspiring and Streets can cause some pretty big problems if kicks aren't managed in the first area. But overall, I think that this dungeon should be relatively easy for these teams, just to kind of manage on like a weekly no lever route. It just kind of depends on whenever they're putting their foot on the gas in regards to MDI pulls as to whether or not it does get hairy.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if any of these teams have adopted stuff like the Echo snaps and the woe setups, or, I mean, given that this is a new dungeon, this is one of the places where innovation, things developing differently, strategies that have come about organically from different regions, maybe we'll see something we haven't seen before from the West, out of SKYLINE in particular in this map, because they dominated the time trial in Streets. So very curious to see what they have for us in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they even come up with different techniques. I'm a little bit afraid we won't be able to see stuff, but as we're speaking, we're going to go into the dungeon, and we're actually seeing the rest of Shaman come out for TIAN here.
Interesting, yeah. So the Resto Shaman in here, we've seen a couple teams utilize this. I think it's often a comfort pick. The Arcane Mage is not one we've seen anybody use before, though.
They're playing Demo, too. They're playing a lot of weird stuff on the side of TIAN.
So the demo lock, that's going to be tyrannical damage, right? That's the idea there. Although it's you're playing a demo lock, but you actually don't have a power infusion in the comp, right?
Yeah.
And then, okay, you have an Arcane Mage. Arcane Mage is... Okay, all right. So we've got some big pulls brewing for both teams already here.
TIAN, their Demon Hunter popped an invisibility potion, so he was able to get this pull set up, and now they're lining these mobs around the corner. It looks like they have a cage probably on the inspired mob to allow them to get a bunch of kicks and stuff like that. So the upside of this pull is that they're doing 3 packs all at once, and this is actually an incredibly dangerous pull. But the downside of this pull is that they don't have that portal guardian, and so their start of the RP to get the first boss spawn is going to be delayed fairly heavily. Whereas whenever you look on the left side of your screen, SKYLINE is doing a more standard pull. They did a double pack, and then they also pulled that Portal Guardian into it, but then that allows them to get the first boss activated and to start that RP on them. And you do see SKYLINE has already engaged the first boss, and so while TIAN ended up doing like a triple pack, and it was more impressive in terms of like they're doing 1 fewer trash pull, at the same time, SKYLINE is just doing that pack into the boss, and that seems like that's going to be just faster in regards to like general dungeon progression.
Yeah, what we've seen a lot of other teams opt to do is they save the next relic pack that you can just see off to the side on SKYLINE there for later in the boss, and then you can get a woe from that pack and use it to skip out of this room. So I wonder if that's what SKYLINE have planned here. Meanwhile, TIAN are fighting the Portal Mancer basically by itself, plus 1 inspired mob that they had CC'd from earlier. So definitely a bigger first pull, but a slower mini-boss sequence, I think, for TIAN.
Yeah, and I do think, like, keep in mind, it's tyrannical, inspiring, quaking. Quaking not being really kind of impactful here in this area, at least. And then inspiring tyrannical, I really prefer what SKYLINE is doing. In terms of overall progression, it makes much more sense to kind of pull stuff onto the boss, which is going to take you so much time since it is a tyrannical boss. So I do prefer kind of their angle where they said, okay, we don't need to kind of necessarily pull 4 packs all in one. We can just pull the boss and then pull stuff into it over time.
Yeah. In addition to that, so just bringing it back to TIAN's comp a little bit, So they are playing that Demonology Warlock. I talked to some of the MDI teams like a couple weekends ago, and they were saying that they thought that Demo just took too long to ramp up, at least in regards to like how much damage it's dealing. And that's obviously like in perfect scenarios. But at the same time, looking at the Demonology Warlock on the damage meter for TIAN, hey, it looks like it's actually doing a considerable amount of damage on this boss. But on the left side of the screen, it's looking like SKYLINE's strategies are just prevailing with that sequencing that Drentis was talking about earlier, for how they got the boss pulled just something in the range of maybe like a minute and a half faster than where TIAN was.
Yeah, they have indeed opted for that woe buff here as well. So they are going to be zooming after this to wherever they want to go next. And I'm curious how they want to handle the rest of this dungeon. If they want to do the sending somebody on a secret mission to the bazaar to do the trading, starting RP, that kind of stuff.
So inspiring here is about to be like pretty dangerous. Yeah. So a lot of the teams that we've seen thus far do a pretty big pull in this area. But the trash here can be really dangerous whenever you have to factor in the inspiring. You do see, it looks like they're just like lining. Oh, this is an interesting spot. So we haven't seen any team actually line these mobs around this corner here.
This seems nice, though. This gets them all grouped rather quickly, although there are a couple of wise guys that have been left out over on the side, free casting there. A lot of damage coming in on the tank here. That's going to be Guardian Spirit to try and keep them alive. They are grouping everything up. Sigil of Silence has brought in those far mobs, but everything is inspired now, so they can't kick very much here unless something is outside of that range.
Ooh, a Shadow Fury on one singular mob.
And the Woe Drifter is inspired here as well, so that burst is going to be going off.
They got the inspiring mob killed off. I think that Melody was probably focusing it down on that Destro Warlock, so they did actually end up getting that inspired mob killed off rather quickly compared to the rest of the pack. And hey, it looks like things are going okay for SKYLINE, but like you were talking about, nobody went and started the RP early, and right as I say that, you do see their healer is running off to the side. You see that Shadow Meld in the top left-hand corner of your screen. It is on CD, so he dropped combat, he got his woe buff, and he's running across the world to try to start the RP here.
Yeah, and the rest of the team is using that woe buff to just move on, leave the healer to it. It's going to play all of that. You can see in the party frames the woe buff appearing and disappearing, like just the invisibility part, making or showing that he is carrying around these packages while the rest of the team is running towards the postmaster here. But you already said it, Mach is not with the team.
Yeah, I mean, one of them is doing the Bazaar and the other one's starting the Menagerie RP. So it's kind of similar to what we've seen across a couple of other weekends where they're trying to get that RP accelerated and getting everything started up while the rest of the group is doing a pretty small pull in this Postmaster room.
Yeah, the Postmaster here, you can see they're not opting to save these male elementals with that haste bubble for the boss. That's something we've seen some teams starting to do, especially more recently. That's been something that teams have been really optimizing in the later MDI group weekends. But SKYLINE are going to have 2 male elementals to kill during this boss fight. We'll see how much they try to optimize it. Right now, they are just fighting for their lives, though, because this is a lot of trash.
Hold on, do we want to translate on what that what that means? Give me a second.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's probably just a tip for how to play this boss.
No, damage sorter. Open the cage. The steel bar must be broken or summoned. The chicken will faint. So it's talking about it's talking about CCing the
sorter, yeah, the defective male sorter. Yeah. You want to stun that on the open cage cast to avoid the chicken stunning you, which is I think what they mean when they say the chicken will faint.
Thank you for the tip.
Yeah, that's a legitimately great tip. Yeah.
It is. Interestingly enough, when it comes to this boss fight, something we've seen the Western teams do is the healer kind of runs in front of this vent, and then people throw the suitcases to the healer.
Sure.
Whereas here for SKYLINE, we could actually see their tank running a big portion of those briefcases together with the healer, which just added so much more boss movement for Magde and also Annie.
I do think, though, that this is part... Okay, so this happened during the same weekend that Cup B ended up happening for the Western teams, and we didn't see that strategy of the slam briefcasing until, I think, this most recent weekend even was the first time that we saw a team really just slamming all of their briefcases into their healer at the same time.
Yeah, so
I mean, that was... But it was known before that you could do this. It was also done on week A, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, was it done on... Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm pretty sure on this.
We have... for the context, right? This happened at the exact same weekend as Group B, so they wouldn't have anything from Group B that they didn't already know, but they would have the Echo strats in particular, the Group A strats from teams like Echo that were in that group.
Oh my god.
Oh, and no turtle available either, but a really fortunate enough time there for them to restack for the money order after the Quake there. That could have been lethal. If that Quake comes out during that money order and that person doesn't have an immune, you just got to sacrifice them because you're going to die if you try and soak during the Quake.
So this is the second dungeon in a row that SKYLINE's played. Chat, can you guys please move your cursor off the screen? It's very distracting. This is the second dungeon in a row that they played Vengeance Demon Hunter anyways. Do you think that Vengeance is better than Blood DK in your chat now? Or when do you think that SKYLINE is opting for the Vengeance?
Yeah, so Vengeance is actually really, really good for keys in general this season. You know, there was a little bit of a worry people had coming into the season that it was going to lack some element of durability. And yeah, maybe compared to a Blood Death Knight with Rune Weapon up, there are some pulls, but realistically, you can live all the same pulls. Maybe you're contributing a little bit less damage on yourself, but you're adding 5% damage to the group. You have these sigils that create a ton of value. So I think it is just a competitive decision in, yeah, basically every dungeon. And in particular, if you have a player that has even a slight preference towards it, I think you can definitely justify it everywhere. Especially so this was played, I guess, just before the Blood Death Knight nerfs. So any Blood DKs we see this weekend are still going to have that 75 stack of their 2-set rather than the 40 stack. But especially in the 40 stack world, the damage difference is just not that huge.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how much control you're necessarily looking for. And I actually do think that Vengeance in here does have some advantages by having that cage. On Inspiring, you're able to kind of get pulls set up in a little bit of a different way because you do also have that CC available for you.
Okay, so we have a correction. Actually, this happened at the exact same time as Group A, not Group B. So any strategies you're seeing used here are not lifted from Echo or anything like that. These are all original, unless the later ones in the weekend, I guess they might be able to take stuff from the first day or two of Group A of the Western region, but that would be a pretty heavy time investment to be watching for that instead of, you know, practicing and watching your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you see some highlights where you think like, okay, you know, for example, our Necrotic Wake, we're not really happy with the performance, but then on Group A day 1, it was a Western team that did a really fast time, and you're just checking, like, kind of, you know, watching the video on ×2 to see what their routing is or something like that.
If these teams have access to, like, analysts, I don't know how much of that kind of support staff teams like SKYLINE have, but yeah, if they do, that would definitely be a very useful thing. We do have a death coming out for TIAN here at 50% or so on the Postmaster. They do have a battle res, so they are going to be okay there, but not too much more room for error for TIAN.
TIAN has an 8th seed, and considering the fact that they were so far down, at least in terms of like time trial time, they're keeping this streets relatively competitive. I mean, it's not the fastest thing we've ever seen, but at the same time, they're not like they are like one SKYLINE mistake away from being able to capitalize and catch back up. At the same time, I don't love their composition. Is one of those briefcases not going in?
What are they doing with the briefcase? The vent changed.
Oh, please get that in.
Oh, they're throwing it.
Oh no, gamers.
So close.
Okay, we actually had an Ankh being committed there as well. It's going to be Turtle, great target for that money order, landing on an immune player. But yeah, the Arcane Mage is down. Of course, Arcane Mages only get 1 ice block and no cauterize, so they are the most fragile of the mages out there. Tettles, how familiar are you with the Arcane Mage damage profile? Can you give any idea what the kind of upsides of that spec would be in a dungeon situation?
The upsides relative to what specifically? So
like,
I mean,
what are the strengths of the spec? Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, their strengths are that they do an insane amount of damage inside of Arcane Power. In addition to that, they have like it's just like Arcane Power, Rune of Power, like CD stacking. That's a lot of where the Arcane Mage's potential ends up coming in, is just like how much damage they're able to kind of provide in like a burst situation. At the same time, their AoE is generally not seen as like that great. They do really strong damage in like 1.5 minute situations though, with their cooldowns.
I had thought that they had an element of, like,
don't they have really
well.
short cooldowns?
So they do. Oh gosh, what's the name of their rune? It's not rune.
There's a Kyrian Spark, the Spark thing, right? The Kyrian ability they run.
And
Touch the Magi.
Touch the Magi. That's what. That's
Yeah,
the name.
exactly. Touch.
So touch the Magi is the big one. So Resonant Spark is like okay, but at the same time, like Touch the Magi definitely has some amount of funnel, but like it does split AoE with other targets that are hit as well. But at the same time, you're going to like want to be doing your burns or like your mini burns on like some AoE and getting a nice Touch the Magi like pop off on multiple targets. Ooh, SKYLINE is doing actually a quite. This is a very scary pull into the first boss. We have seen some teams do it.
These are Peacekeepers,
SKYLINE,
right? So these are charging anybody
Yes.
that's out at range and interrupting them and doing huge damage. Scary.
And they're pulling that together with the boss, which requires you to actually move away and spread a little bit. So that was really scary there when the AoE came out. And actually, TIAN is losing their tank
Oh no.
on the trash pull in the bottom corner.
So the way SKYLINE made this pull happen is they actually had Melody run out and Dark Pact and soak the charges so that they didn't hit any of the squishier players on the team. Really clever way of handling Peacekeepers in on the boss here.
it's crazy that he didn't have to pop on ending. It was just packed like you were saying.
Yeah. Unending would have let you immune the kick as well, but didn't even need it. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. It's more about the damage that they're dealing to you, but I think on like this 22 Tyrannical, Warlock with Pact is probably just enough. It looked like that was just a double Peacekeeper pull as well, so just one CD makes a decent amount of sense for them to be able to deal with that.
Oh wow!
I really
and,
like this technique.
Oh wait.
Sending the
That
Warlock
work?
out.
That worked. What?
Okay, so the player with the consume just stood right under the boss, and it soaked all 5 orbs as they were spawning by being right in the middle of its hitbox. I did not know that worked.
He cloaked as well. Why did he burn cloak exactly there? I don't fully follow.
Maybe
why he
the
ended up committing
consume
cloak.
expired towards the end or something. Not sure.
Oh.
Oh wait, maybe immuning the knockback from the start of the.
Oh, that's what
cast?
it is. You're right.
Yeah.
It's the immune. It's the immune on the knockback. So that's why he ended up burning the cloak. So I saw him use it, but I was confused as to what it was. So he can. So they intentionally passed the buff to him, and then he cloaked the knockback, and then was able to just stand inside the boss's hitbox and permanently get that. He just instantly got 20 stacks. That is such a cool play from SKYLINE there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like seeing that. And I think it's something that hasn't really happened in our prior kind of street keys that we've seen so far. So coming back to the fact that sometimes the Chinese teams just bring in techniques that we haven't seen before. I really, really like this.
Okay, so look at where they have their Goliath killed off as well. So in that spot, there's going to be like 2 orbs that are going to just constantly get caught on the wall there. And there's going to be like somewhere between 2 and 3 orbs that are going to be bouncing around the room. So if you do tank it just like completely in that like door frame area, you can get like 3 or 4 orbs caught on the wall. But at the same time, the spot that the SKYLINE has killed this robot is pretty good relative to just killing it in the middle of the room. And you do see the Demon Hunter tank just Infernal strikes into the pull,
Gets 15
17
stacks. Yeah.
Yeah, immediately gets
Let's
17 stacks.
go.
And that's why you want to be tanking the boss like that, because it allows you to almost immediately get your buff up as fast as possible.
All right, so that's that boss going down for SKYLINE. Not that far behind, although Mize's Oasis still needs to be done for TIAN, but they are also working on the Menagerie. So they are 1 boss and 50 seconds of death timer behind SKYLINE, who are at 92%. I wonder what SKYLINE are going to do for their last 8%. Of course, we know that a lot of the Western teams would opt to bring a Enforcer up with them using some Warlock technology.
Oh, they got infight.
Oh,
No.
this is intentional. So they've pulled the mini boss here for their last 8%, but they had their priest go up first to start RP, and then he's going to jump back down and rejoin the pull. Yeah.
So it is It's a
okay.
relatively inefficient pull, but again, looking at the timing of when this occurred, it makes a lot of sense that they are pulling this mini boss and just kind of dealing with it like this. Because, yeah, sure, 3 weeks ago, we didn't necessarily know this was possible until we saw some of the teams, notably Echo, really start snapping mobs up top. But like, whenever SKYLINE was doing this, basically nobody knew that it was going to be a thing.
Yeah, exactly. I actually, with the Mind Zeus and also the Shroud, I thought they would just skip all of it and play the remainder of Trash later if they need to. But it looks like they opted to just go for it. And like you said, Tuttles, they didn't know about the snapping. It was very kind of not a thing back then. So they're just going to play the boss like this here. They have 100% trash count and should be fine here. Looking at where TIAN is, also having those 10 deaths, which will probably allow them to do a quick 2-0. Again, this is first seed against last seed, so it isn't super surprising. And I think the teams also know this. And probably if you're TIAN, you're much more prepping for kind of the second series that you're playing, because that's the one that's going to be mattering for you, because it's really hard to come into a tournament as last seed and beat the first seed, right?
Yeah, I mean, you still want to give yourself the best possible chance of it, but you definitely don't want to
of
spend
course.
your practice time at the expense of the lower bracket time, yeah.
Wait, okay, so Echo during Cup A actually had these affixes, 22 Tyrannical, Inspiring, Quaking.
Okay, and what was their time?
So they had like an 1841. They also had a 1441.
Okay, so the 1441 we're not particularly close to. The 1841, that was when they were hiding some of their strats in that game. I remember it. They hid some of the snaps and things in the earlier part of the weekend. So yeah, SKYLINE are on pace there with the kind of conservative pacing Echo plan, which is, you know, not a bad place to be. The Echo. Anytime you're keeping up with any of Echo's runs, that is a good place to be.
So I think that there are like 2 or 3 pulls that they really could have consolidated, like if they wanted to. Notably, the snap into the Oasis. That's a pretty popular one. That's going to save you a lot of trash.
All of that was learned from Group A though. Like the fact we saw that in Group B and C so frequently was because people saw it in Group A, which of course these teams didn't have the opportunity to.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Asmi now nearly dead for SKYLINE. Unless something incredible goes wrong here, they are on 0 deaths in this map as well, which is pretty impressive on 22 Tyrannical, Inspiring, Quaking Streets of Wonder. That's going to be it. SKYLINE take the series 2-0, staying in the upper bracket, sending TIAN down to the lower bracket.
I think that this was... I'm not surprised that this happened. This seemed like the expected outcome by a significant margin. I was more surprised than anything that TIAN looked as decent as they were, considering the fact that their times during time trials were so far off of where SKYLINE's were. They were able to look relatively consistent, but SKYLINE did look like the team that more or less we kind of expected coming out of this group.
Yeah, I think this was a impressive set of runs from SKYLINE, although they didn't look infallible or anything like that. You know, these weren't the kind of runs that are like, oh, how do you ever beat that, right? Like you sometimes see from some top-seeded teams in some MDI brackets. So I do think that they might be vulnerable to some of the other high-seeded teams, but certainly good enough to get them through here at the start of Friday, which of course was all they needed, and maybe they were holding some of those strats in reserve. Like Mix, you mentioned, Necrotic Wake is in every single series for them if they stay in the upper bracket, so that may have been a place to hold their best tech in reserve on day one.
I do think it's something we have seen from kind of, especially teams like Echo, where if they know they have to play this dungeon, especially in the grand final or in like the semi-final, and they think they have a really good strat that somebody else might not have yet caught on to, then they're going to try and play their best with hiding it. And if they think they can do it without showing that strat, then of course it does make sense to kind of keep it to yourself, make sure the other team that you're facing later or planning to face later does not know that you have this technique available.
All right, so that is SKYLINE through to the second round in the upper bracket. Our next series, Tettles will now pronounce the teams in the next series.
Team Z versus Team T.
Yes. Team Z versus Team T. Yep, we've got them. They are the 4th and 5th seeded teams, respectively. There, so it should be a nice, our closest series here on day one.
Dude, why are you doing this to me?
So, to be fair, to give you the English pronunciation of these two names down here, ZHUI MENG is actually Chasing Dream, whereas Team XIONG Bourgeois is, I think how it's pronounced, is Team Heroes Never Die. So the famous catchphrase from, what's her name? Mercy?
Yeah, Overwatch? Right? Yeah.
Exactly. So I think we're going to go with ZHUI MENG and Team XIONG, but feel free to use Chasing Dreams and Heroes Never Die titles.
All right, well, we will see which of those two teams takes it in our second match of the day. But first, we get an exciting break, so stay tuned.
We'll be back. Just.
And we're back for some more exciting MDI China action here. We've got ZHUI MENG versus team XIONG Bushu, the 4th and 5th seeded teams. in our bracket that'll be squaring off against each other here. Pretty exciting. Kettles, you looking forward to this series?
Yes, of course I am, Dratnos. I am always looking forward to Mythic plus action, and I think that some of these dungeons that we're going to have here, I believe that Theater of Pain is supposed to be the dungeon that's going to start us off. It is a 23, I believe. Yeah, okay, with Fortified Raging Explosive. And so that is a dungeon that can cause a lot of issues if teams aren't adequately prepared, notably like that Raging Affix mixed with Fortified. We've seen tanks go down really quickly if they're ill-prepared.
Yeah, but speaking of this already and kind of the overall seeing the bans come in, I do want to highlight that I think the affixes for Gambit are pretty evil. Sanguine, Storming, and also Tyrannical in a dungeon that has a lot of bosses and that you usually try to fight stuff with the bosses. I am so here for this dungeon and plus 24. That was going to be my highlight out of this series, I can promise you.
I'm really busy in that Murloc area, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, this is just a nat 24. You know, we have keys going down 22, 21 in some of our series, but not this one. These two teams are going to be smashing into each other here in some of the most dangerous and high-level affix and key-level combos available to us.
Okay, so can we call them Team ZM and Team YXBX?
That makes it so much harder. Call them Chasing Dreams and Heroes Never Die if you want to like use something else. But I do think ZHUI MENG and Team Ying Shuang should be good.
ZHUI MENG and Ying Shuang? Okay, yes, we'll go with that.
Yeah,
then.
You can do that.
All right, well, here we go. We got a Brewmaster Monk
What?
coming out here.
Paladin? Is that our
That's
red
a Red Paladin!
The Frost Mage as
Hello?
well. They are hashtag keeping it frosty.
What? Okay, I have a question. This may be really dumb. What is next to that left side rogue? What is his racial on that rogue?
On the rogue? Is that Void Elf? I think that's Void Elf.
Okay.
Might be.
It could be. There's a reason I'm asking. I have no clue.
There's so much in this party frames that is surprising and confusing. I think Void Elf would be on brand for what we're seeing right now.
Do you guys know the Void Elf racial? It's actually pretty good.
Isn't it?
It's a spatial rift, so you tear a rift in space, you reactivate it to teleport through the rift, and it's a 3-minute cooldown and a 30-yard range blink. So I wonder if they can do anything cool with this. I wonder if you can like rift and then come back up if you're targeted for the PvP and Zav or something, or I don't know, do something weird somewhere.
So, just to kind of understand this a little bit better, it's very much like Altar Time for mages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You like create the rift and then you reactivate it to teleport through it.
It's Ripple in space. If you played with essences, it's Ripple in space, which not very many people played, but it's just like a projectile that you like launch out. It's like an orb, and then you just like can snap teleport to it.
Oh, okay. So it does move. It's not like that you leave a copy of yourself and you can go back to that area.
Oh gosh.
So the rift does
we'll see
move?
exactly how it functions when it's used here in this game, if it's used here in this game.
Now I'm severely questioning my knowledge on this ability. I don't having never seen a Void Elf in the wild. I will admit this is certainly something that I'm unaware of.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there is something cool that can be done with it. Otherwise, that's ZHUI MENG on the left, so that's our 4th-seeded team. They have a lot of fairly standard stuff. The Resto Shaman in here and the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Often you see the Holy Priest Blood Death Knight from the west, right? But these are also very strong meta picks. And then, of course, all the DPS classes very meta.
We saw a workshop in BFA that utilized a 5 Void Elf strategy where they were teleporting over walls and stuff.
Yeah, I just looked it up. So it's exactly like Tattles was saying. You kind of cast a straight line forwards. That is like a projectile, and once you activate it, you spawn it wherever this projectile is at that point.
Oh, thank God that I knew what it did.
I didn't.
I was really digging deep there for a second on my knowledge of racial abilities and WoW.
Wow, look at the Ret Pally damage coming out of Team Ying XIONG over on the right here. Big pink on the top of the meters there. Not a color we're used to seeing up there.
No.
Yeah, but I do think it makes sense. So keep in mind, Red Paladin has really, really good utility as like off healing. They can even like bubble taunt. They have huge AoE cooldowns. So if you're planning to do big pulls, I think they kind of and Walker goes down. But I do think, just finishing this off, I do think they kind of fall in a similar niche as a monk would. Just in terms of what they bring to a group. So I think it's great that we're seeing it here, and I would like to see more of it.
And one thing that actually is really cool about Ret Pallies in this dungeon in particular is you're playing a comp that doesn't have an AoE stun except for Leg Sweep, but you do have Wake of Ashes that does stun undead, and a lot of these mobs are undead, so you kind of get an extra AoE stun from a spec that doesn't have it in a lot of the other dungeons.
I think that this mob is the Sludge Spewer, if I had to guess. Hold on, I'm
this
pulling
is
up
probably talking about the
Yeah.
Withering Discharge cast.
Exactly. Withering Sludge. Wither release can be interrupted. Interrupt priority is the highest. Yes. Sprayer applies a stackable debuff to all players for 30 seconds, and each debuff reduces player damage and healing by 20%.
Yeah,
cool.
so a very important one. It's the Withering Discharge is the English name when you're playing that, and it has like a green aura around it when it's casting it. By far the most important kick, if you can. Does look like ZHUI MENG have done that first pull over, and now they're going into the Shackled Soul area. Meanwhile, Ying XIONG are going deeper. They're actually fighting this 3-pack on the bridge by itself here. This is normally not a pull we think of as especially efficient, although with 3 targets and a Frost Mage and cooldowns, you do get quite a bit of extra damage there, although that might have just been a procced Deathborn.
Dude, what is this pathing?
Okay.
So they did the first wing of the first pull of the Gorechop wing, and then they backtracked to the Koltharok wing, grabbed Woe, and now they're backtracking into the Gorechop wing again with the Woe buff.
You know,
the way they do this pull. Wait, they're doing this pull now. Oh man,
they are.
What is this route?
So I mean, there's a lot of stuff that makes sense here. Yeah, good.
Yeah, keep in mind, again, these routes were kind of the first ones that came out for encrypted. So it was before Group A happened, and a lot of kind of the common routings with encrypted were a thing. So I do think, the discharge.
Oh, good kick. Last
That
second
was
there.
so close! But I do think it makes sense to kind of see a little bit of weird routing coming from, like, there's rebroadcast. Because at the time, it was the first routes with encrypted that we had seen in MDI settings.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that makes sense from this routing is, like, if they really needed that Koltharok pull for, like, CD management, if they were waiting for, like, Infernal or Coordinated Assault to come back up, it would make more sense if they were routing like that. But just in terms of the amount of backtracking that you saw from them, that's not something that is really typical, and especially if they're doing like this diseased or butcher pull. I mean, it is really tough to like justify the amount of backtracking, at least in terms of time, unless you absolutely needed those offensive CDs.
Yeah, I think the main thing is just like encrypted has a lot of interesting questions that it poses these teams. And we have a death actually over on the side of ZHUI MENG there. Their tank is down. Earth Ellie's going to come out and save the pull though. Nice little piece of Resto Shaman utility. As long as they can keep that Earth Ellie topped, they should be okay to finish this pull up. Although you can see, that meat shield is just so brutal. And the explosives are going off as well.
Yeah. I
Now we
think
have a Warlock down.
There's the
Earth
Rage.
Ellie's dead as well. Run.
A Soothe and the immediate re-enrage.
So I was just going to say, I really like that ZHUI MENG has the Rogue and the Hunter, because they're bringing 2 classes that can technically take off enrage from mobs, whereas Team Ying XIONG, they only have the Hunter that can do it. And even though the Rogue has a pretty high cooldown, in situations like these, it should be easier for Team ZHUI MENG to actually deal with high dangerous mobs that are enraged, because they have 2 of these. So seeing this one, I don't even know what the name is, this one chunky boy, be enraged for
gas
such
bag?
a long time. Yeah,
The butcher-
gas bag.
it wasn't-
It wasn't a gas bag. It was like a monstrosity.
Oh, it's the butcher. It's the butcher. Yeah. Oh, it's the butcher.
So
Disease
seeing
horror,
these
yeah.
kind of enraged for so long, I wonder what they enraged the spelt instead, or what
Yeah,
they soothed
the
instead.
problem as well with that is you saw it got soothed and immediately re-enraged. That's because raging has like an ICD on when it can apply to a mob. So if a mob has been raging for like 30 seconds and you soothe it, it will just immediately re-enrage, and you have to hit it with 2 soothes to get through
okay.
that. So it's something to watch out for anytime you're in a situation like that. It does look like this means that XIONG, with also with 6 deaths on their side of the board, are going to be the first team to pull a gore chop here. Oh, gamer hooked there, but not killed.
He could get bopped. We do have the red paladin.
In fact, that may have been what happened. I didn't see a bleed landing on him, so may have exactly been some great paladin utility on this fight is the bop.
How do you feel about the Brewmaster? How do you guys feel about the Brewmaster monk? I think overall, like Brewmaster, at least in live keys, it's a tank that is actually quite powerful at like survivability wise. But in regards to like getting mobs grouped up, it does seem like it's a little bit worse than maybe Vengeance Demon Hunter and Blood DK on this season.
Yeah, this is it's nice as well to that anytime you see the Brewmaster getting hit by something like these hooks, they're just getting more stagger, so their new Zhao does more damage. So remember that anytime you see them getting hit by an avoidable mechanic, it's intentional. It does cause them to do more damage, and actually putting out quite a lot of damage on the Brewmaster, especially when you factor in the physical damage amp that's being applied to. I guess not that much of the survival and the ret damage is physical, but a little bit is.
I think that generally like the reason that you would still rather have a Vengeance Demon Hunter or like a Blood DK is just like the grips and the general mob control just seems a little bit higher from those tanks this season, and the survivability of just the tank role in general is quite high right now because a lot of the 4 sets and double legendary combos that these tanks run pretty much make them immortal. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think
I would agree with that.
the state of tanking right now is very good. It's every tank has ways to survive most of these dangerous parts of the dungeon. It's just kind of a question of like the utility and the damage that they're bringing. But in a dungeon like Theater of Pain, Ring of Peace is a huge piece of value that that Brewmaster does get to bring. So we have on the side of ZHUI MENG here another hook landing, but it's not going to be lethal again. So team's doing a good job of preventing that. It's actually a lot of damage when you get that bleed, and you can see Last Resort is not available. So potentially very scary.
Also, interestingly enough, they have Bloodlust available, but they're not using it. And I think they've had it for like a little while. To me, it would make sense to kind of use it on a boss, even though it's fortified. But like a 23 boss, surely enough, you can use Bloodlust here. But if they're not using it, that means they're like trying to go for a really big pull after this, probably.
Well,
they want to use it.
It just came up. It just came up like 45 seconds ago. So I don't think you would use it like 50% of the way into Gore Chop unless you have like all of your offensive CDs available or something like that. I think it just makes a little bit less sense in that way.
The problem is if you don't press it now, like this dungeon's probably going to be in the low 20 minutes. So you get a third lust if you pressed it now. But it does look like Team XIONG here are having some wipe-related events going on here. A lot of deaths coming out.
Souls.
Yeah, they're so low, but they're all enraged, which means they're kind of just one-shotting people or two-shotting people, whoever's being targeted. Looks like they've recovered here, so even though they've added another 6 deaths to the scoreboard, they aren't at least going to have to restart that pull. And Endwalker is now going to grab those last 3 souls and bring them into this Portal Guardian. Another potentially very dangerous moment because that Portal Guardian does apply a curse that increases shadow damage taken, but our Frost Mage has a curse to spell, so nice little interaction there.
How do you feel about the Frost Mage being the one that's playing the Necrolord with like Deathborn? Because it actually makes sense if either the Brewmaster or the Frost Mage are the ones that are playing Necrolord in this dungeon. I mean, Necrolord is a pretty popular covenant for Frost Mages, at least on live keys.
Yeah, I think they would just be playing it without Necrolord buff in this dungeon. If you were playing a Frost Mage, I think you would be selecting Necrolord just in most MDI dungeons. But it may be the reason that they've opted to go with a Frost Mage is because they wanted to pick something that had a great Necrolord choice. So that the causality might be flowing the other direction here. All right, so
the Necrolord for ZHUI MENG is the Resto Shaman, so I think with them kind of prioritizing that Holy Priest, it does make sense to bring a class that is good on Necro, because you want to have those buffs, right?
Yeah, so the Necrolord Resto Shaman, there are some other great covenants, right? Kyrian for a lot of damage is something we see a lot of Resto Shaman use, but Necrolord is really good too. And the other option would be to do something like Necrolord Vengeance Demon Hunter, which has gotten worse relative to Kyrian this season than it was in previous seasons where we actually did see in Theater Pain Necrolord Vengeance a couple times.
Oh man.
No.
ZHUI Ming is holding their lust for a really long time, like you were talking about. This is the downside of like not slamming it on Gourd Chop, is now you like
so it's going to be a 2 lust dungeon for them, even though it might be over 20 minutes.
They won't get a third one, and now that they're in the Soul Swing, there is really no pack that I can think of, unless you go like for one of the big platforms and pull everything, where it would make sense to kind of pop that Bloodlust. So
this is super. Yeah.
Either they're like sitting for it until the next boss, or even until a next big pull, or they're going to use it on one of those huge platform pulls. But that's definitely something to look out for, to kind of how they use that extra resource, because I do generally think it always makes more sense to kind of take more Bloodlusts if you can somehow make them work. And even if like on Gore Chop, like you were saying, even if it's like 50% boss HP on a plus 23, as long as like somebody has cooldowns available, I think it would have made sense to press it if you're getting a third one.
The thing is, it probably wasn't part of their practice strategy in here because they had that wipe, so they probably weren't used to having Bloodlust coming up during Gore Chop. That being said, they are now going to press it on this Portal Guardian. They're bringing in 2 extra Bone Magi also. So we've got 3 Bone Magi, one of the Necrotic Bolt Volley casters, and the Portal Guardian here. A lot of damage coming out on the group here, but Bloodlust is actually going a long way towards making it easier to stabilize and keep all the mobs killed before they became too lethal. So potentially a good spot to use it.
Okay, but careful, it's enraged now? Maybe it's going to cast another time? Okay, they can do it before.
Okay, so they're immediately going to pull this Soulbinder with all these Shackled Souls as well. So this makes actually a lot of sense. They were able to carry this Lust into it. It's not the most efficient usage of Lust that we've ever seen, but at the same time, like we've been talking about, they kind of get a freebie. So it makes a lot more sense that they do just like slam it.
Is it a freebie at this point though? It's 15 minutes into the dungeon. If they get another Bloodlust, that means the dungeon is going to 26 minutes, as we do have a death coming out.
A gamer got deconstructed. That hurt his Mandalore.
Oh no! Not that ever happened to
me. The frontal slam.
Yeah.
I think it's called deconstruct.
Deconstruct is the tank.
Deconstruct is the tank hit. But what's a frontal's name? It's something similar.
Slam.
That's
it. Is it really?
Yep,
I thought it was also something like disarm or something. But yeah, okay. I guess he just got slammed. It's alright.
The nice thing about this broadcast is that we'll never be proven wrong on ability names because they're just not going to be in English on screen all weekend. So we can call them whatever we want.
True.
It's miraculous how often I look at the screen for the name of the ability. Oh, look like another death for ZHUI Ming. This is so bad.
And no Podtender available here, and now a healer down too. Ankh is going to be committed. So we're now at 9 deaths for ZHUI Ming and 12 for XIONG here. So both teams getting over that 1 minute mark soon on death counter. It does look like XIONG are slightly further ahead in the dungeon, but they do have 15 seconds working against them here.
Dude, is this ret just randomly cranking, or like what has been going on? Because like sometimes I'll look over and the ret will just be top DPS by a mile for no good reason.
Well, because they were really good. Actually, Ret Paladin is a strong class. I will die on this hill.
Okay.
You're really good in AoE situations, and they can full blast. I think they're maybe not as consistent as maybe like a monk AoE or something, and they of course don't bring like a Ring of Peace, but I do think in certain niche situations, they're a really okay class to bring into Mythic Plus.
Yeah, again, in this dungeon, there's a lot of these pulls that are like 4 or 5 mobs, pretty good target as well, and the set bonus that Ret has, it's really not that bad for people. We see these specs that you don't really see in the MDI, but yeah, the damage is good, the utility is good. There's a lot of stuff you can bop in this dungeon. I quite like it. I will say that I am hurting for a Destro lock on Team XIONG's side. I would like to see one of those fitted in, but it could be over the Ret Pally or the Frost Mage, and the Frost Mage also good in here. Great way to get Necrolord again.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's like your third DPS slot does feel relatively flexible, just in most aspects, where you could either slot in either a Ret Pally or a Frost Mage. It is definitely one of those things that I would be longing for a Destro lock for sure. But this is actually one of the strong points of this Frost Mage here. You do see that he has the power infusion even on him. I'm interested to see how much damage he's going to be able to pump out here as he is ramping up into that Deathborn. Ooh, and he's getting that first stack of that buff on him as well. This is pretty good.
Yeah, another strength of the Ret Pally that we haven't talked about is, okay, if you're going to have 12 deaths in your run, Ret Pallies can play, hear me out, you play an Aura, instead of playing Diva Aura and preventing some of those deaths, you can play Retribution Aura, and every time one of your friends dies, you get wings. So, I mean, if you're going to have 12 deaths in the dungeon, that's a lot of wings uptime. That's a lot of damage.
Dude,
I'm just saying. And then because you're not playing Diva Aura, they die more often. It's a positive feedback loop. It all works out.
The way to justify Ret Paladin is not saying that because they're getting more wings procs because your teammates are dying.
Well, it's good for morale as well, because anytime your teammates die, you can just be like, oh, thank you for the wings, instead of like, ah, you idiot, why did you die? So it's, you know, symbiosis,
you hit him with the
synergy.
You hit him with the rubbing hands together, and then you say, don't mind if I do.
Thanks for the wings. All right, so
so actually, just speaking about that, any Rat Paladin that wants to do Mythic Plus with me, I'd be a great partner.
All right, so Team XIONG here, even though they're the lower seeded team based on time trials, they are about a minute and a half ahead now, based just on boss percent here. They are 15 seconds worse on death timer, but they actually are doing a really good job. I think the wipes that have happened and the deaths that have happened for ZHUI MENG have been a lot more costly than the ones that have happened for Team XIONG, who have mostly had them being like towards the end of pulls that they still were able to kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true, but then you look at the overall and they just had like a little bit more deaths, 12 to 9, which adds more penalty time, and down goes the Rat Paladin. That's actually the wrong target. We were just talking about it.
That's the one person that doesn't give you extra wings.
Any other person that would have died here would have contributed to the team damage, so they're going to pick him back up and make sure that if somebody else dies, they can still have that buff. But I mean, I think it's great. They're doing great. I think with 13 deaths on their counter, being ahead of Team ZHUI MENG is really good.
God, just the lie. That's the one person that doesn't give you extra wings. All right, that was a good one.
It's true, isn't it?
It is true. All right.
All right.
Things are looking pretty good for ZHUI MENG here. As they have downed Kultharok, they're making their way.
That's XIONG.
Oh, XIONG.
Kultharok, yeah.
Yeah, XIONG, as they're making now their way towards the Zav wing. Dradnus' mouse has definitely distracted me. Thank you for figuring it off the screen. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me help that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gone now. Dude, it was behind the count graphic earlier. And it was really distracting.
Okay, so they are going to feast up here, our Team XIONG, before getting started with their first pull here. They actually have ice trapped something as well, one of the Arbalists. Okay, that was just temporary though, as they now are getting into their pull.
You want to know a hot tip? Getting food buff in the middle of dungeons is actually almost never worth time-wise relative to the amount of stats that you're getting from a feast. So in general, like if you have like death or wipe or whatever, if you have to stop or like hold up your group for getting a food buff, it's almost never worth. You would rather, like, if you're gonna get it, it better be during like downtime or something like that.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense to kind of get it while somebody else is running to the group, or like you're waiting for a mass rest or something.
Gotta lay on hands.
But it makes everyone think you're taking everything seriously. So I do think for team morale, sometimes it can be helpful.
Can you run that one by me again? Because I'm not fully following this. Can you run that one by me for me next?
Well, like if you're doing a pug and everybody dies and you slam down a feast, then people will not be as mad about the wipe because they get a new feast, and it seems like you're putting effort into the pug key, right?
All right, so XIONG here, they've gone with the woe buff at the start of the... sorry, I don't have anything to add about the feast discussions, about the way that feast morale works.
It's okay,
They've gone with the woe buff. I actually don't think it's going to last long enough for them to actually skip anything with it, though. Maybe if they can kill this mob really quick, they could skip past some of the trash and get to Zab. They need a lot of count still, though. Both teams coming into this wing at 69% count. It is a nice amount of count to have, but they still need to find quite a bit before they can end the dungeon.
They also don't have a... Neither of these teams are running a Blood DK, so they can't...
yeah, control undead.
They can't steal the Ancient Captain. Yeah, they can't control the Ancient Captain, which is pretty costly, at least in the time department. But I do think for Team YING, they really are going to want to play both of these champions here. Both of the champions give 20 count apiece, and then that middle pack with the Ancient Captain is also 21 count. So I think that they're going to have to do something pretty big here. All right, looks like they're positioning themselves to be able to get that patrol. They even burned not burned, but they even used a Mind Soothe on that champion, and it looks like they're pulling all of this trash back. So very similar to what you would see like on a live key, I think.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a CC went out on the captain, or maybe the captain is coming in. Ooh, a Ring of Frost there, some utility coming out from the Frost Mage, getting those mobs kind of grouped up and not having them free shooting the group. And yeah, that's going to be Lust. That's going to be I think the second Lust of the dungeon, or maybe the third for Team XIONG.
Oh, man.
We are now at 24 minutes, 25 minutes now in the dungeon, although 1 minute of that is death timer, so that doesn't help with the Bloodlust recovery.
And then ZHUI Ming on the left side of your screen, looking like they're having a full team wipe. Their tank ended up going down.
They're doing the double champion. Yeah.
Yep. Which, I mean, it's quite dangerous. Oh, they are getting corpse camped for the double champion. Oh, no.
No, that's the worst. I hate when that happens.
The one advantage they had up till now was that they had better death timer than Team XIONG, but now even that advantage has disappeared for Team ZHUI Ming, and they are really needing to have nothing go wrong any further. It looks like, the first champion may have deactivated here.
If you didn't know, if you wipe to the champion, there is an interaction in the game where sometimes it will either take a large amount of time or potentially won't come back.
Yeah, so if that is happening here for ZHUI Ming, they're going to have to go and get their count from the rest of the dungeon instead, which is really painful. Ooh, as extra bleeds are coming out for them also. Team XIONG, though, are nearly finished with their champion here. They've done a good job of managing, again, a very dangerous pull.
Oh, man.
They still have the captain alive as well. They killed the other 4 mobs before the captain.
What?
Maybe it was CC'd and came in late.
That has to be what has happened.
It must be, yeah.
I think they could... So, how they were getting that pull set up and what I think happened, because we didn't exactly see it on screen, is I think they parried the captain and then had it wander in late. And then we're doing the Arbalest with the conscripts because we saw the Brewmaster Monk and the Holy Priest running together, and they needed like a Mind Soothe, and they were just like utilizing some of their CC to get the pack set up. But then whenever the Brewmaster Monk came back, we didn't necessarily see the captain because he probably committed the para onto it. That's the only thing that makes logical sense there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they can skip this with just Mind Soothe.
I think you can just get by. Actually, there's a lot of skips you can do with Mind Soothe if you walk carefully. Like, it is a little bit wonky. Sometimes there's a mouse on the screen.
Bro, this mouse! I was just thinking the same thing.
Ratnos, could you please?
Sorry, my mouse has stopped working out. It's gonna be there for. Okay, no, I've got it again. Hang on. Is this better?
Wait, the batteries are dying. My double battery.
I got it.
Thank you, thanks, Stratnos. Very nice. Oh no, it's on the left side.
Oh, that's where it's gotten off to. I'd lost it for a second. Oh,
wait, we got 2 of them. Oh, there are 2 mice on
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Wait, how is there? How are there 2 mice on the screen? And then oh my god. Okay, dude, I don't know what's happening here. It's gonna be an ongoing bit.
So Team XIONG at 96% count, they have left the first 3 mobs of the dungeon up, so they could get them while they're waiting for more Dretha RP, and they could be done with count that way. I suspect that's what's going on here, as we now have the epic Survival Hunter versus Ret Paladin showdown. Wow, Survival Hunter is going to win, not close, downstairs there.
I'm surprised that the Ret Paladin wasn't able to live. He should be able to heal himself up rather.
Yeah, you got to hit bubble there if you're sent down. Assert your dominance over the rest of your party.
Do you guys ever like hard PvP people?
Every single time.
Really?
Especially the more the worse my character is relative to the group, like, you know, sometimes you're bringing in you're getting carried through some key.
Yeah.
That is when I will use all my crowd control abilities, and especially my favorite thing to
Like,
do
I'm
is
helping.
I like to focus on pets because, you know, if you damage some player, they often will just kill you first, right? But if you CC the hunter and then like focus their pet or something like that, they get really mad. So that's what I like to do.
I wonder why. But to be honest, so for me, it's always like when I go down, I'm like, okay, I do my normal rotation. I don't use any cooldown stuns or like defensives, and who kills whoever first wins. But then if the other person starts, if I see they use like a defensive or they use CC, then I go full ham. I whip out all the PvP skills and I try my best to win this battle. It's like, you fought without honor. Now we're gonna get into it.
I like to purge Arcane Intellect. I like to do those sorts of things. Some classes have purgeable rotation buffs.
It's so toxic.
That you can purge as well. So really a lot of good options for whenever you're sent downstairs. A lot of clever buttons you can use.
Dude,
whenever I'm playing Prop Paladin, I like to bop somebody who's being sent down just to kind of put my finger on the scale right before they get sent down.
This is a menace in keys, I can tell.
Dude, on the jailer, whenever you get MC'd and do the walking thing, I like to call out to spell steal some of the buffs off the players just to troll. Just be like, yo, spell steal that buff, you want that? And then the mage will not frequently, but sometimes we'll like spell steal. I even called to like try to purge off Ghost Wolf with spell steal one time. And our shop was like, what? No, do not do that.
Okay, so XIONG are upstairs, and yeah, they are going to get the last little bit of their count while they're waiting for the Mordretha RP here. XIONG, 13 deaths. You know, this run hasn't been great for them. We're over the 30-minute marker in this Theater of Pain now, but it's gone even worse for ZHUI MENG, who are now at 22 deaths. They are the saving grace here, about to finish their count at least by doing this champion. So if XIONG wipes to the last boss a couple times, maybe they can claw this one back, but XIONG have really looked a little bit better throughout this whole dungeon.
Yeah, so the last time we spoke about it, kind of their death counters and so on, ZHUI MENG was actually on 9 deaths and they ramped up to 22, whereas Team XIONG, they just didn't die anymore from then on. So I do think what Telos was just saying, like the consistency and also the way that they died throughout the dungeon, it was always in a way kind of salvageable. Where for ZHUI MENG, it often was not.
All right, so they are now into Mordretha here. No Bloodlust is going to be available because they used one about 5 minutes ago on that big trash pull in the Zav wing, so they just have to deal with 23 fortified Mordretha. There are also going to be some explosives popping up, but not too much other contribution from the dungeon or the affixes here. As you can see, actually, a solid amount of single target coming out of the Frost Mage, the Survival Hunter, and the Rep Pally too. Single target damage meters in this patch are a little bit hard to read though, because you always have those relics at the start of the pull also that certain specs get to do a bunch of padding on.
Even the H priest, like at the very beginning of this pull, they were something like 25k DPS just because they were popping their Boon of the Ascended and, like you were saying, hitting those relics with a pretty considerable amount of AoE just from that Boon of the Ascended by itself.
All right, so here comes phase 2. Ads are spawning at the start of this phase. A little bit of an awkward time for it to be happening.
Yeah,
doing okay.
It is.
Ring of Peace, great.
They don't have Lust, so this phase is going to take a decent amount of time. Ooh, and they got those, it looks like that new bull set that moves across the room. Yeah. This is actually very dangerous because it's not super easy to tell where those bulls are going to be coming from or where they're going to go. Especially considering like we've played the whole expansion with similar Ox run charges across the room. What were we gonna say, Dratnos?
The kind of heuristic is if you see them near those points, the 5 points of the Pentagon, there's a good chance that they'll be doing some swerving. So you want to watch out for them. They've gotten smarter as the expansion has gone on. Luckily, though, Team XIONG have been avoiding that fate. Unfortunately for Team ZHUI MENG, it looks like they're having some deaths here on Zav. I actually think that they're ramping up the death counter even further here, but only 13% left for XIONG here on Mordretha.
Would you say that ZHUI MENG needs a Rep Paladin?
I think that's the only takeaway we can have from this. Yeah, it's that's got to be the difference here, the gap between the two teams.
Oh my gosh, the Rep Pally. I wonder if they're going to be able to top single target damage. That would be crazy. Looking at 13.2k DPS there as they ended Mordretha. Hey, that's going to be the first map for Ting Yingxiong. And, I mean, 33 minutes is a pretty long one, but at the same time, it seemed like these two teams were relatively competitive.
It wasn't super clean, right?
Yeah.
So if they had gotten less deaths, then of course they would have been faster. So we don't know how their practice time looked like, but I do think they could have shaved off a significant amount of that timer.
Yeah, I think they did a good job of having things go a little wrong for them in the first 10 minutes of the dungeon, and then still playing a good strategy, still keeping their heads on, and doing the dungeon cleanly. Whereas it was kind of the reverse for Team ZHUI MENG, who had a slightly better start of the dungeon, but then mistakes just kind of kept compounding. You could tell by the end of the dungeon that things were going really wrong, and because they'd gotten a little bit off of their plan, things just started going further and further off the rails. So yeah, good job by Team Yingxiong there, but definitely could go either way in the rest of the series.
I mean, the next map
I just remembered? Exactly.
What?
the
24
next map
Gambit?
is the Gambit.
Yeah. The 24 Sanguine Gambit, by the way. If there's ever a time for you to pick back up and retool and not let tilt get to you, it is certainly on a 24 Sanguine Gambit. That is a Murloc prison waiting to happen.
I'm sorry. I'm so excited about this. I think it's going to be glorious.
Why?
This is because it's so evil. It will be perfect.
24 Tyrannical Sanguine Storming, which is... It's cruel. It's a sadistic affix combo that we have set for the teams here. So, especially coming off of a bit of a marathon theater of pain, this is going to be a test of team mental resilience and also of their ability to just get back in there and keep it going. And again, what might shape out to be a bit of a marathon of a series.
So, which one of these teams' names translates to mental resilience, Stratnos?
That's the mystery. That's what we have to find out here in the series.
Okay, you called them Team Mental Resilience. Ah, yes.
Well, that's of team mental.
I mean,
like,
to be
mental
fair,
resilience
we
being
do-
a characteristic of the team.
Team Mental Resilience.
Okay.
We do have a team that's called Don't Push, so maybe them, but they're not playing this series.
Huh. My favorite, Team Turkey.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them later. That is a good team name. There's some great team names actually. Again, we've got here.
There's also some great character names. I mean, we can't always use them, but just for these teams, for example, in ZHUI MENG, two of the characters are actually called. One is Whirlwind Mouse, and the other one is Magic Fairy Queen. Whereas Team Yingxiong has a player called Face God.
Bolster.
I think that's just so cool.
All right, so we've got Prot Warrior coming out here for Team Yingxiong.
With the Rat
Wushu.
Paladin.
And yeah, so the Ret Pally, I think the Ret Pally is actually, that's a comfort pick from named Go Yan, who she's a famous Ret Pally streamer over on Douyu. So that's the lore behind the Ret Pally from Team Yingxiong. Definitely like an expert Ret Paladin they have on their team, but the Prot Warrior is something I'm a little bit surprised to see in an MDI setting here, but there's a first time for everything. I think that might be the last tank spec that we hadn't seen so far.
Wait, there's a quest text and I can translate this time. It's...
I think that's probably talking about the scale binders and stopping the fish stick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
That is the most important part of this area.
It says, Salty Scalebinder, Vitality Fish Skewer summons the blood returning totem. Requires the first turn the fire to clean up for a while, otherwise...
Okay, first turn the fire, perfect. That probably means like focus damage, right?
Probably.
Turn the fire.
That actually makes sense, yeah, now that you say that.
Okay. I could get behind this. Yeah, if a fish stick spawns, focus fire it, but you can stun the scale binders on the cast as well and avoid the spawn entirely, which is much better if you can set it up. Team Yingxiong have gotten more count from their first pull. They haven't gone with a woe buff either, whereas Team ZHUI MENG looks like they did get a little bit of a woe buff, but haven't used it to actually go anywhere per se. They've got a Resto Druid facing their roster here as well. Oh, and the Frost Mage who's going to enter that Bonesmith. Ice blocked there in Bonesmith as well. That is not going to prevent the Bonesmith expiration and the death. Oh, and the Warlock down too. This pull is starting to get very dangerous. There's a fish stick out that they need to kill as well.
Focus fire.
Yeah, they gotta turn the fire.
Focus
and
fire. They did focus fire it. The Resto Druid is actually dropping really, really low here, but able to top themselves back up. The Warlock also with the group again, and so is the Mage, but down goes the Resto Druid. Has to release here. Is not going to be in range to heal the group. The Warlock now also dying. And they're trying to keep this pull alive. That is so scary.
XIONG ends up getting Void Emissaried there.
Oh no, and those mobs are all so low, but they are resetting. Brutal turn of events for Team XIONG. The saving grace is that worse things are happening for their opponents.
Yeah, exactly. So what was happening on XIONG is, I mean, this is just like the Prot Warrior phenomenon. They started, with a pull that big on the Murlocs, he started to finally just kind of run out of CDs, and you saw him. He was panicking. He was doing that thing that Prot Warriors do whenever they notice that they're about to run out of cooldowns, and they start to like walk away from the mobs, but they can't get away from them like rather quickly. And it's like, oh, this is going to be the death of the warrior. And then once he died, it was just death for the remaining members of the party. Oh my goodness! And ZHUI Ming on the left side of your screen, it looks like that Resto Druid is in bear form, but he is not a tank. As another wipe has occurred, I mean, there's a lot of Murlocking
it's not
going
a
on.
full wipe. The Vengeance Demon Hunter is still alive, trying to keep this pulled 9 seconds till meta. So maybe he can just kite it out and live here. Really, really big jump, but no, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the mass root that the Resto Druids bring, also Ursul's Vortex, right? So they actually have quite a bit of useful tools for managing Murloc effects. Similarly, the Prot Warrior, one nice thing they're bringing Spear Bastion, keeping those Murlocs from running. You got to be a little bit careful with effects like Vortex and Spear Bastion on Sanguine Week, right? But if you use them when the mobs start fleeing at like 40% health, that you're not going to keep them grouped up in Sanguine, which is the thing you want to try and avoid.
Yeah, one of the things that we also talked about for XIONG during the Theater of Pain was their composition a little bit. They were running that Frost Mage. I really like the adaptation and bringing out that Destro Warlock. I think that like the Destro serve, if you do have that comfort pick of that Red Paladin, it makes a lot of sense that it's going to be paired up with like a Destro Warlock and a Survival Hunter, because that's going to allow you the most potential, just for like consistent damage purposes of going pull in and pull out and having pretty solid amounts of AoE throughput.
All right, so we have. I was waiting, dude. I waited like 10 seconds. Invariably, I'll start talking the exact same time. Okay.
To be fair, it is really scary to kind of watch these polls play out. So you're just sitting there, kind of holding your breath, hoping it goes smoothly. Yeah. Because I just know that if I say, "Oh, this is going great," I will cause a wipe by caster default. So I'm a little bit scared.
We are on a lot of deaths here already, especially for Team ZHUI Meng. As they gain another one here, 19 now on the board for them, and they only have 32% count as well, so they still have a bunch of Murlocs they need to kill. Meanwhile, Team XIONG here, they're getting a Woe Drifter, and this is going to advance them to about 54% count when they finish this pull. That's going to be enough to let them skip however much of this Murloc area they want to, or they could do a little bit more here and get the count that they are then going to... That'll let them skip stuff in the pirate area or in the last room of the dungeon too. I
mean, it's just it's similar to what we saw from the Theater of Pain. It's just XIONG. So while they were the worst seed out of the two teams, it was like the 4th versus the 5th seed. They are the 5th seed. At the same time, they're playing a lot more tight and playing a lot more consistent. And the difference between 20 deaths versus 6 is substantial. As you do see XIONG, like you were saying, they get that Woe Drifter buff. They're going into the first boss area. They're probably going to pull these lightning mobs on top of Hildebrand, if I had to guess. It's just kind of consistent with what we see from teams. But it looks like they may not even want anything to do with that, and they're just going to engage this boss potentially by itself.
I mean, keep in mind, again, that this was like a couple weeks back, so maybe back then they weren't really aware that people were kind of pulling stuff into this boss. Because I do think that's a development we've seen over Group A and B as well, where like people starting doing it more, and first it was like the lightning bros outside, and then some Murlocs that were like snapped around. So I do think it's a development that maybe keeping in mind this is a rebroadcast from like 3 weeks back. Back then it wasn't as known as a technique.
Yeah, that's fair. In addition to that, ZHUI Ming needs to legally exit the key right now. If there are any members of ZHUI Ming in the chat, please exit the key immediately. Your amount of deaths has exceeded the key level. I'm going to have to ask you to please step out of the dungeon.
To be fair, their team name doesn't translate to Heroes Never Die, so I feel like they should be allowed to keep going here.
They're
chasing
their dreams.
They are, right? The first time I saw this team, I was like, did JB hop onto the Chinese servers just to keep the dream alive? I'm not sure, but I don't think so. So, yeah, they're trying. It is a really evil key. We've kind of highlighted this going into it. I think it's probably the worst affix key combination in terms with level and everything that I've seen in any MDI. But we're seeing it play out right now, and it seems like one of the two teams has found a way to deal with it.
Well, it could be 24 Fort Sanguine.
Don't give them any ideas, please.
I'm just saying it could be worse.
It could be, but often these affixes are humane in a way where they're actually doable. So putting this on Fortified as well, I think would be
stun
very
the Purifier.
cool.
Please stun the Purifier. One stun on the Purifier, man. Okay, well, we're not. We'll kill it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is certain levels of meanness that the MDI does at least try to avoid, and this is certainly a very difficult task for these teams. As you do see Hillebrand on the right side of your screen for Team XIONG at 50% HP. Dude, are they going to get like 4 phases of this console? This is their second console phase they have right here. Where for some of the MDI teams that we've seen, they are one-phasing the boss, but at the same time, it's not on a 24, and it's not on Tyrant. They're able to like one-phase with just like that before that second console cast comes out.
Yeah, I mean, it is tyrannical, it is 24. I think it's really, really difficult to do this with like one console cast. Even with pulling it to the side, you need insane amounts of DPS. You probably need the Bloodlust that teams, I would assume, used on the first couple of pulls. It should be now back and ready for team Chasing Dreams, but they're probably not going to use it due to their original routing planning for a different Bloodlust timing.
Yeah, but you do see that in the small picture-in-picture, they are finally starting to kind of get things together. They had a really bad first couple of pulls, but now they're going to be able to just kind of get those things settled in. Hopefully, no more deaths for the. Oh no! But in the picture-in-picture, you do see that that Goliath was stuck in Sanguine. Where on the big screen here, we do have Hillebrand getting pretty low, but I think they're going to get another phase even. Oh, as the boss does run towards that middle console area. This is a really, really long encounter for Team XIONG. And now they immediately have to be getting this Purifier killed off because the Purifier is locking those orbs up, and somebody is going to the console to relay the information to the team. They have to move those orbs across the room. It looks like somebody took it to the wrong side. Looking very reminiscent of my keys. Oh man, and immediately, right as I started talking about good things about ZHUI MENG in the picture-in-picture, they're having some more deaths, and oh please,
oh no,
live, dude. Oh gosh, this is really close. I think that they need to get this Goliath killed off before the next stomp, and it looks like they're maybe going to be able to do it. But on the big screen, Hillebrand is going to be going down right here.
Look at this. Somehow the tank from Team XIONG is holding on to a rune here, even though it's not the intermission anymore as well. So pretty neat. I wonder how long they'll get to bring that through the rest of the dungeon.
What?
Oh, it's gone. Sad.
Wait, where'd that thing go?
That's really strange.
Yeah, that despawned. Unlucky.
On the side of ZHUI MENG, there was another wipe and another high mirror proc once again. They're now at 51%, and I do think they're trying to find their way to the boss, but they probably need to see where they can walk, seeing as there's like a lot of paths in this Murloc field here. So they maybe need to play a little bit. Let's see. Can they go to the entrance without pulling anything else?
They're almost done with count. They need like
dead Murlocs. Okay, they're gonna play one more pack.
That's all they need, I think, is just one more pack. They need to get to like 54% enemy forces before they make their way through here. This has certainly been a quite a turbulent start to this key for Team ZHUI Ming, but oh man, I think this is probably going to send them to the lower bracket just with how this first area went for them. Something, oh man,
it is rare to win a game in which you have 35 deaths. Yeah, it's not unheard of, but it's pretty close.
Is it unheard of? I think it would be unprecedented.
I remember a junkyard last expansion where both teams had over 30 deaths, I think.
I mean, didn't we even see a Necrotic Wake come out of Sloth on day 1 last cup, where they had a substantial amount of deaths on the timer and still won the key?
Substantial was 16. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is a substantial amount of deaths in the
It's not 35.
Well,
It's a good point, though, that like we talk about the Murloc area being the most volatile in this dungeon, and it certainly is. But it's not the only place that you can wipe, and definitely you can get yourself in a chain wiping in the last boss room type situation. And if that happens, it's a longer run back too. And you can see actually Sanguine healing coming out here as well. Now, Prot Warriors really do fall over to sustained barrages of these bolts. They do have Spell Reflect, which is the best defensive in the game against one every 25 seconds, but any further than that are going off are so deadly. Oh no! And the mobs, it looks like, are stuck here in Sanguine. Oh, the Spear Bastion!
The Spear Bastion!
Oh no!
Get the mobs out of the Sanguine, man!
ooh.
Sanguine is their top healing by a lot of it right now. 48
By a lot
HPS.
of it, and yeah. I mean, to be fair, 2 of those mobs stood consecutively in that Sanguine, and then they were gripped out, and then they were gripped back into it. So there was something happening with some healing puddles, but they are able to finish it off, and they are still far ahead of Team ZHUI Ming.
Did anybody see how ZHUI Ming wiped on this boss? I didn't see what happened.
To be fair, the last time I saw them, they were
It looks
on
like it's not the
Murlocs,
boss yet.
so
That they wiped to, because it looks like the RP
I
is
think
still
they
happening
wiped
for them
on
here.
Murlocs, no?
I mean, maybe they just death ran into the boss room and then had their Resto Druid come and mass res them?
Yeah, maybe. As a way to kind of skip the lightning bros.
I mean, they're up to 39 deaths now, though. Unclear as to what happened, but I'm sure it was not good.
Yeah, that is 195
I'm
seconds
actually-
of death timer as well.
I'm looking at the replay, and it seems like Shroud ran out when they passed the second pack of lightning bros. They got infight, and they had their druid like stealth through and rest them.
Okay, so it was just a death skip. Maybe somewhere they intended
was
to do a woe skip, but
it looked like an unintended death skip because they had the shroud up and they were passing the first pack and only like got kind of pulled in fight by the second one. But they were death skipping, so they weren't fighting the boss just yet.
I do think this dungeon puts interestingly in context like how hard 24 Tyran is.
Yeah.
Even for like some of the better teams, like both of these teams are still likely to time this key. Even Team ZHUI Ming with 39 deaths, I think, can still time this key. But at the same, that was okay for Team.
yeah, he got yoinked out of midair by the breath there, which does like stun you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was looking at. I think if you get stunned, it also doesn't kill the ads, or is that?
It still will if it hits them, yeah.
Okay.
When it hits the tank, it stuns you and it like puts you in a stasis in midair, and then when it's either dispelled or expired, you get knocked back. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool debuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I think that both of these teams would still time this key, even though ZHUI Ming has accrued a lot of time disadvantage due to just deaths.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute timer in this dungeon, right? I actually don't know if ZHUI Ming are on pace, because with 39 deaths in the Murloc area, they will need to do some big pulls to try and to do the rest of the dungeon in 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, that is true. Actually, never mind. So Leah is pretty long on like a 24 tire ramp,
True.
in the range of probably like.
True. Oh, I'm
probably
actually
something in the range
scared
of, like,
for
4.5.
that boss. With storming as well. Like,
I don't even need to translate this. This is talking about Captain Hooktail. Do not get behind the tank. It will put a bad dot on you. Dodge the boss.
yeah?
Yeah, the hook swipe. I think this
So proud of you, Tattles.
this boss it's received several nerfs. I think there may have even been one between when this was recorded and now, so it may be even in the more lethal state than we currently have on the live servers. quite a dangerous boss, especially if you are getting hit by the tail swipe. The tank frontal, though, landing every time. One of the upsides of the prop warrior, though, is that you can just charge back in every time. So kind of not even that bad to get hit as a prop warrior.
Could he just intervene out every single time? Like, is that an option here?
Intervene is a pretty long cooldown, but yeah, you could intervene every other, I think.
Yeah,
You can also
probably.
just,
I think that
as
would
long
make
as you're
sense.
moving as it goes over, you can get out by just walking. But you have to be walking like towards the boss, where the cone is narrower, rather than away from the boss, where the cone is wider. You can see. Look at the tank movement here. So the problem is, right, if you're running out to the side, like if you run exactly to the side and you run instantly, you can get out. But the closer you are to the boss, the narrower the cone and the less quick you have to react.
I feel like he's just been hit by every single one.
A lot of them, yeah. The stutter there before going, like it is a pretty unforgiving timer, as you can see.
To be fair, like prot warriors are not like they have that jump, but other than that, they're not a very mobile class. I feel like in general, warriors.
Well,
Like
You just charge
I
back, though.
played-
It doesn't do too much damage, so literally just get hit, get dispelled, charge back is
Yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but like generally speaking, so I played DK, right? And I locked onto a warrior, and I felt so kind of built into the mobility that you have because you do need a target in order to charge somewhere, and you do need a target in order to intervene. So the only true mobility that you have is your jump, which more than often says path not available. So mobility on warriors to me is fake. Like.
I mean, I think that my point was more that the fact that they could be intervening their friendly players to not get sauced by the boss over and over again.
All right, so we are now here in the last part of the dungeon. I wonder if there's anything you can get big spell reflect value on here. Looking at the damage meters, it looks like the energy slash might be the candidate here, making the prot warrior really shine here, reflecting that attack, causing a lot of damage on the mobs here. Yeah, I mean, any dungeon where you can get good spell reflects, prot warrior is a really interesting consideration there. We tend to think of it as being maybe a cut below defensively and offensively, but spell reflect is such a uniquely powerful effect that I mean, there's something to be said for it here.
It definitely does still feel like okay. So assuming that spell reflect isn't going to be like one-shotting mobs, I do still generally think that it's a cut below defensively and offensively. But something with the defensive value of it, it's like.
Ooh, here we go.
We don't
Quick translate.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah.
No, it's gone.
It's a
Wait,
big
bring
pull.
it back! Bring it back! All right, translated to big pull in Chinese.
This is a massive pull that they're doing here. This actually is quite
Oh,
scary.
wow.
8 mobs, a lot of them are important casters as well. They're going to have an Dismantler available here too. Dismantler is really huge on this pull because it gives you cooldown reduction on your interrupts as well. So once you kill that off, you actually get a much easier time of stopping the remaining casts.
Yeah, in addition to that, you don't necessarily need to kick the group-wide like wipe ability that I'm forgetting the name of it
Unstable
off the
Rift.
top of my head.
Yeah.
That you don't need like only kicks to kick the Unstable Rift. You can utilize like other CCs, but the Dismantler, like Dratna said, perfect for that. And it looks
Oh
like
no, Spear of Bastion!
get
No,
get them
not
up,
again.
man,
Then we can't. They're rooted.
dude. Who
Oh,
put
it's full
that?
health.
Who possibly could have put that Spear of Bastion there?
It could have been anybody.
Yeah, anyone really. Just,
So okay, I'm gonna mark
definitely.
this
A
down.
mystery.
All right, Prot Warrior not playable on Sanguine.
They are. I mean,
Do
to
not
be fair,
invite.
That's messed up.
don't say
I mean,
that on the MDI broadcast. People will do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is-
I was-
I
okay.
can't believe you'd do this.
I'm clearly trolling. Prot Warrior is actually pretty good, even though they're a cut below defensively and offensively. Like tank defensives right now are in a state where
Yeah.
you can pretty much play any tank. It's certainly at the tank role, almost 100% about the player, not
Yeah.
necessarily.
Oh. Express text.
Yeah, this has got to.
Hold on.
This is the Adorned Starseers that we were learning about.
Yeah,
Or,
but it did say boss in the
as
text.
translated, the Dressed Star Prophet, and then the Wandering
okay.
Star. Pay attention to the direction in front of the boss's head. So it's saying, don't get hit by the frontal.
Yeah.
You may die
okay.
suddenly if you were hit. Agree.
That
You
is
have
true.
Relatable.
Retweet.
Relatable.
Retweet
Happened to
bestie.
me too.
Yeah. Oh, actually, one of those drifting stars is going to connect with the healer as well, but luckily not going to claim any lives there as Rally coming in. Big rally, keeping the
Here he
healer
goes.
from getting hit by that drifting star.
I don't mean to be
Getting killed
toxic,
by it.
but what is the death record in the MDI right now? It's 52.
I thought it was like 70s from
Yeah.
the
I'll
old.
all right,
Do you remember the old?
Keep commentating. I'll pull it up.
It was nerfed versus Parse Culture Seed of the Triumvirate.
Yeah,
I think was where we set our death record.
I'll look for it. Give me a
I
second.
mean,
Yeah.
didn't we even have like a really high death count in Cup C as well?
We did it. It was not in the 40s, I don't think. I think it topped out below the 40s.
Wait,
Not sure though.
where was it? It was a Halls of Atonement, no? Was it Cup B or C?
Oh,
Do you
Oh.
remember?
Oh, look at this. The resonating arrow gets deployed, and immediately they move all the mobs out of it. This is so toxic. So
right.
messed up.
so the current record for deaths is 73.
Yeah, it is,
And that
it is
was
from
in
Nerfed
Legion,
in,
Yeah,
in that Seed of
was-
the Triumvirate, right?
It was from that series, yeah. 73. So we're not going to be setting any records here.
Well, don't say that. I mean, there's still another couple minutes left in this dungeon. Anything could happen.
They could go back to the Murloc area. This is a good point.
All right, but it is Team XIONG that are on the last boss now. They actually have it tanked in a rather innovative spot here over to the side. One really nice thing about the Prot Warrior in this dungeon, Spear Bastion against the Cartel Assassins that Solia summons. When they jump away, they just instantly get gripped back. Ursul's Vortex will do that as well if you're playing with the Druid. Really powerful effect. Oh, and look at this! Look at where those assassins are spawning when they tank Solia here. I actually think that this is just tech we should all be using. When you're fighting
Wait.
the boss
Yeah.
over by this cart, those assassins just spawn right on top of her rather than over
What?
far away.
Okay.
So very cool technology coming out.
And then something that the
Writing
Prot
this
Warrior...
down as we speak.
Yeah.
Something that's actually useful from the Prot Warrior here is then he dropped the Spear Bastion right
Yeah,
on top of the Assassins,
exactly.
and then whenever the Assassins like slam teleport out, they immediately got gripped back in by the Spear Bastion, and then you don't have to kick them because they're interrupted by that spear. I actually think that that's interesting tech. I think that is something that teams will probably adopt, or at least they should be adopting, just where
Yeah,
they're
again,
tanking
there
the boss.
goes. You see the Cartel Assassin's just spawning right on the boss because, I assume because she's like right in that terrain and there's nothing,
Oh,
they can't spawn farther away.
yeah.
To be fair, now they don't have anything to grip them back right now, so even though they got rooted and stunned, one of them jumped back. But I agree, it's pretty great to have them in there initially, and if you have any type of long stuns like a Hotch or anything, then you can really keep them there for quite some time.
All right, so phase 2, Solia now starting up here for Team XIONG. On the other hand, it's going to be ZHUI MENG, who are still working on the second boss, but honestly are not that far behind, especially if you don't look at the death counter and the extra minutes that come from that.
Jenna's attempting very hard to be positive.
You know, I'm just saying they've done a good job of mitigating the catastrophes that have happened for them. Team XIONG are pulling Solia over to the side here. This is a nice little strategy because it means that all of those projectiles, instead of coming from all around your character, are all coming from the same side of your character, which makes it a little bit easier to dodge. Uh-oh! Is there going to be enough time? Wow, that is dangerous, but well done. Well dodged there by the healer for Team XIONG.
So now
Yeah,
they're doing a good
I
job
mean,
of getting
like-
into that star and making sure that those debuffs are going to be dealt with. I actually really like how the healer has been the one who's doing that. So even while they have the boss tanked off the side there with the assassins, it made more sense for the healer to be the one that's running out, triggering those stars, making sure that those were dealt with before the party ended up having any problems.
Yeah.
The
'cause
blessing of
usually the healer
sacrifice.
is
used here.
yeah. Also,
For,
the guardian
one leap.
angel. Oh, the leap! Last second, able to make it. Wow, that was really clutch. But yeah, I agree. I think it makes sense for the healer to go into it. Because usually when it comes to incoming damage, it's the healer that's calling the shots. They will be like,
Sure.
hey, I have you on this incoming damage. This is my barrier. Here you use your personals. Or like, I don't know. People will be like, Makes, use your nether walk. So, you know,
Makes,
people...
please press blur. Makes, use your nether walk. Makes, why did you drop darkness for us here? Makes, why did you
Exactly.
stand in that?
I don't know, the problem with having your
Makes
healer
to
do
use
it,
your interrupt.
your healer wants to be planted to cast healing globals into your group while
Not
that
fair.
star debuff is coming off. So
Sure.
if you can have a really good synergistic team with somebody else actually doing the run-in, then it can be a
But
little bit
they
less
need
costly.
to plan to do damage, and ultimately, Dreadnoughts, what is more important?
Yeah.
The
Oh,
DPS.
no,
Your team surviving. That's what's more important.
No wipe.
Healer
Please
salad.
don't wipe. No,
Okay, so we have
Test
another
rock
power
for
overwhelming phase
Endwalker.
coming out. So we
No,
actually can do
they
this. We just have to
can't.
do it in 2 goes. That's how you do this. Every single one that you clear here, it's going to lose that circle below it, and then you have to go and clear the other ones. So you can do this
Oh
without
my
having the whole group
God.
alive. You just have to be careful. The next jolt does hit a little bit harder, but it's not too lethal.
Wait.
You've done it.
Why did he just summon his Fell Hunter instead of Soul Stoning his healer? Okay, wait, they may not have another battle res.
They
think
don't
they
have
might be
another
out.
battle
Yeah.
res. They used one on the
Uh-oh.
tank, and they don't have another one available. You're playing
they
this
need to
as
dodge
3
here.
people,
Oh!
and he's taking so many stormings. This isn't a blood DK that can just heal themselves up. It's a pro warrior, and it's down. That's going to be a full wipe for our team heroes. Never die. They have to go again. And in the meantime, Shui Ming is catching up to them.
Wait.
Hey.
Okay, but in the meantime, Shui Ming is wiping to this pull.
I mean, fair.
Pain all around. Both
Despair,
teams are just in
agony.
tremendous pain. Both teams are going to deplete this keystone as well. This has just been a brutal sequence of events for both of them here. Team Yingxiong still in the lead though, as they're now getting back to that second part, and they just have to do that boss. I don't know what the bloodlust situation is looking like for Team Yingxiong. Of course, we don't quite have that shown, so I don't remember if they used it on the boss pull earlier. But they just have to get this done. I think they will have another battle res. Actually, they'll have another battle res in about 2 minutes coming up here. Minute and a half.
Alexa, play Untitled by Simple Plan.
Is
right.
that how could this happen to me?
Yeah, that's the actual name of that song.
Okay, looks like they're doing a little bit of a U-turn here.
No,
Where are we
Team
going?
Yingxiong. They've had enough. They're hopping on their mounts. Oh, they're getting
No.
a set of relics. No, they're repairing. Okay. All right. So for those who don't know, once you've depleted a Season 3 key, the ethereals will show up in each of the boss rooms, and you can use them to repair. I think you can maybe use them to reset Lust as well. And
You can summon
use
4
them to
sets of
summon
relics.
sets of relics if you want to, which they didn't decide to use there. So good adaptation, adjusting to the fact that we are now over the dungeon timer.
Okay, but we saw this in the bottom corner in the small camera. The tank from Shui Ming, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, he had the bug where he couldn't click the portal. So
brutal.
that's going to throw them
They have a warlock
even
for
further
summons.
behind. At least they have that warlock, yeah, but that will cost them a little bit of time.
All right, so Team Yingxiong gonna try and do this boss fight a little bit more, I guess, cleanly in P2 was the issue there, and like I was saying, when you have your healer doing the collapsing star, it can make the raid damage a little bit dangerous because because your healer is moving so much, not getting a bunch of free healing globals onto the group. So that may be what led to the initial tank death. It's actually going to be shield wall committed here in P1 as well. So
Wait,
danger.
okay, something that I just noticed. I should not have noticed this 31 minutes into the dungeon. Endwalker was tanking in the Theater of Pain, and now he's on the Warlock. They actually swapped who is tanking and who is DPSing in this group.
Interesting.
That is actually
yeah.
really impressive as well.
I'm surprised that I
barely see
didn't
this.
notice that until now.
Oh,
Well,
the
to
combo
be
of the
fair-
collapsing. Oh no, that's
Yeah.
for Shui Meng now. Maybe. Oh, are they gonna be okay? Okay, sorry.
Please
go-
be
go
okay.
ahead, Max.
Please be okay.
Please be okay. There's been so many deaths in this run, I don't think I can handle more this weekend.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
my
this is us
goodness.
getting to our deaths quota for the weekend. So no further deaths will be permitted in any of our remaining MDI China matches. Any teams that do so will be in violation of that rule.
No more
like,
deaths.
Can we please highlight once again how brutal of a key this is?
Yeah.
I can just feel chat's wrath upon whatever is going on in the broadcast right now. It is, I think, and I'm not sure if you guys would agree here, but in my opinion, this is one of the most brutal key affix combinations we have ever seen in the MDI. And it's also not like, I mean, Seed 4 and Seed 5, very close to each other, but not like a very high-seeded team of which you would kind of expect them to do a key like this well. So yes, of course, all of these teams are really good at running keys, but a key as difficult as this one, I do think it makes sense that if stuff goes wrong, it can easily turn out like this. And that wipe that we just saw from our team Heroes Never Die is really, really devastating as well.
Yeah, and another factor that you mentioned earlier was like if your first map in your first match includes a Solia's Gambit, but none of your other series do, it makes a lot of sense to focus more on the other series and just kind of YOLO this map. For both teams in this spot, which at least whichever team stays in the upper bracket is not going to have any Solia's Gambits ahead of them. Down in the lower bracket, there are a few Gambits, but it's bannable everywhere. So I think teams, I think it makes a lot of sense to have this be one that you're, unlucky there. So because those 3 relics were in a line, the Rep Pally, she actually stood in a spot there where she was going to get hit by a jolt twice, and that does kill you. Unless you pop a defensive. Yeah. So when they are 3 in a line like that, you actually have to be really careful if you are the middle link in the chain. And potentially you don't even hit anything and you just let it go between the 2 far people.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like you have to pop bubble or die there. There's not really much. Maybe she could have gotten a Guardian Spirit or something like that.
It depends on the order that the people are being jolted by, because if there's one going from the 3rd to the 5th person, right, then you could just move out of the way and it will still hit all of the relics. But if it needs to go through you, then it is a defensive.
It's in addition to that, it's because like you take increasing damage based on how many times you get hit by that jolt. And I think it's like, what is it, 100% increased damage to the next jolt or something like that?
It was nerfed a little bit since when it came out, but yeah, it's still a lot of extra damage if you get hit, especially 2 right in a row, because it's instant 2 hits of damage.
Pretty much.
All right, so we have now another phase here, another Hyperlight Jolt coming out for Team YING.
The mouse
lining up, calculating trajectory. The mouse is on screen to help us align the arrows, of course.
Exactly. We had to do the trigonometry, so we needed that. We needed that mouse. The crosshairs are helping us out.
You can tell the tank here just really does not like the hunter in the group. Just keeps on moving the mob right outside of the resonating arrow. Just unbelievably toxic behavior there. They are going to be, at least things are looking a little bit better this time. There's a collapsing star spawning. It looks like they're going to go do it. The boss is at 14%. You could potentially make the call to commit here, but instead they are going to do the collapsing star and take that dot. So they just need to make sure that they survive here. There is a rally available if needed to help get through the last little bit of damage here, but it looks like everybody's doing a good job of staying alive. And I think this might be it here. After 36 minutes, Team YING with a display of perseverance have taken the game and the match here over Team ZHUI MENG. Well played, well done, keeping themselves in it as this map started to go a little bit sideways.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of just need a deep breath after that. That was a dungeon that was hard for everybody watching. I do believe that. It was a 2-0 in the end for our team here. But yeah, that means I'm just looking if there's another gambit that's kind of in the cards for this team, but it's not in the grand finals, and I'm not sure. I think in the other 2 it's definitely bannable. So maybe the last time we have seen this gambit for this weekend? Question mark.
Let me just say, if this gambit is bannable, I think it should be banned by either of these teams in any future series, because that was rough. That was brutal. I mean, the thing is, it may be rough for other teams as well. Like those affix combos, like you mentioned, are really, really nasty, especially on plus 24. So maybe you keep it in and you think it could be worse for them than it is for me, but I would be banning it if I was
maybe what happened here as well. So maybe both of these teams were kind of banking on, okay, this is the dungeon that looks really, really scary. The other team is for sure going to take care of it. And them banning something different, hoping that it would get removed and the Spires would be the second map. But it didn't come to that. So maybe just a little bit too safely played from these teams here with leaving that gambit open.
All right, so with that, Team YING are going to advance to the upper quarterfinals. That'll be our first match tomorrow. First, we've got 2 more, though, to take care of today, closing out the second part of our upper bracket. Should be pretty exciting games that we've got for the rest of the day. Some of these dungeons, some of the strategies we've seen, but also just some of the ways these teams have reacted to things going wrong has been really interesting to see. I've been really excited about the team comps as well. We've seen a lot of specs.
Yeah,
haven't gotten too much show in some of our other MDI groups. So always great to see.
I'm really interested to see how this Long Ming team does. They're a team that they've been together for a long time. They competed a lot of like regional cups and stuff like that, online gameplay and things of that nature. And I'm really interested to see how they're going to compare to maybe like SKYLINE from what we saw earlier today, because SKYLINE looked relatively impressive. They were at a 2-minute advantage over Long Ming in the time trial, so that would mean that SKYLINE is probably the favorite. But at the same time, the meta kind of favors Long Ming, and experience maybe also will favor them. So I'm really, really interested to see how they're going to do in this next series. And are they going to be able to take it down? Are they going to look like the team with the most experience? How is it really going to shape up here?
Yeah, before we go into break, I do want to let you know that the team that's called Chabudodele has a cat girl as their avatar, so clearly I'm rooting for them.
God, I love cats.
And on that note, we are going to go to a brief break before we get to our next series. Don't go anywhere. Except for you, Makes. Welcome back to MDI China Edition, as we are watching through the VODs of the Chinese stage qualification bracket. Happened a couple of weeks ago. We've got a hopefully a little bit fewer deaths lined up in our first map of this series between Long Ming and Chabu Duo de Le. What I'm going to go with for these team names.
Good one.
That's the best I got. Are you excited for this series?
Yeah, definitely. So Tettles already mentioned Long Ming being kind of the dark horse of this Chinese final. And then, of course, the other team has this really cute cat girl, Avi. So I kind of think they're pretty nice. That's going to be what I go by here. And I'm really excited to see the dungeons. Of course, it's day one, so a lot of the dungeons we haven't seen yet. We don't know how the ethics play out. Keep in mind, I'm just going to go over this until everybody has it hammered into their brain. This is a rebroadcast. It happened 3 weeks ago, so a lot of the routes back then weren't as known to these teams and players as they are right now. So there could even be some interesting tech that we haven't seen just yet because it hasn't been broadcasted to kind of our channels. And like we just saw in that gambit, there is some tech that we aren't aware of, like tanking the last boss between the cart and the wall for the assassins to spawn there and stuff like that.
At the same time, like moving the boss to the cart and the wall, there are disadvantages of doing it like that too. Like your boss damage is going to be a little bit lower. Yeah, there are a couple of disadvantages, but yeah, like you said, there is definitely going to be some interesting tech coming out. There's been a lot of evolutions and adaptations of like composition over the course of the past couple of weekends as well, which we're going to see that kind of going back to the initial stages of what we saw from compositions from that week one, basically the Cup A kind of similar situation to that.
Yes, we are starting off here with the Spires of Ascension. Long Ming coming in with the 2nd seed up against Chabu Duo, who have the 7th seed. So there certainly is an advantage here for Long Ming, but it's going to be important to see how close are they to the SKYLINE level, right? Is this going to be a group where, of course, unlike our Western groups, there's only one ticket out of the Chinese region, right? So the matchup between Long Ming and SKYLINE is going to be super duper important if it gets to that. And here we're really going to get to start to see what that's going to look like. But right off the bat, wow, we've got some cool stuff going on here. We've got the Protection Paladin gracing our screens here from Team Chabu Duo over on the right, and the Havoc Demon Hunter. Meanwhile, over on Team Long Ming, like you were saying, Tettles, it seems like it's not like they are actually playing the meta specs as multi-classers so much. It's more that this is a group of people who happen to be maining the specs that have largely been this season's meta, right? The Blood Death Knight, the Holy Priest, the Destro Lock, the Survival Hunter, right? Like these are people that either main or second alt those specs already.
I think the Serve Hunter was like it's a Hunter player, but like obviously then they were able to adapt and pick up Serve. Playing Serve is a little bit different than playing like ranged, like a MM Hunter or something like that. But at the same time, just that familiarity with the specials, like with the classes kit and stuff like that, I feel like just overall that's going to be a significant advantage for them. In addition to that, they are running a Fire Mage, which we have seen played some. It hasn't been the most popular thing this season, but at the same time, it's not a bad option. And Long Ming immediately going really, really large with this Lust pull that we do see into the first boss here. Ooh, this is actually a really scary pull for them.
Yeah, definitely. And both of these teams are going for kind of the big pull here, but Long Ming with the boss, and they're definitely gonna make sure to amplify all of the dangers that this pull brings. They're doing a fantastic job of clearing everything out. There still is one more Goliath in there, but they got the interrupt on that, so it's going to come with one of the mages. Like the mage just got hit by one of the projectiles, is going to live here though. But then on the other side, we have our team Chabu Duo, and they're just finishing off this trash and are not chain pulling into the boss or not playing this together with the boss. So of course Team Long Ming will pull ahead here by a substantial amount.
All right, now Chabu Duo, like you said on the right side of your screen, they do get that final mob, end up getting it killed off. They're in a position where like they are behind somewhere probably in the range of like 45 seconds even, maybe a little bit longer on this boss. But they the first couple of pulls of this dungeon are incredibly dangerous, and the fact that they were able to overcome those and make it look pretty seamless, something like that is really, really important because it is 23 fortified, bursting, storming. Like 23 fortified, the trash into the boss is a really daunting task, which is why we saw Long Ming electing to use the Bloodlust there. It just makes sense in that context.
Yeah, we actually look at this prop pally damage coming out from Chabu Duo as well. Now, a lot of this is on pull. When you're playing a spec like prop pally on pull, you get to hit Wing's Divine Toll, and there's all these relics, and your shields are bouncing between 5 targets, even on a boss like this on pull. But still, that is a lot of damage to be bringing from a tank player. Although, similar damage, actually, I guess, but the problem with the Long Ming damage is that included the full AoE pull up to this point as well, whereas this is just the boss for Chabu Duo. So yeah, definitely impressive prop pally damage coming out here. Let's see what pull Long Ming elects to set up here if they want to grab a bunch from the left and then run over to the right like we've seen, and that's exactly what they're up to here. The gateway set up to facilitate this move.
Ooh, okay, so yeah, look at this. Now they're lining around the corner. Ooh, and their hunter.
Flare.
The hunter for Long Ming also looks like he's grabbing the Praetor, he's grabbing all of those stealth claws. And hey, I mean, this is an incredibly dangerous pull. It is bursting 23 fortified, but like at the same time, there is enough CC with things like the Shadow Fury. Like you have to be really careful with like Blasphemy stuns and Shadow Fury. But assuming that you are chaining these like Infernal stuns correctly, it should be fine. And as long as everybody's stacked up for a Mass Dispeller, they have their Dwarf Racial. This is a pull that can be done, especially with this composition. Looking at the Fire Mage popping the Combustion, hey, this is looking pretty good for Long Ming.
Yeah, they have 5 stacks now. That's going to be... And actually, yeah, there's the Master Spell used. Okay, now they have Dwarfs still, though. Dwarfs on most of the team to get through this. Dwarf was also used by the tank to remove some of the bleeds. Really powerful there, and they've done it. They've gotten through the worst of the bursting, so impressive pull coming out from Long Ming. This team, I mean, that is a full-on MDI-sized pull on a 23 fortified. Making that pull work is something that a lot of our Western teams failed to do when they attempted it in previous weekends. So Long Ming looking really real here.
I'm surprised at Chabu Duo's like racial abilities that they're using. So they have 2 Mechanomes, 2 Night Elves, and 1 Dwarf. The only reason that I question it, so if this was like a Spires of Ascension, like a normal Spires of Ascension, it would be kind of weird, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've ever seen. But considering the fact that it's also bursting, that's the part for me that seems like rather strange.
Yeah, so the Mechanome, the strongest part of the Mechanome kit is like when you drop below 20% health, you heal, right? On a cooldown.
The strongest point of the Mechanome kit is certainly the damage that it provides. It's like a stacking main stat buff that you get over time while in combat, and it's like one of the higher damage racials in the game. I think them and Human, are generally the highest DPS racials right now. But yeah, I mean, they're... I was about to call it a cheat death. It's not necessarily a cheat death. It's like a Nature's Guardian kind of ability.
That shaman effect. Yeah. Oh, and there's one skirmisher that they didn't quite grab there that they're just going to bring with them over to the other side here. And yeah, the prop pally actually really nice against this part of the dungeon as well, because you can like bop off the bleed stacks from these stealth claws too. So another little benefit of that protection paladin. But Long Ming have already dealt with the next platform already, so they are pulling so far ahead over on the left-hand side. They're getting ready to set up their next pull. I wonder how big they want to go. Probably just going to do this by itself, unless... Okay, yeah, unless... Okay,
I mean, I don't think they'll go for it. They're doing it by
itself. Point right, point left.
They're having a little think about it, but no, they're going to just do this, get that Cypher, but then probably go and do the next 2 pulls with a Kyrian Spear, perhaps, or maybe without it and save it for something big later. We've seen a lot of teams doing different stuff in this area. Where's that patrol? Where are those 5 Ether Divers? Okay, they're coming now. It's not the worst patrol I've ever seen, but it's certainly not the best.
So I think that was one of the reasonings why they didn't go for it right there, on top of it being a really difficult pull. But the Ether Drivers were just so far away for them with how the patrolling worked that it just makes so much more sense to wait here, pull the Ether Drivers into this other pad, and just DPS it down together with the orb.
They also commit their spear there. So I'm really surprised that they ended up committing their spear there. So it is a 23 fortified with bursting, but at the same time, we've seen some teams do some really crazy stuff as the weekend has gone on. Oh man, and this is a really bad patrol for.
It's gonna be the invis from the mage
Yeah.
that will let them get through here, but still, this is gonna cost them quite a bit of extra time.
This is the disadvantage of not having a rogue, right? Or like not killing a woe.
The woe cipher, yeah, you can get the woe from the previous pull instead of the
Exactly.
All right, so they are now going to see what they want to do with the squad leader pull. My guess is skip it because
Please skip.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's getting
mind
mind soothed. There's a sheep in there, polymorph.
Great.
All right, good skip.
There we go. Beautiful.
So on live keys, a lot of teams will end up playing that pack, and it's not very dangerous. The squad leader and that pull just in general, if you have enough CC to get those mobs CC'd, it's not that bad. You're just gonna kill the squad leader off. The biggest issue and the reason that at least I was hoping that they were gonna skip it is because it's dangerously slow, especially for like general MDI routes. Even though it is a 23 and the pulls can be kind of scary here, we do need to see these teams being like able to get count without doing stuff like that. There are some pulls, such as like the Justicars, such as the Wardens on the back half of this dungeon that are very dangerous if you don't have like intricate CC chains. But these are teams that have an immense amount of practice that should be able to skip the squad leader patrols just because they are so slow.
Yeah, they are doing a good job of this. They are at 71% count, so they do have to do something medium to big at the end of the dungeon here. And they won't have a spear available for it unless they decide they don't want a spear for the angels at the end, which I assume they do want that spear. Oh!
Wait.
What is going on here for Team Long Ming? We have a pot tender coming out, followed by a death for the mage.
Oh,
this is
I know what
squad leader
happened.
pull.
So
the polymorph is what happened.
Exactly. I don't think this is intentional. So they burned a polymorph on one of the ads, and you can like walk by the pack, and like a polymorph is not an out of combat CC. So if you walk by the mobs, you're gonna group proxy the whole entire pack. And so then once the polymorph expired, or once the other CCs expired, it group pulled this whole entire pack into the boss. And now this is looking like it's gonna be a wipe for Long Ming. I mean, this is just like not really a pull that's doable. Grabbing all of the trash into Ventinax is, I mean, Ventinax is one of the by far the most dangerous boss in this dungeon. So
okay. Look at this, though. They did a great job. What they actually did there was kite it out for an extra 20 seconds so that their battle res would come off cooldown, so that they could battle res the healer, so that their healer could then accept the battle res after combat and get the mass res off. So even when that happened for them, they did a really good job of recovering it, and they are going to be able to pull the boss again much quicker as a result. However, this may open the door here for Chabu Duo to catch up over on the right-hand side. Let's see what they want to do with the trash up in this area. Maybe it's a spear pull for them.
Apparently that tip that popped up on screen was whenever they pulled the squad leader. It wasn't even Ventinax, it was the squad leader. It just says, abandon squad captain, abandon the team leader, kill with the highest priority. Enemies on the screen will receive 75% damage reduction. Yeah, so I mean that's why you don't pull it generally, is because like the 75% DR on mobs that surround it is just not that great.
Yeah, that's got to be an unfortunate side effect, as you said, of the polymorph combat thing.
Yeah,
that's the exact same tech that we're seeing some teams use. You know, that like using a freezing trap, using a polymorph, getting in combat, and then getting the mob to come a minute later. Right? That can be good if you want like a woe cipher, but it's very bad if you don't want to pull the pack and you kind of don't realize that you're in combat with it yet.
We're getting a really good POV of the Ventinax missiles.
Yeah, very cool.
Can't really see the team, but the Ventinax missiles look great.
Okay. The missiles looked great, yeah. They're kind of stacking them fairly close together, although not like right on top of each other. Generally, this is the easiest way to make them dodgeable, is to have them coming from roughly the same spot, so that people can kind of look at just one area of the screen and know that all the projectiles are coming from there. And so you spawn, every time you spawn two of them, then you move further away and you then get to dodge from just that one direction.
They're doing the line strategy for this, where they're like you were saying, just making sure. But the big part of most of the strategies on Ventinax is making sure that you do in fact move that boss pretty far away, because during this recharge missiles phase, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that absolutely can go wrong if you're not playing it almost perfect.
But
they have
speaking of doing it perfect, the boss is down, and on the other side of our screens, there's something happening.
There's an angel.
So
Looks like a
while
death
trying
skip gone
to-
wrong of
to
some
skip
kind, or
here. Yeah,
not a
so
death skip, but yeah, became one.
it did look like some Invis potions were burnt, and I'm not sure if the rest of the team just didn't have one because they were damage potting or something. But because we have that Paladin, we have somebody in the group that can res, picking up that priest, gonna res a second time, to have the group back together. So it's not as big of a loss. And they're definitely not in fight with the group from what we can tell right now. So should be good to pull Ventonax here.
All right, but you do see Long Ming has already dealt with Ventonax. They're picking up their second spear. I'm really interested to see where they're going to be using it. Are they going to go for a Triple Angel pull? Triple Angel is, I mean, pretty deadly on this Keystone level is what I will say. 23 fortified. It's doable, but you have to have the spear. But at the same point, like doing like a Goliath pull here or like a big Justicar Warden pull, you would rather need the spear for that. So I'm really interested to see where they use their second spear. Maybe they're going to, because I think that they're going to have to make a concession. Because either this pull is going to have to be small like it is right here, or the Triple Angel would have to just be a double into a single.
Yeah, so they are just going to start off with just the one pull. The Dismantler as well. A lot of damage coming out, though. Fire Mage damage also looking pretty solid here for Team Long Ming. You know, you think about the Chinese region, and there's been two big M+ Fire Mages that I've known about from this region, right? There was Qingxin and Melody, who's playing on Team SKYLINE, but I actually am not familiar with the mage from Team Long Ming, but busting out the fire in Spires of Ascension and doing a lot of damage on, a lot of work on that spec. Definitely looking strong.
I mean, in general, the Chinese region for a long time has been known for pretty strong Fire Mage gameplay. It's just one of the specs that they tend to prefer and they tend to really excel at is just that Fire Mage. And that and like Ret Paladin, I think, are the two things that
I was going to say Outlaw Rogue as well. As you remember,
Outlaw. Outlaw Rogue.
Good parses that I've seen from some Chinese logs with Outlaw Rogue.
It's crazy. It's crazy because like Ret Paladin is relatively underplayed in the Western region, but the Chinese region. I mean, we even saw it in the last series. It's just like 2 series ago, I think. The Ret Paladin. I mean, it's utilized by the Chinese region, and it looks pretty good whenever we see it. But it's one of those things that you generally think about, and we're like, it's pretty bad. But they make it look relatively decent, kind of similar with the Fire Mage. It's like Fire Mage, most of the Western teams have, whenever they're playing something like a third DPS role, it's been a lot of Windwalker Monk, it's been a lot of Outlaw Rogue, Demon Hunter. Not a ton of Fire Mage, but we do see Long Ming here preferring that Fire Mage, at least for the Spires of Ascension.
Yeah, this is now in 3 series, the third mage spec we've seen as well. We've seen all 3, and the weekend is very young, so great to see mages worldwide rejoicing here as Long Ming are going to advance to 84% count off of these skirmishers. They are still going to need to find a little bit more. Maybe they're going to do a trash pull onto Orphirion here towards the end of the boss encounter when it recharges.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, it's something we did see for the past couple of cups, so maybe they were ahead of their time back when they played and already did this tag where you kind of pull more trash onto a river. I think it's a really cool technique and very efficient as well, even if it's fortified.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one more pull of Usurpers, I think, to deal with, but they do need to get
them to 88, though. Yeah,
they need like what is it, like 87.5? I think is what they need to get to. So yeah, I think that they're going to need one more pack in addition to that. I really like the big Warlock gate tech that a lot of teams have been doing. So they've been dropping these orbs here, and then right before this boss enters that recharge phase, like you were saying, they gate and move the boss something in the order of like 100 yards away. That way they're able to get the pack grouped up on top of the boss. But in addition to that, the orbs are really slow to get in, and they're a lot more stacked, which allows the Blood Decay more time to get the orbs soaked. However, this is not what's going to be happening here. They even commit a Lust. Oh man, to this recharge phase.
So the Lust here, this must mean there's not Triple Angels in the future, right? This must mean that the because there's no way you would use a Lust in a fortified key if you were planning to do the Triple Angels on anything else, right?
So hear me out. I think that they could still triple. I think that you're probably right, but I do think that they could still Triple Angel from this point. And the reason for it is because of like the Fire Mage and the fact that they're at 84% enemy forces, which means there has to be some like intermission pull, and they'll be allowed to have all of their cooldowns up if they want to run a Triple Angel without the Lust.
Okay, I'm kind of here for them going for that Triple Angel without Bloodlust, just because dominance I think it would be amazing to see, and I also agree with Tattles, and we're seeing it right now that they are going. Yeah, it would be Giga Chat. They are going for that pack here, where they play some of the trash. Why are you laughing? It's true.
Is that the German version of
make
Giga
sure,
Chad?
Wait, I said it exactly the same way you said it.
Tettles, this is not a broadcast for us to be making fun of pronunciations.
Why not?
True.
Because have you heard the way that we're saying all the Chinese words? There's no way any of it's right. It's
That's not true. Everything I say is correct.
We are
trying our best, yeah. All right, so we do have Long Ming taking care of that trash pull, as you mentioned, and there's 90% counts. They're actually even a little bit over count. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Okay, they pulled another pack. All right,
this wasn't on purpose, no.
This is to skip back to the release point further up faster.
Wait, what?
No.
There's no way that's worth the death timers.
Somebody had to be in combat with some.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe they were resetting. Maybe certain cheat death effects reset on death. Maybe there was something they were doing with that. Something
why would they sack their whole party and not just jump into the well?
Yeah,
I think that somebody accidentally pulled one of the mobs, but
you think it was a polymorph involved again?
I think it was there's weird stuff with the Goliath that's sitting there casting the rebellious fist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it could have been like free casting at them.
You can get in fight with that easily. Okay, let's see. Two of the angels? Yeah, probably two. Ah, come on.
This is normal.
This is normal. I would have liked bonkers, but it's okay. It's normal.
Once they pressed that bloodlust, there was no way that they were.
Yeah, they would have.
Not do
like,
the
they
three.
could have.
No.
It's unprecedented, but they could have.
Dude, I saw Aster Y do triple angel without lust and without spear one time. I can believe that anything is possible at this point.
On a 23
Was it
fortified
though?
I mean, it was in the MDI. Hold on,
maybe not.
It was in the MDI finals last season.
Yeah.
We have a Warlock down, quickly rezzed here for Long Ming. Actually, wait, released, I think, not rezzed, so actually has to fly
it looks
back
like
up.
a release.
I mean,
they shouldn't
here.
have any battle resses if we're...
Yeah, they don't have one, yeah. Now it's
They have one now, so yeah, here we go. But the Warlock should be back with them in a bit.
Tyran inspiring, which is a little bit different, but at the same time, like that was a high key last season. That was I think our highest key level was 22. So I don't know. It's definitely not easy, but I do think it's doable whenever they do have massive cooldowns like they have this season, and like Destro Lock Serve Hunter AoE, especially on 3 targets, is pretty potent.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think nobody would disagree with the fact that doing a triple angel on a fortified plus 23 without bloodlust is absolutely crazy. It's very difficult. But I kind of would have liked them try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love crazy stuff.
Even the double angel here is looking pretty dangerous for Long Ming. You know, they're doing it with basically no cooldown commitments. And with the player
only
dead
2
earlier.
DPS, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It takes them so long. You're doing a really good job of it.
They are going to have the spear for the last angel, which you do want to spear the last one rather than the first 2 generally, because it just has so many brutal mechanics, and it's really nice to be able to just plant and burst damage into it.
Yeah, Klotos does not mess around.
No, she does not.
It's one of those, like, so Klotos is the mob right here that they end up spearing. I mean, most people who have done this dungeon understand why this is happening. So immediately you do see the Infernal committed, you do see the Kyrian spear. All offensive CDs are going to be happening here. Part of it's due to the fact that Klotos is so dangerous. Also part of it's due to the fact that Devos, especially in Phase 1, doesn't really do too much. So these teams are kind of okay to just burn basically everything and not get punished for it.
Yeah, you can see now, once they've had that spear expire, a lot of damage sort of ticking on everybody. If anybody gets hit by one of those projectiles, they are going to die. Luckily, they've done a good job of dodging it so far. The tank frontal also coming out. Oh, very dangerous here for Long Ming. They're nearly fully stacked up on the vulnerability effect here, too. So we can see Ice Block committed by the mage to reset those stacks. It's possible to sit in a turtle for a little while as well if you need to, and let the stacks drop. Wow, so much damage coming out.
Goes down. No.
And there's that turtle.
Yeah, but you're not going to do any damage in that turtle,
Oh.
so down as well the hunter goes. It's only the mage, the priest, and the blood DK, but they will be able to surge down. Very, very clutch.
All right, we do see Chabudo.
Yeah,
Is
you're in
Chabudo
fight
doing
for a little
triple
bit when
angel?
you're doing these angels. Yeah?
Yeah, Chabudo, no, they're just fighting. They're fighting
two.
the double.
Oh, no, there was
With-
one
Oh,
in the
they
background. Okay,
spear
yeah.
the double. Okay,
Okay.
interesting. I don't hate it. I think it does make sense to like commit the spear on the double. Generally, the Kyrian spear, like the damage amp on it, is not normally the most important part. Normally, it's like the stun is like the biggest piece, but the damage amp, especially for time efficiency purposes, it makes a lot of sense to slam it on the double. They do have a healer death, but Chabudo is in a position where if Long Ming has any mistakes on Devos, they can catch back up.
Yeah, this is surprisingly actually gotten very close. Given the way the dungeon started, I was surprised. I'm surprised to see Chabuduo keeping it this close, but they are doing a good job. And yeah, like you said, I mean, there's 25 seconds of death timer as well here that are in favor of Chabuduo. So still, they do have an extra angel to kill, but one wipe on Devos certainly changes who's ahead here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think 23 fortified Devils shouldn't be too much of a problem. We do know that they have some cooldowns once the phase is over, but first they're going to run a couple of orbs. And looking at the timer, I mean, there was a little bit of an unfortunate situation happen at Ventonax, which, while they were nearly done with the boss fight, they had to run into it again. But I think 25 on plus 23 fortified is not terrible, and it's definitely, from what we've seen so far, a pretty clean run.
I mean, most teams are doing this dungeon probably ending around like the 23-minute mark, if I had to guess. So I mean, 25, especially on like a 23 fortified, is a little bit slow. But I do think that there is like some really easy ways to be able to improve this run by a substantial amount.
Yeah, there's definitely still a lot of time on the table. I mean, just looking at the death timer, right? Obviously, a huge amount of time here. Long Ming on the left had that huge problem with the Ventonax, effectively full resetting at like 20% health, right? So that was really brutal for their timer. Even still, they've looked really fast in this dungeon. And a lot of their strategies have been like MDI sized, right? What they did after the first boss, pulling all of the mobs in that whole platform.
Is this about what you expect from the Chinese second seed? Or is it something that you do think that like SKYLINE is still pretty substantially ahead?
Looking at the maps we saw out of SKYLINE, I mean, those didn't look necessarily any different or better, I would say, than this. I mean, obviously the full wipe from Long Ming here and the 12 deaths now that they have on the board is a lot. But yeah, keeping that aside, I would say tactically, strategically, they're looking on pace. That being said, we don't know how much SKYLINE was holding in reserve, right? Sometimes you see the first seeded team playing in a series and keeping their best under wraps for later in the weekend.
All right, looks like Long Ming here has fired the last javelin at Devos. Just 15% left on the boss. This is honestly not a part of the fight where much is very dangerous. There's absolutely no way they could wipe from here, as Dratnos would always say.
No way they could wipe from here.
Please don't say that.
There's no way. No.
Like, coming back to kind of SKYLINE against or versus Long Ming, I think heavily favoring Long Ming is that they main classes that are really strong right now. And then, of course, we can't really say much about SKYLINE, but knowing their history and knowing what we saw out of them today, I do think they were holding back because it would make sense strategically. And they're known for, like, top-notch play. So I think while Long Ming looks promising on kind of what they can do, and of course they're going to take the 1-0 here as the first match that they're playing, but I do think it's the execution that can bite them a little bit. So they need to kind of clean up what they're doing, and then they can look really, really strong against SKYLINE.
I do still worry about their tactics just generally. Like, the Spires of Ascension wasn't that bad, but I do think that like SKYLINE is still just a couple of steps ahead, just tactically in regards to like how they were doing some of their dungeons. But I mean, Long Ming looking pretty good. They're able to take down that Spires of Ascension. I mean, all of the deaths. I mean, the deaths weren't to anything like mechanical. The deaths were like a weird skip with the a weird polymorph skip, and then like the second one was like they sacked to the well because of whatever reason.
Yeah, I will say it's kind of crazy that we saw our first Blood DK of the weekend here after Vengeance Demon Hunter, Brewmaster Monk, Protection Warrior, and at the same time as a Protection Paladin. So it's kind of a crazy time to be alive here watching the MDI China thing. But the Long Ming team that they've used, I mean, that comp, it looked really solid. I loved the Fire Mage coming out of them as well. I think that really filled that last spot really well. I think that's Aspire's tech especially, but I'm curious to see if they have similar innovation to bring out in any of our future maps.
But speaking of that, I was gonna say you have found your team titles. I can tell you're Chabudo all the way. But wasn't Cyro even saying for like all of Cup B and C that a Fire Mage would be really good in Spires? And we were like, Dr. J and Dr. J team will probably bring a mage, since this is a dungeon where you can play mage and do really, really well. And they didn't do it. None of the teams went for it. So I do want to highlight, like, what I've seen so far from the Chinese teams is a lot more creativity when it comes to the specs and charts that they're willing to play and willing to bring into the setting, which I'm really, really here for, to be honest.
It's one of those things that just, like, from talking to some of the MDI teams, so right now Destro and Surf Hunter are the two staples. Like, those are your bread and butter DPS for your composition. And then just, like, from what the other teams have said, like, Demon Hunter and Rogue both have their place, but more often than not, those are either, like, utilized for debuffs or like single target damage profiles, kind of utilized in a similar manner. And then if you're looking for like a third AoE option, generally seen as the best third AoE option is like the Windwalker Monk over the Fire Mage. Like, I don't know how truthful that really is because I haven't played this, but just talking to professionals, it makes more sense that we have seen a lot more Windwalker than Fire. But, I mean, the Fire Mage did look pretty good in the Spires of Ascension, like you were saying, Max. I have to tend to agree with that. Like, the Fire Mage didn't look like it had too many downsides.
Now, this is a dungeon where I think Windwalker makes so much sense because they're a natural Necrolord as well, and you are hunting for the Necrolord effect in Plaguefall and in Theater. So, curious to see if either of these teams have that ready for us here. Really, what I'm hoping for is a Chabu Duo upset, though, because I actually want to see what Long Ming have in Streets. So, I would like to get to that third map. I think that would be really interesting to see out of them because I think that's going to be a place for innovation, especially in this region, given that it's the first time that map will be showcased for Long Ming. I really want to see them there, but if we don't get to see it in this series, maybe we'll get to see it somewhere in the future, and that'll make me happy enough as we do get underway. No Windwalkers to be seen.
Interestingly enough,
it
seems like
no Necrolord
doesn't even have a Necrolord. Yeah.
But the Blood DK is not even playing Necrolord here. He decided instead to slam Kyrian as opposed to Necrolord, which, I mean, it makes sense.
Well,
it's necrotic.
Take that, all puck groups asking for Necrolords in Plaguefall. If Long Ming can do it in a plus 23,
they're not the first team to do it as well. Several MDI teams have opted to just go with no Necrolord in our previous weekends as well. So it's not the first time that it's happened, but I think this might be the first time that we've had two teams that both don't have a Necrolord player in this dungeon. So neither team will be making use of anything, any abuse of like the Red Slime haste double up or anything like that.
Now that I'm really thinking about it, it kind of makes sense on the side of Long Ming. So first off, the Blood DK, while he would prefer to play, like, you would prefer to have him as the Necrolord in this composition, he really wants the Kyrian file for the necrotic resets if he's not going to naturally get one through like Dancing Rune Weapon or something like that. At the same point, like, you want to play the Rogue because it's a 23 Tyrannical, and like the single target damage that provides over something like a Windwalker Monk makes a lot of sense. I think that generally I would have preferred a Windwalker for here, but at the same point, like, I do understand, at least strategically, why the Rogue is also pretty valuable on like this combination. And then at that point, like, it's going to be difficult to fit in a Necrolord after you kind of have to factor in those two slots.
There is a Holy Priest build where you play Necrolord.
Actually, and that is happening so it's just updated over on the right-hand side. Team Chabu Duo, their Holy Priest is playing Necrolord. Like you mentioned. So what is the what's the tech with the now Angel Necrolord? Okay, now just on the floor. So how does that work out?
To be fair, with like Priest and especially Holy Priest, for all of Shadowlands, it was very much like you can play any covenant you like and they just give you different bonuses. Now, a lot of the Holy Priests that we're seeing on all of the MDI keys pick Kyrian, because the Boon of the Ascended gives you so much extra damage that it's just really valuable to bring. Then there's some niche cases where Night Fae is really good because you get that extra cooldown reduction, mana regeneration, and so on. That can be really beneficial to your team. Then if like it's not so much a thing anymore, it used to be at the beginning of Shadowlands, Venthyr with like the mind games for some dungeons can definitely also be an option. And then Necrolord, especially for Holy Priest, there is a technique where you kind of make a lot of use, I'm not 100% sure how it works, but you make a lot of use out of kind of your single target healing, and it gives you resets, if I'm not mistaken. So it's very kind of niche building. If you need a lot of single target healing, then it's a very good kind of spec to go for, but it's viable, and we're seeing it come out of Chabudule.
Yeah, and that means now that they have a Necrolord player, so that anytime that Fleshcraft is on cooldown and you walk over any of the slimes in this dungeon, you get a different buff, and some of them are quite powerful. The strongest is the red slimes, which is an AoE haste aura around you that you get for 2 minutes after you walk over one of them with Fleshcraft on cooldown. So if Chabu Duo can make good use of that, they can potentially gain a lot of time off of it. As you can see, both teams actually... So Chabu Duo, they haven't killed the first boss yet. They are at about the same trash count, so over on the left-hand side, Long Ming have actually gained quite a bit of time from the start of the dungeon, and they are setting up a massive pull here. This pull took 2.5 pulls for Chabu Duo to do, but Long Ming are trying to do it all at once. This is a lot of enemies all at once, though.
Yeah, definitely. That's a huge pull that they're now doing, and it's actually very, very scary as well. It's 23. It is tyrannical, so it's not going to be too terrible, but there are some spitefuls in, and our Blood Decay is fighting really hard to not stack these necrotics up too much. There's a Guardian Angel coming out of that Holy Priest, making sure to give like a little bit of extra sustain, and here comes the Dwarf Rachel resetting all of the necrotic stacks on that Blood Decay. Now he's running, there's a lot of spitefuls everywhere, and we're gonna go into the next pull of these little slimes. They need to finish up on those spitefuls, else there's gonna be a lot of group damage, but here's the Shadow Fury together with a fear from that priest, beautifully dealt with.
Interesting. Yeah, they have these slimes. I wonder if they're going to use these barrels for anything. It looks like they're just leaving those barrels alone. They're not going to use them to kill this pull. I wonder if they're going to use them for a future pull or just leave them around, because you do get quite a bit of free damage from using those neutral barrels that are scattered throughout the river there, but looks like they might just be saying, you know what, those things are more trouble than they're worth. We do enough damage on our own. We don't have to use the barrels at all.
Okay, I just got back. What do we decide on the Necrolord H-Priest? Are we big fans of that?
I'm a big fan of any way to get a Necrolord into your group here. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think it's viable, definitely.
Okay.
The Necrolord ability itself is just like an extra damage thing, so it's not very much that. But the build you go into as like a Necrolord Holy Priest from Conduits and so on is very interesting, and it's something I've been hoping to see, for example, in the Race to World First. It didn't come up, unfortunately. But it's been around for a while. It's just a lot of like heal pressing and single target ramping on single target players.
Sure. I'm really surprised to see Long Ming is actually electing to play that Fey H-Priest. It's not like the most surprising thing. It's definitely super popular in Raid. And if you can make a good usage out of the CDR for some of your specializations, then it makes a lot of sense. It just kind of depends on where you want your cooldowns timed. Whenever you're playing dungeons that are super pre-scripted like they are in the MDI, hey, Night Fae definitely can have pretty decent value. Obviously, they have tended to prefer Boon of the Ascended, but it's interesting that we see, more often than not, we haven't seen a lot of spec diversity this season, but we've seen a lot more Covenant diversity, I think, than at least in previous seasons.
Yeah, there are a lot of good options. Another one to mention is the Kyrian Destrolock that we have on the side of Long Ming, again, over on the left-hand side. That Covenant has been one of 3 that Destrolocks have been playing alongside Fae and Venthyr, depending on the situation. And it's a really good way, especially in any dungeon where you have ads on bosses, to just get a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, Long Ming is already in the area where Dr. Ickes is jumping around, dealing with some of the ads, making
Wow.
sure the path is clear. They really have a very good speed here.
I love what they did with that pull as well, the pull with the purple slime. They grouped all the mobs up, let the plague borers explode on the purple slime mobs, and then they ripped the purple slime out. But they have got
Oh my
Dr.
God.
Ickes coming into this pull here. I don't know if this was planned, but it does look like they're getting ready for it. So yeah, there's the resonating arrow. This does look like they are not panicking. So I think that they did intend for the boss to come into this pull, which is
It
scary.
does look like they're not panicking. That's very true. That's a super, super scary pull that they're doing right now. There is going to be Spitefolds coming out. He's going to stack up those necrotics, has the dwarf racial again available. You're going to get earth, so just a little bit of extra healing. But we haven't seen this pull as much in the past couple of weeks, Tettles.
I mean, we have, but it hasn't been on this affix set, I think is like the important thing to note. So, I mean, on a pull like that, the most dangerous part by far is like the trash stacking up the necrotic on the tank. And that to me was the thing that was the most scary. And then like with Blood Decay being a little bit more meta, it seems like that is definitely the answer to that. So you have like Dancing Rune Weapon, so he's not going to naturally get stacks as fast. And then this is probably part of the reason that he is on that Kyrian, right? It's just like that Kyrian Blood Death Knight, while he doesn't have access to be able to get the Necrolord buff, he's able to Kyrian File or Dwarf Racial, whatever he prefers, and get those necrotic stacks removed if he feels like he is in danger.
Yeah, I mean, the necrotic just naturally dropped there from the power of Rune Weapon as well, which is such an impressive part of the Blood Death Knight kit, right? Getting to that like 70% parry, dodge, combined chance. You only have to do a little bit of backpedaling, a little bit of slowing of mobs, and you know, you can just randomly drop those stacks, even on pretty big and scary trash pulls, especially if you have one AoE stun coming into it there.
Dude, Chabuduo, they're pulling a bunch of these tentacles. Oh, man. So these tentacles, they're normally seen as like relatively inefficient. Oh, and a death coming out on the hunter on the side of Chabuduo. These tentacles are generally seen as relatively inefficient because they only give 10 count. And then in addition to that, they blow up, like they end up using your Plague Borer bombs, which you only have like a finite resource of those after a couple seasons. It's just generally not the most MDI efficient level of pulls. While it is safe, and like I would recommend doing something like this in live key situations, it's definitely not something, or it's pretty atypical from MDI teams to be doing something like this.
No, look at the Plague
the
Borers. They're
Plague
going to explode
Borers.
in the background. No!
Pain.
Oh, they're not going to get
I wonder if they
more
even have
sets
any
of
more
those.
waves of them. Okay, there's one more set
more.
at least. Yeah,
Okay.
this is it's not great. Are they going to use it? Are they going to find a way to pull some mobs into it, or are they just going to use it to finish off the mini boss here? If so, that may be a serious slowdown. Oh, over on the side, on the left, on the side of Long Ming, they're actually just going to let that bomb explode. Oh, and it's going to kill one player, one warlock.
No!
Wait, is that legal?
I didn't know that that class could die, but yeah, it looks like it did happen here. Maybe
I
just
feel like that's fake news.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that class could die either. I've never seen that class die before.
I mean,
Even
he
Pop
got
is-
picked up very quickly, so I think we can all agree on it didn't happen.
He even popped his red button. One of his red buttons.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you ever press two of those and die, that's when you know that something is really wrong.
It's honestly because he wasn't in the anti-magic zone. That's probably why he died.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
In
maybe.
actual reality.
All right, well, that is going to be the second boss going down for Long Ming. One death on the board for them, but that is okay as they now have 65% count. Only have to do a little bit here in the area towards Domina Venomblade. I wonder what they're going to opt to do coming down the stairs here. We've seen some teams just jump out over on the right-hand side, and that is exactly what Long Ming
here we
are
go.
doing. They're going to run around the slime and the tentacle, and maybe they'll get the woe here like we saw. I forget which team did. I think it may have been Donuts in Despair last weekend over in Group C. Of course, this is pre-recorded footage. This all happened well before the Group C weekend. It happened during the same weekend as Group A over on the global region. So
Yeah.
anything you're seeing here was independently developed.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this has been a strategy that's been around since Season 1. It just kind of depends on the affixes you need, depends on how much count you really want. Because, like you were saying, those tentacles, while some MDI teams end up pulling them, there are a certain number of, like, pretty cringe, like, inefficient pulls that you're going to have to be doing. Oh,
Angel.
how did we get an angel? on that pull. Weird. Anyways,
I'm
as I
not
was
sure
saying,
if it was spiteful, to be honest. There was there was a spiteful going around. Maybe he got meleeed,
it
but I'm
almost
not
certainly was a
sure.
bonk.
It looked
from the spiteful.
like a bunk, yeah, like a little
more
clawy
sense.
claw. But yeah, you were saying.
Like you're gonna have to do like certain number of pulls that you don't love, and so by skipping that one tentacle, they're gonna have to end up doing like probably a pack that they don't love in this area. Probably one of those other tentacles with like a defender or something like that. It's just about where you want to maybe get that last like 5 to 10% of your enemy forces and like what you want to realistically skip, because there's like not 100% of your pulls are going to be great. You're definitely going to need some like intermission pulls where you're letting your CDs come up and that kind of thing. But it's just kind of having that balance and making your route the most consistent it can be.
All right, this is a scary set of enemies here. A lot of stealthlings spawning for Long Ming here. The set of far ones are about to cast as well. Here they come.
Oh, jump.
Killed midair.
By a bomb.
Yeah, Wildfire Bomb comes out and takes them down. A little bit dangerous for Long Ming, but nothing they can't handle. And they have now dealt with the worst of this pull, except for a couple of Spiteful Shades. Maybe these Spiteful Shades will claim another life. No, they're good. They got it figured out. And now at 81% count, they're going to take one sniper with them into Dominant Venom Blade here.
They also had an ambusher that they sapped off to the back of the room. They have to be really careful whenever they are doing the assassins during this Domina phase. But overall, like I really do like skipping that ambusher as well. That's a mob that generally is not seen as like super efficient, and it can be also pretty deadly if you're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to be really, really smart in dealing with it. I think it's been around for forever now that people are just letting it cast, so you get rooted and have free damage, so all of the smallies don't spawn. But Long Ming on to the boss fight will finish up on everything that's around them. There's one more Spiteful that they need to finish off, and they're doing a fantastic job of that. And now that it is time for like some ads that are jumping around, but I don't think this boss fight should be too scary for them, to be honest.
I mean, it is a 23 Tyran, but like you said, they have a lot of ways that they can get the ambushers or the assassins out of those webs as a death for the hunter. This is actually a fight that is very dangerous for Hunter, even on like a 23 Tyran, because they have to rotate like their CDs perfectly, and even if they do rotate their defensive cooldowns perfectly, and they get things like anti-magic zone and GS on them, they can still die if they get targeted over and over again.
Yeah.
By that stun. It's just one of those things that like they don't have enough defensive capabilities on their own, and even if they are supplemented, if they just continue to get targeted, they can still die.
Once again, proving that Blizzard was just being sarcastic by naming them survival.
Yeah. That's messed up.
Good shade, good shade.
It is true. They do everything. They do the damage, they do the CC, they do immunities. Hunters have a lot, right?
Well,
they even have Bloodlust. They used to have a Battle Res. I don't anymore. But the one thing Hunters cannot do is survive. Like, they're so squishy.
I don't know, whenever
You
you
have
have
a
that Lust
turtle,
Pest
and
out,
that's it.
you got leech from your pet. If you just do enough damage, you survive as well. So, you know, if you die, it's just you weren't doing enough damage. You didn't get enough leech. Keep yourself up. Wow, we have a full boss, though, now separating these two teams as Chabu Duo nearly finished on the right-hand side, killing off the second boss. Meanwhile, the third boss for Long Ming over on the left at 10% health. So firmly in the lead, even though they do have one extra death on the board. They have probably got something like 3 or 4 minutes of advantage here. I wonder what Chabu Duo, though, are going to do coming down here, whether they're going to jump off over to the right. No, they're going to just fight this tentacle as most teams tend to do on the live servers, right? Just run in and grab the tentacle.
Yeah.
Although they're grabbing the trash over on the side as well.
Is Dreadnough's mic crackling, Migs?
It is a little bit crispy, but I think it's only for us. I don't think it's on the broadcast.
Oh,
so.
I hope it's only for us.
I'll go
It
refresh
happens.
it.
It happens sometimes, so Dratnos will refresh and the mic should be uncrisped once he's back. But yeah, they are pulling the right side of the trash into this tentacle here and making sure that they're not doing, you know, the famous one mob gaming which you really want to avoid in any kind of key setting. So they're finishing up on that pull. There's 2 more Spitefuls that they're dealing with. Now they're going to go into the big platform on the middle. But on the left side, Long Ming has reached the final boss room. They're dealing with the trash here. That's a little bit of a spicy moment. Hunter takes so much damage here, but can survive. And they are DPSing down all of these little smallies.
I think that how Long Ming is actually doing this pull is pretty decent. So a lot of the times you're going to want to just pull all of these devout ads at once. But at the same time, the devout ads are not generally what's going to like halt your progression in this room. It's going to be this mini boss. And so instead of like just grabbing all of those mobs at once, you do see they're just like moving the mini boss around. They're allowing it to teleport into the packs, kind of similar to what we see on Bolstering. And they're just kind of making sure to focus it down. They're utilizing that rogue cleave. They're also getting away from Spitefuls as they spawn because they're not having any of that. And then just the devout ads end up dying around the same time that mini boss ends up dying, which is ultimately pretty fine.
All right, they're going right into the last boss now. 100% count, so they just have to kill off this boss. It is fortified, right? So, or it's tyrannical, so long boss fight with necrotic stacking up as well. A lot of extra time to be done here, but they will have Bloodlust to use during one of the phases if they want it, which I wonder which phase they're going to send it. Usually you see like the Bloodlust in P2 and the cooldowns in 1 and 3, but it does depend on what exact comp you're running.
I mean, for cooldowns for phase 1 right there, they're just using that buff and nothing, literally nothing else. They do have access to Dwarf Racial, but it looks like those things are going to be on CD for an extended period of time, so I suspect it's going to be Lust 2, Dwarf Racial 3. The Infectious Rain is by far the most dangerous part of this boss, but it's kind of weird because as the expansion has gone on, I would argue that Margrave Shaddam has gotten a lot easier. Just the amount of burst damage that is coming out of most specializations has made Margrave pretty trivial.
Yeah, because you have this time while the tentacle phase is happening to recover your cooldowns, right? So you actually can kind of push through each of the individual phases fairly quickly. That does sort of stop being true in high tyrannical, which is 23 tyrannical, fairly high keystone level. So we will see the infectious rain casts in each phase. But yeah, if you're doing enough damage, if the key level is low enough, if it's fortified in particular, sometimes you don't even get the full channel of the first infectious rain each phase, which makes it so much easier.
I mean, that's even true on like a 27. Like it's even true on like 28 fortified and stuff like that, where you're able to not get like 2 to 3 infectious rain casts because the power of just like cooldowns and burst this season has been amplified pretty heavily by double legendary, 4 set, plus kind of the specs that are meta this season. You do see like that Destro Lock, that Serve Hunter, able to provide just a pretty sizable amount of just like upfront burst.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, especially with kind of the way that Encrypted has come in, there's a lot you can do if you don't have cooldowns at the beginning or later. You can like take it by and let it jump around and live and kill it off once the second phase starts, or even the third one, depending on how you want to handle your cooldowns. So I think the new affix has given you a lot of freedom in how you want to play her out. But in general, teams has also, like, people have gotten better at playing it as well, I think, just over time, of like figuring out how to use your cooldowns and how to make sure that you get the most out of it.
So looking at Long Ming's timer here, they're going to end up ending this around, it looks like the timer is stopped at 2045. I mean, I feel like some of the other teams that we've seen from even on more difficult affix sets have ended this dungeon in somewhere like the 16 to 18 minute range. But this makes me wonder, like, if Long Ming is really, like, if they're still ramping, maybe they're playing a more conservative strategy. Those are things that we still have to talk about. Or in addition to that, maybe it's just one of those things that this did happen during the same time as Cup A, and so the strategies have evolved over time, and the 16 to 18 minute runs that we're kind of used to seeing in Plaguefall aren't something that we would have seen in Cup A.
To be honest, we did have in Cup A Plaguefall plus 23 Tyrannical Bursting Volcanic, and Baldy had locked in a time of 16:20, and Evolved had locked in a time of 15:4. So I would say those are fairly similar affixes. Of course, Necrotic slowing you a little bit down in terms of how big can you pull, But I
Yeah.
think it gives a pretty fair representation of where kind of Longming parks between those teams.
Yeah, I think that Long Ming is definitely going to need to probably step it up if they're going to compete with versus Skyline, because like Skyline's times were relatively competitive with some of our top Western teams. But I do think that Long Ming is definitely in a spot where if they play to their strengths, they certainly can give Skyline a run for their money.
Yeah, and there is a lot of Plaguefall in their bracket as well, so this is a map that they should be fairly familiar with. That being said, it's a 2-0 victory for Longming that sends them into the upper bracket. It'll be our second match tomorrow, but we have to find out who they're playing against. That's going to be our last match of the day coming up soon, which is Dwi versus the Turkey team. Which
I'm hashtag Team Turkey.
Turking it up, yeah. We're all
To be
Team Turkey.
fair,
I don't
the first time I saw it, I was like, why is a Chinese team calling themselves Team Turkey? Because I was thinking of the country. And as somebody who's not like grown up in an English country, you need to explain to me why the country and the gobble gobble animal have the same name. Like, what is that?
The gobble gobble animal came before the country. So why did the country copy itself after the gobble gobble? Which came first?
I'm not sure that's true.
The egg or the country?
That feels
And the
like
answer here is
American
certainly
education. I'm sorry.
the egg. Anyways, we'll be back after this break, and we're going to see if Team Turkey can gobble their way into the upper bracket. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Welcome back to the final match of our first day here of our MDI China rebroadcast. I'm Dranos, joined by Makes and Tettles. And we've got ZHUI up against Turkey team. Any predictions coming into this one?
I think that I'm going with the Gobblers, Team Turkey. I have to represent my people. Although the ZHUI troll face is pretty funny, pretty elite.
It's a panda. How great
can we
is
get a
it?
full screen on the team icon?
The team logos, just once again, I'd love to see them. So to be fair, I think I'm going to go with ZHUI because I think they have a really funny name and a really funny logo, and so far that has never proven me wrong. I do think Team Turkey is pretty nice though as well.
They're also the 3rd seed, I believe, whereas Team Turkey is the 6th seed. So they're certainly the favorite, at least in like expectation. Generally, has a 6th seed beaten a 3rd seed in any of the matches that we've seen so far?
I don't think we've had a day 1 upset in all of this MDI season, but it's actually we had one earlier today. I guess the 5th seed beating of the 4th, but
we had 5s take down 4s, but like
6 and 3 is usually the 3rd is fairly favored. So yeah, that's ZHUI that are the favorites here. This series fairly low keys all throughout it, right? We've got a 21, a 23, and then a 22, and the 24 Gambit banned by Turkey team, the 22 Necrotic Wake taken out by ZHUI, which means, of course, we start off in DOS, that first map, just as it is in the Western region, not bannable, so that one has to be in there. And it is 21 Inspiring DOS, which there are some tough Inspiring pulls in this dungeon if you're not careful, but there are some ways to mitigate it, especially in an MDI setting.
I think the biggest mitigation of it's like that it's on a 21, right? So first off, the way of mitigating it, but 2, it's like on a 21, especially with like Destro plus Serve Hunter, depending on what these teams are running, mobs can just get insta-killed if you are going to put like ample amounts of prio damage into them.
All right, so I'm curious to see what comps we're going to see out of these two teams. We've seen so much diversity so far in the Chinese region, but these two teams are the last unknown. Seen them, will have seen all 8 of our teams that we will have this weekend. I wonder if there are any more surprises to come. We've already seen Arcane Mage, Rep Paladin, Frost Mage, Prot Warrior. Couple more specs though that I'd like to see in here. Let's see what we got.
Are there any teams that have surprised you coming in this weekend? Either of you two?
To be fair, I wouldn't say I don't know as many Chinese teams, so I can't really be surprised by special things, if that makes sense. But I am very surprised by like the general notion, and I said this before, of players kind of flexing into not as strong meta classes just because it's more of a comfortable pick, and them doing really well with it. So we have seen a great variety and diversity in terms of what players are bringing into the tournament. And I think it looked really nice, and a lot of the stuff that I've seen so far is probably also viable in Western keys, and I would like to see more of that.
Interestingly enough, looking on the left side of your screen here, you see ZHUI. They are beelining to the Dealer's Iexa wing, which is not abnormal going to this Ardenweald wing. But the biggest thing is they haven't done a pull yet, so they didn't get a Woe Relic. They literally just beelined it to here. They even dropped like the Warlock Gate and were making their way here. I wonder if this is going to be like their Lust pull or what?
Oh, look at this Necrolord DK as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, they're Horde. They're Horde.
Yeah.
Oh, Loktar. All right.
They're Horde. Horde and Necrolord Blood DK.
They're both Horde.
Okay.
Well,
all right. We've got a
like
high mountain Tauren over on the side of.
Surprised by anything.
On the side of Turkey team over on the right, that is a high mountain Tauren Resto Shaman too.
That Tauren's looking a little bit thick.
Yeah, that's a beefy character there. Able to just bull rush through the mobs if needed. Hoping we get to see that at some point.
They don't mess around, if you know what I'm saying. All right, so it's kind of weird that the Resto Shaman on the side of a ZHUI out DPS the Subtlety Rogue during their Lust pull. Kyrian Resto Shaman, especially whenever they were running their Earth Tremors legendary, can pump out a significant amount of damage. I didn't know it was sub-rogue amounts of damage.
The Sub-Rogue may have been going with Eviscerates instead of Black Powders to just really kill the Matriarch as well, which is going to lower
Sure.
their overall, but it speeds up the pull potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of pulls actually in the MDI that are like that, like the Shards of Halkias, for example. Those are going to be like the linchpins for how to actually progress the dungeon, because like you already have enough AoE, you don't necessarily need a lot more. It looks like a
Oh my god!
That's occurred.
Okay, there's a Bonesmith for Adwi, so that their tank is going to die in the next couple of seconds here. That's Purgatory that's also been used. Meanwhile, over on the side of Turkey team, Last Resort has come out as well, so the tanks are in tremendous pain here. That is going to be a battle res for Adwi, one of the strengths of the Necrolord Covenant. If you choose to play Bonesmith, you do get that kind of forewarning when your tank is about to die, and so you can instantly battle res them coming out of it, which it looks like here, this probably saved some other deaths in the rest of the group, so good little Soulbind utility there for Adwi, although now they don't have a lot of their resources. No battle res, no Purg, no Bonesmith even for the next minute. Scary.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, all of the resources in terms of what was dear defensively have gone into this poll. So whatever they do next, they need to be really careful. All of the kind of, safety nets have gone out, and we're actually going to pull the big dragon here. That's weird.
Interesting. I thought we were still several months away from seeing dragons in the game, but here's one right now. They're already in the next expansion with this poll.
Can we get a mute on this guy, man? how do we continue to rehire him? I'll never understand.
Ah, okay. I see
mean,
how it's
look
allowed.
who's
It's not taking
talking,
flight,
but-
so it's that's why it's allowed. Yeah.
Where's the
keeps
dragon
going.
riding? Can we please hop on him?
It looks like they haven't even used the urn that's over on the side as well. The urn does stun the dragon if you need, but maybe they're going to do even one more pull. Maybe they're going to go for like 100% count from Ardenweld.
It also pierces through inspiring.
Imagine.
Yeah.
I am also kind of shocked that they didn't elect to use the urn. So last weekend we did see a lot of teams foregoing the urn, but it was also Sanguine and DOS. And so with that context, there is a lot of difference between like Sanguine versus Inspiring here. I think you would generally prefer the urns. Oh my goodness, Dwee's tank.
But, like, speaking of the urns, they only have one Night Fae, and it's the Warlock, and it comes back to something Nagura has been saying last week. And do you really want your #1 damage dealer to kind of stand there and cast an urn cast when they could just be killing everything?
It's true.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those blasphemy stuns are a lot of stuns as well. But wow, look at this. They're just running into the boss room. They're starting this boss fight with a lot of mobs coming in here. That's going to be a pod tender for the
live?
Warlock here.
Is he dead?
He's alive. No, he's
He is
alive.
alive, right?
Rebus
I
takes
know,
one to
like,
keep him
barely.
really low.
Hot Tender's out now, but
Is he dead?
it doesn't look dead. But, like, where is he?
The health bar is rather 0 for me.
I think it's dead, but like.
Oh, that's Bonesmith, I think. That is
Oh
Bonesmith.
wait, is it Dweedo
It's Bonesmith
wiping?
for the Blood
Yes, they
Decay.
are.
That's the wipe.
Oh.
But this puts Team Turkey in the lead. And while speaking of Team Turkey, something we haven't mentioned yet, we have Death Tiny, who's the only player with obviously like Latin alphabet characters in the name. But all the other players have really funny names because they're like called Gugu, An, Tian Tian, and Dai Dai, which I think is just really fun. So I did want to highlight that.
I think right now Team Turkey's having a clucking good time on this first boss as they are. I think this is the issue of doing that pull for a Dwee without Lust, memes aside. Like they did their first pull in the Arden World area. They slammed their Lust. It looked pretty good. But at the same point, like pulling all of that trash into the boss, I mean, without Lust, it's really dangerous. And then obviously the pod for the Warlock made it virtually not doable once he was gone. Because once he dies, he's going to be your main source of AoE just generally on the pull. So that's a really tough one for Dwee. It looks like Team Turkey now a considerable lead as they are at 51% enemy forces and getting Dealer's IX increasingly lower.
Yeah, it does look like it does look like Dwee are still interested in just getting this pull going again. Maybe they're going to not take it into boss this time. It looks like they're kind of grouping the mobs up over on the left-hand side, however. All right, so they are going a little bit less A little bit less aggressive is the crane noises.
Dude, they're so loud. Okay, we got told beforehand like the crane noises are in particular pretty loud here. We were just like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure they won't be that loud. Just we were wrong.
Yeah.
All right, well, it looks like the last of the cranes has just been taken care of by ZHUI. They now still have that boss to take care of as well, but it's taken out already by Turkey Team, who are at 51% count also. So they still need to get a little bit of count before they'll be really happy coming out of the Ardenweld area, but they have a lot of that inner ring still alive. They did do the first pull of the dungeon, though, which ZHUI did not. So
yeah,
looks like they're just going to head right out, and they are done with Ardenweld for now.
Overall, I think that Team Turkey's route has been just a little bit better than ZHUI's. That first pull that Team Turkey did, I feel like in just grabbing the Woe Drifter, that's going to make up so much more time than you're going to make up just by immediately beelining into Ardenweld. Like, there have also been adaptations that teams have made since like this region was played, this China regional was played, where teams are actually just like leaving additional relics in the Ardenweld area, and they're grabbing the Woe relic even to get out of this area and just slamming Woe basically on CD here to continue to get more and more movement speed, because movement around the dungeon actually just ends up translating to a substantial amount of time gain. And right now, Team Turkey here, they're doing a pretty scary pull. Like we were talking about earlier, the urn does pierce through that inspiring stun, so that's really good. They need to make sure that the Death Speaker is either going to be killed off, or they're going to need to get the inspiring mob off of it, because the Death Speaker can basically kill off any tank if left unkicked.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you were just saying, Talons, is really, really important to highlight. The US is a huge, huge dungeon. So in most parts, you can't mount. You can mount on that inner ring that we're seeing right now for Team Turkey, but in most other parts, you can't. So having that Woe Drifter just kind of constantly up whenever you need to get somewhere really makes you a lot faster. It's even faster than mounting speed if you're not mounted. So definitely go for it and pick it up wherever you can to just kind of streamline these movement parts.
Okay, and now that you do see the that Team Turkey has pulled the Enraged Spirit. They're doing it by itself. I mean, this is fairly standard. I mean, this Enraged Spirit can still cause problems even today. I remember, like, on launch, this mob was incredibly dangerous. It has since received a couple of nerfs, but even still, it's pretty difficult to do with a lot of trash. You want a lot of priority focus onto the mob, and while we have seen some teams elect to, like, pull it into the Warlords and stuff like that, I mean, it's really hard to move, and so more often than not, teams elect to kill it solo. This makes sense for Team Turkey as they're now making their way towards that Mechagon wing. They do have like a Warlord, bunch of Bone Soldier pull that they have to deal with before making it into that area, though.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do with this, because there is that patrolling pack with the Inspiring Raptor as well. Often you do want to pull this with this, but there is a spirit that's right there at the bottom of the stairs as well. That is something that would be pretty dangerous if it were to add into this pull. So maybe they're going to wait a little bit before getting this patrol. And yeah, they've done exactly that to avoid the spirit coming in too. So good adaptation from the Turkey team here. Meanwhile, ZHUI are also heading over. They are a little bit behind on count, a lot behind on deaths, but not that far behind in the dungeon all as a whole.
I think that I mean, this comes down to the fact that Team Turkey did their that area between the Dragon and Dealer Xiaxa just in like multiple pulls, so they weren't able to capitalize on ZHUI's like major wipe. Whereas ZHUI, even whenever they repulled, they did it a little bit slow into Dealer Xiaxa, but that was how they were able to catch up like a pretty considerable amount. And right now, you do see on the big screen, Team Turkey, they ended up dealing with the Warlords and the Bone Soldiers, and they're immediately grabbing another Enraged Spirit. So I think that this is just like a cooldown progression like style of pull. So they were just utilizing this Enraged Spirit, they're utilizing the Urn, and they're allowing their offensive CDs to come back up before they go into another pull into the Mechagon area.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, the Woe Drifter here coming out, they will use the Urn for that spirited guys, but they pull some other mobs into it, so it's not one mob gaming. At least a little bit of trash count that's on top of this. I think it's just you really don't want to do this, right? You don't want to have one single mob that you DPS down, even with the urn. It's so inefficient in terms of time. So them pulling that little group on top of it, in the left bottom corner, I think makes the most of it if you really want to play it. I would prefer if they don't play it at all.
Something that's been pretty apparent to me is like the lack of Woe Drifter buff that both of these teams, at least in my opinion, have been having. It feels like a lot of these teams are just kind of running from group to group, whereas in the other regions we've seen basically them slamming, like almost having permanent Woe Drifter. It feels like in this buff or in this dungeon to be able to completely just move through this whole entire area. And right now it looks like a ZHUI is caught up kind of to the Turkey team. Man, is the ZHUI gonna pass Turkey team here? This is crazy.
They are still behind by 25 seconds of death timer and 5% enemy forces, so that is something. Both teams have heard Utedals and have put up a Woe Drifter into this pull at least, so they will be able to skip forward to potentially the Sentient Oozes or potentially all the way to boss afterwards.
Yeah, I think that it's more likely than not going to be like a Sentient Oil snap into the boss. That's something that's been like super popular.
That was actually pioneered in the Chinese region as well.
Exactly, it was something that was pioneered in the Chinese region, was by AstroY last season. But it's one of those strategies that like it makes a lot of sense for most teams to be able to do it. It is kind of dangerous if you don't have like a perfect setup for it. But these teams, with the amount of practice they're putting in, I think that it's more likely than not that we are going to see them grabbing these Sentient Oils. But as I say that, in the picture-in-picture, it looks like a ZHUI is not having it. They don't want to snap those Sentient Oils. They find them too obnoxious to deal with. Somebody just jumped off.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, it wasn't a healer, so Mass Res is available.
Huh.
Interesting as well, but it looks like all the players on Turkey team have managed to avoid that fate and are going to be going into the boss here momentarily. Meanwhile, at ZHUI, we got to wait for that Mass Res to come through. It's going to be a Fleshcraft, and they are actually starting the boss a little bit ahead of Turkey team. What is Turkey team waiting for? Maybe their whole team got a little bit stuck. Yeah, it looks like they are caught back up here, though. Yeah.
Actually impressive how quickly a ZHUI could come back here, and I think partly that comes down to that woe usage that we keep talking about, but also them just absolutely blasting. I'm not sure if it's that Kyrian Resto Shaman that's like bringing so much more damage, but I don't know. It looks like stonks to me on the left side, whereas the Resto Shaman from Team Turkey is just not blasting as much, for example.
I mean, I'm so confused as to how a ZHUI has caught up as much as they did during as much as they did, because they were 2.5 minutes behind coming out of Dealer's Eye XF. How in the world have they been able to almost equalize, I guess? Even this, like, sure, there's a 5% enemy forces differential, but that can be made up with like 1 or 2 different pulls and just slightly different routing in the Hakar wing. I'm really, really shocked that a ZHUI has been able to catch up in this at this level.
I mean, yeah, the composition, right? Like the Blood Death Knight damage may be part of it. It's interesting as well because on the other team there's 2 Chaos Brands, and on a ZHUI there's 0. Kind of both teams would rather have probably exactly 1 Chaos Brand, but that's how it's all kind of lined up here. Yeah, the rogue difference as well, maybe something to think about as well. Maybe that's speeding pulls up by damaging the most important target and getting it killed a little bit quicker.
Yeah, could definitely be. I think also them, for example, now using that Bloodlust on the boss, we saw them do really big pulls early on and get like a little bit ahead in terms of trash. Then, like we were talking about that Spirited Guys, where you saw them pull additional trash on top, whereas Team Turkey was playing it by itself alone. So I do think there's like a lot of kind of minor steps that they've taken throughout the dungeon to kind of make their routing just a little bit more efficient, and that's now showing. Of course, they are still 5% trash behind, and it is fortified, but definitely they have caught up pretty substantially.
Yeah, I mean, I would even say that they're ahead at this point. So the 5% enemy forces is definitely difficult to factor in. Okay, so maybe with also that in conjunction with the 30 seconds death differential, they're still behind. So it looks even in regards to like the timer, 30 seconds of death differential. They were 30 seconds ahead on on the Mana Storms, but at the same time, I mean, this is definitely going to be a race. Yeah, this is close for. This is surprisingly close considering how bad a ZHUI's wipe was.
And how 0 deaths Turkey team are doing, right? Normally you think of a 0 death run being good enough to get a team through here, but yeah, ZHUI, I mean, they do have the faster time trial times. Oh, a lot of damage coming out there on their tank. Somehow death striking back to just alive every single time. This burst cast is going to be going off as well because it is inspired. So they will have a lot of group damage going out there momentarily. They are okay over on the side of a ZHUI. Danger, though, for sure.
It looks like the sub-rogue from a ZHUI is doing actually a substantial amount of damage here. Obviously,
has been allowed to cast black powder on this bull.
Why weren't you eviscerating the Death Speaker? Why weren't you eviscerating the Woe Drifter? Why were you casting black powder? One may ask.
Let's see what they decide to do with the first inspiring at the start of this wing. We know there are a couple of different ways that people like to do this pull here, but that inspiring High Priest looks like they're just going to opt to skip past it for now. I wonder how they're going to get. I guess they can shroud out as well, so this works nicely.
Sure. That pack with the inspiring priest is so obnoxious to deal with, by the way, on live. Like, I feel like if I'm ever pugging this dungeon, 10 times out of 10, we are getting those.
The
we're getting those Hakars. Yeah. The Sons of Hakar, they always spawn, and then I'm always getting murdered by them. Oh, wait. Oh, man. I don't know where my phone is now. I can't translate
this. You wanted to translate it?
I don't know where my phone went.
It's probably interrupt the healing cast, because that's bad.
Yeah,
one of the heals is wave. It's the healing wave that's the big one. The holy heal that the other one does is much smaller. So
so just making
wondering which to kick.
Just making things up. It says Hoodoo Hexer interrupts Hex, Lightning, Heal.
Okay,
good titles. I think that's acceptable.
For the record, usually he was actually translating them. This one is just entirely made up.
Yeah, true. People can't see.
I don't know where my phone went.
It's okay.
Kind of a mess sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Just between you and me.
Yeah, exactly. Between us and the thousands of people watching. Right. So now I do actually, in terms of count, even, but they do have these 30 seconds penalty on top of their key. So I'm still not sure if they're really fully ahead, but I do think it's very close.
What was the last mob that we were looking at?
It was probably one of the Axe Masters. Is that what they're called? The stormy bladey men that you
Blade
can't
soldiers,
stand in.
I think, is what it actually is called. But
well, I hate them.
Could be anything.
I think it's them. So it was
no
like
way to
don't
be sure?
stand in them when they spiral. I don't know. I don't know the names. I just know that I have to kill them before they kill me.
I wonder if we should get tips like this for the normal broadcast.
I like it, to be honest. I think it's nice.
I think they're interesting.
I wonder if
I
Jack
thought it
likes
was giving us a quest. I thought that was cool. I like questing. You know that feeling of returning like 20 quests all at the same time to the same spot after you've just like been going out and doing a big swoop of the zone, doing all these different quests? That's I want that feeling again. Wonder if we can get an MDI version of that.
I think that maybe the tips are less useful for like season 3, but I think for like a 10.0, if we had the tips, that would be super cool.
All right, so it is ZHUI who reach Hakar first, actually quite a bit in the lead now of Turkey team in terms of dungeon time, but they still need to find 7% count. Now they can get it when they're doing Moizala on the last platform, but they also have 30 seconds of death timer working against them. So when you factor all of that in, not 100%. I think it is a ZHUI who are now in the lead.
How did a ZHUI catch up and pass Turkey team? I actually just don't fully understand how it happened.
They've done more damage.
More damage and smarter pulls.
Yeah, that does check out.
I mean, the pulls haven't even looked that different. It's just been more damage. That's
no, like there was some like minor differences in pulls, I think. So at first they got like a little bit more trash in the Ardenweald area, and then they just pulled more efficiently in the inner ring. So on top of that, they had a lot more damage, and they used Woe, I think, a little bit more efficient. I would have to check the replay, but I do think that's what it comes down to, just from like having seen it.
I've also, just generally speaking, I think that like I've been super surprised at how often this region has been playing the Restoration Shaman. So for most of the Western teams and like most of the comps, we have seen the Holy Priest be pretty dominant, and it has looked super sick. At the same point, like coming into this patch, we kind of all expected Resto Shaman to be the, maybe not the premier MDI healer, but definitely one that was in pretty sizable contention versus that H Priest. And it's just been more or less surprising to me to see the amount of Resto Shaman that China has been playing relative to the amount of H Priest that we've been seeing from like the Western teams.
Definitely.
Car now nearly dead for a ZHUI already as they finish off probably the last blood barrier of the fight, while Turkey team have just gotten started on this pull. So actually probably something even maybe like a minute or 45 seconds ahead here are a ZHUI, but they still have to capitalize and they still need to get that 7% count. You can see Turkey team are done with their count and have 30 seconds of death timer. So this one might come all the way down to the wire here. It's going to be Shroud of Concealment probably to escape that first mob that they already have skipped on the way in. So we'll see that potentially coming out here for a ZHUI to get past.
I think this is another skip out, and then they just need the Warlord pull that they skipped at the very beginning, like you were talking about. I think that this makes sense in terms of their routing. I think that the biggest issue, at least for me, in a ZHUI's routing, was the entrance to the Ardenwood wing. That felt a bit inefficient in a way that could have been mitigated easier. But I think that what they've done since then, hey, I mean, they had a wipe, but overall, I think that their pathing has looked mostly okay.
All right, the Fleshcraft gets channeled.
Okay.
The boss about to get pulled here for a ZHUI. Meanwhile, Hakar still at 25% for Turkey team. So definitely going to be very close here when you factor in the 30 seconds of death timer. ZHUI just starting to blast damage into this thing. They've chosen an Dismantler as their relic here. Sometimes you'll see teams opt for Vi on this so that they can have the buff during the intermission.
I think that I would generally advise to get like the relic on this boss because... Okay, so it's tough because it really depends on your composition.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have like very short cooldowns, for example, if you're Team Turkey with that Demon Hunter, if you use Sinful Brand at the start and you get then you have Sinful Brand for the intermission as well, which is really nice to have, for example. But then if you have a Warlock that should blast these kind of totems, and ideally you want that Warlock to finish the totem without using cooldowns, and it's really smart to go for Y, have the Y buff when you're going into that totem intermission to assure that you can actually finish off these totems without full sending everything. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a consideration that you have to like look at.
It is
cooldown timings, right?
It is a 21 fortified. It is like the biggest thing though. So like I don't think that you necessarily need that Viro to be able to assist in killing the Moizala copies. I think that like on a 23 Tyran or 24 Tyran, something like that, it would make a little bit more sense. At the same point, like the reason that I like the Dismantler is like you can commit 1.5 to 2 minute CDs on pull, and they will be back up. For the Moizala copies if you do need them, if you get that buff. Whereas if you're getting the Vi buff, you basically can't commit the 1.5 to 2 minute CDs at all, and you're going to have to commit them on that platform. So I guess it really depends on, I think, on like the dungeon level and the affix set.
All right, here comes the pull now for a ZHUI. All of these mobs coming in. This is the pivotal moment in the dungeon. I think they are far enough ahead in terms of time that if they can avoid losing too much DPS and kill all these mobs, they have got the 4 stack of the haste buff coming in, so they are good there. They just need to destroy these mobs and make sure that they don't have any deaths coming out here. It is a Woe relic they've opted to get here, so that's going to make dodging a little bit easier for the rest of the fight, I guess. But yeah, they've done it here. Most of those mobs are now dead. Wow.
I mean, to be fair, they also had Purgatory, they had High Mirrors available, they did use Bloodlust, so there was an awful lot. Also, SLT, the reses, there was a lot of safety options still available for ZHUI to kind of make it here, and I think they've shown that definitely they have what it takes. I think their routing made a lot of sense, and damage-wise, they're looking really nice.
I personally love it when my tanks death press the boss whenever he's not in range of the boss yet. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, there it is. Gonna be 12% and dropping. Meanwhile, Turkey team are in the intermission, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. I don't think 30 seconds is enough here. You do get a lot of damage onto Moizala, and it's only 21 fortified, but it still has such a big sponge of health there from 20 to 0. You can see that's going to stop the timer now for a ZHUI on the left. We have 30 seconds to see if Turkey team can overtake. 20 now, 20 seconds as they're still waiting to even get gripped in towards the last boss phase. I don't think it's going to be enough. The town portal's already coming out. Players jumping off, it looks like, or not quite making it over on the side of Turkey Team. That's going to be all it takes. ZHUI taking game 1 in the series, despite being the team that wiped.
I mean, I don't understand. The Turkey Team looked like they hit... Okay, so I think this is just like a routing diff. Like, overall, ultimately what it comes down to is a routing diff. Turkey Team were playing consistent, which is something that we talk about all the time, is like the teams need to play well and play consistent. And Turkey Team was looking like that, but ZHUI was just doing substantially more aggressive pulls to the point where they were able to show why they're the 3rd seed. I think is like the big takeaway from that. And so I would like to backtrack my prediction from Turkey Team.
No,
Immediately.
that's not allowed.
This is my broadcast.
You. 1, it is not.
Disagree.
2, you cannot.
Yes, I can. You're wrong.
No, you cannot. But
Yes, I can.
I forgot what I wanted to say.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for messing with you.
Oh well.
No, you're not.
You're probably
You're
not.
Nope. All right, well, that is a 1-0 lead for ZHUI, who did have the faster time trial times. But, I mean, yeah, the wipe there, definitely a dungeon where one more of those wipes has happened would be all it would have taken for Turkey Team to overtake. Or potentially, if we get to a dungeon where Turkey Team do have a little bit of a faster plan. I think, though, that just the DPS that ZHUI were able to deploy on a lot of those pulls just looked... I mean, it just looked better. It looked noticeably like 10 or 20% more damage when you were looking at how fast bosses were dying. So that sort of thing really does create a large advantage over the course of a full MDI dungeon.
And while ZHUI definitely had issues in the Ardenwild wing, I think that they looked better to me than Long Ming did. So ZHUI is the 3rd seed, but the reason that I think that they looked better than Long Ming is just because like the routing in general that they were doing, it seemed like it was more MDI ready, because Long Ming, especially in a couple of the dungeons, looked like they were playing it pretty slow.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that kind of hits it on the mark. Is that a saying? A lot of the polls in that...
Yeah.
It is now.
It is now. A lot of the polls, especially in that Ardenweald ring, not using the urn, completely utilizing all of the resources they had. Of course, then the Xiexia poll was a little bit spicy, but everything before that, I thought really showed what they're capable of. And that was just such a clean kind of synergized team focus of how they dealt with all of the cranics and all of that. So I thought that was, no, they're cranes, right? That was really nice.
Yeah. Do you expect anything different in Sanguine Depths? Because like, for me, it seems like this should be a ZHUI's map to kind of lose, because from what we just saw from DOS, I think a ZHUI strategy for the Lantern management is going to more likely than not be substantially faster.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the Gambit ban, definitely glad to see that. Glad that the
Thank God.
teams have avoided the landmine of that dungeon. But the Sanguine Depths, I do think it is a ZHUI that should be solidly favored here, because yeah, I think that it's likely true that they have this dungeon in probably like 5 fewer pulls than Turkey Team, just based off of the DOS. But you know, sometimes teams look very different from one dungeon to another. Sometimes you run, you know, okay, this is this team's map. Okay, this is this other team's map. So that may be what we're looking at here in Sanguine Depths. And also, Sanguine Depths is a map where teams can collect a lot of deaths very quickly. And so if Turkey Team are playing a slow and steady strategy, that could well work out if a ZHUI have some sort of wipe type problems again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, wipe type of problems, especially in Sanguine Depths, very volatile. Oh!
Is that a DK?
Wow, that's an unholy DK. It's not a Frost
wait.
DK, it's unholy.
That's
I'm changing
unholy
my favorite
bad.
team. Let's go, Team Turkey. Woo!
Yeah,
you're not allowed
unholy
to do
is
that.
that is a big single target damage dealer. This is a high tyrannical key, so it's a lot of damage on single target. One thing that is unfortunate about it in Sanguine Depths in particular is your 4-piece, all the extra execute damage you get doesn't work on the last boss because she never drops below, so you're only damaging her from like 100 to 50, but still, I mean, just the single target moments in this dungeon could be an interesting spot to see that unholy Death Knight potentially shine.
I mean, I just think that generally they're are better, or should there not be better options for single target damage than like an Holy Death Knight, or do you think this is like a comfort pick? Like, I feel like I would have preferred to see a Frost DK, even though it is like a 23 Tyran.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Frost would be the Death Knight spec I was expecting as well, because they do so much
Sure.
AoE damage. But yeah, I think the tyrannical nature of this dungeon may be what's leading them towards playing the unholy side of things. We'll have to see though if they get any good value out of stuff as well. Notably, that's a way to get grips and abomination limb as well without having to play that blood Death Knight that you see on the side of Dui.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
one of those
still
things that,
not
like-
over this. This is an unholy DK in my MDI. I'm so happy.
And
my
to have
day
a Dune
has
Hunter,
been
too,
made.
in the same
my
team.
week has been made. My month has been made. This is great. Now
Did
they
you
need
not
to win.
ever watch BFA like at all?
Oh yeah, I did, but it's been so long. What do you mean?
Look at the
last
damage there.
time-
Look at the unholy damage being pumped out as well there. It's 163k for Turkey team.
Is your feed paused too?
My
Yeah,
feed is
but
somewhat
yeah,
paused.
the
Yeah, I
pause.
will admit. I was kind of hoping it was just me and it was going to fix itself. and,
No.
I just
Oh,
relogged too.
okay.
I thought it was just
Wait.
me. I was wait.
Was something wrong? Are they remaking? Please don't tell me the DK is getting taken out.
Okay, well,
I don't know what it's working on it. Hold
Okay.
on. We're
pause, champ.
Fixing.
Okay.
Pause, champ. Okay.
so so an unholy DK. Woo!
Yay!
Anyways, but something that I was gonna say is like unholy DK has actually been. If you look at it like metrically, it looks pretty good on Jailer and Halandris, at least in the raid,
Yeah,
because like
definitely.
Drados was talking about, it's one of those specs that does a really good amount of single target damage. Its execute from the 4 set is also pretty strong. The reason that I was more surprised to see it than anything else is because like its AoE is normally not seen as like super strong, but the cooldown coverage is pretty good. I'm really excited to see like what it realistically can bring to this dungeon and how much value it can bring on like single target.
Yeah, we in our preview there of what might happen in the near future, we saw it looked like a lot of damage on the boss pull coming out from Unholy as well. So let's watch for that when we get there again for Turkey team. But it is a
Fast
dwee.
forward.
Making it over here. No, of
We're
course
gonna
not.
watch it in timetables. This
Yeah,
is a
big
live
boss pull coming out.
rebroadcast. What do you mean?
It's the first time I've ever seen this.
Yeah, it is. So, I do with the Bloodlust into the boss, but here comes a team Turkey, and all of my attention is put onto that little details on the right side of the screen.
The 200k
Can we
coming
just
from Serve
zoom
Hunter.
in on Death Tiny? No, we don't need to look at that. Just zoom in on Death Tiny's damage. Who's gonna go extra stonks here, having that army go into this boss fight, doing huge amounts of AoE, has the Unholy Blight out.
Okay.
Just beautiful. I love Unholy DK. I'm so happy. Look at it. It's perfect. Can we bring it back?
I mean, the
Yeah, right.
GT
Restart
plus
the video
army.
again. Let's see that again.
No. Do not again. Wait a second. It's just Drados. Drados
mean
is
that
trolling
was
us.
a figure of speech. Please
Well,
put
you
the
called-
video.
Okay, it looks
okay.
like our video file may be
Aw.
somewhat scuffed in that spot.
Was that pause? That was paused at the exact same spot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
We have our smartest production members on it right now. They are looking into the I know it's not saying much, Huddle, so you don't have to laugh though. That's kind of messed up. This is a cool pull though. I liked it into that boss.
Dude,
Yeah.
we're gonna get muted again, man.
To be fair,
No, they're
we
busy.
did
They're busy
see-
fixing the video. We can flame them as much as we want. What are they gonna do?
Good point. Yeah, true.
We
What are they
did
gonna
see
do?
DK at the beginning of Shadowlands, like especially the first season, Castle Nathria, all of that. Unholy DK was really good then. Then in the second season, it kind of fell off. And in this season, I haven't seen any DKs anywhere. Even though Frost and Unholy are both really good, I saw a Red Paladin before I saw a DK in an MDI key. I do want to
We
note
saw
that.
blood.
So, well, yeah, that doesn't count. I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay,
the,
alright.
DPS.
I see how it is.
fun
That's messed
DK
up.
specs. What do you mean?
Whoa!
Whoa.
I don't see. The only druid spec I see is Resto, and that's only from one bald healer.
I will say we saw a Resto Druid as well earlier today in the Gambit as well, right?
Exactly.
Also bald.
It was the incognito JB.
Yeah.
Anyways, so wait, why haven't we seen DK like much this expansion? I was surprised. So like last expansion, obviously DK dominant. It was
it was quadratic scaling was the
quadratic
thing about
scaling on AOE
in BFA, right? Was unholy DK.
Well, like
you did more damage per target for each extra target that you added, which was very crazy in MDI style pulls. But then they got a little bit of a target cap this expansion.
Yeah, but I mean, has that really been the issue?
Well, the issue for this season is that DK actually doesn't scale as well as other classes with that double legendary. It barely does anything. If you're a DK player, DPS DK, that second legendary as well, you know, it's like, it's there, okay? It exists. But it doesn't really help you all that much as it would help other classes. And then I do think, in general, that like unholy DK, no flames.
He got that
I can't
back.
believe
He
you're
got
spending
back
time making these lower thirds instead of fixing our video. This is messed up.
So
he did it 2 minutes
I
late,
do
honestly,
think
too.
other classes just scale up a little bit better than unholy DK or frost DK for that matter. But I do think they still have a slot and people should give them more chances, because what you just saw, of course, having that high cooldown on like the army and everything also doesn't help. But what you just saw, they're definitely capable of. They can bring really high single target cleave damage onto these keys. And they're a great utility class as well. Like they have the grip, like you were saying, they have the stun if you need it. They have control on that where you need it. They have 3 different self CDs. Like this has turned into DK propaganda. I'm a little bit sorry for it, not really, but like please bring DKs again.
I think the main thing is the cooldown timing needs to line up, right? Like you need to be in a dungeon where you don't want to do damage every single minute, right? It needs to be a case of like there needs to be an ebb and flow. And if you're playing Unholy in particular, right, you really are just needing to make sure I'm just the graphics conflict.
God. That's so messed up that you're fixing the lower thirds while you could be fixing the game.
Well, I think that it's a case of like if you have a dungeon like Sanguine Depths where you have a plan that has timing that DK can fit into well, then all of a sudden things look really good. It's just MDI that doesn't usually line up, because usually if you have periods of downtime, the correct play isn't to bring a class that doesn't do much damage in that downtime. The correct play is to find a plan that doesn't have as much downtime, right? And that is just pulling even bigger, even more often.
Hear me out. For example, Gambit.
Listening.
3 bosses, tyrannical Gambit. You pull army into the Murlocs, you pull army into the big pull for Captain Hooktail, and you pull army into the big pull for the last boss. That's the perfect unholy DK dungeon.
It could be better than Demon Hunter and Rogue in those situations. I definitely could concede this.
It's a DPS spec that gets to use the Jailer Wep. That thing is
that thing is big. Damn. Oh my god.
That weapon is unbelievably strong, and it lines up with unholy cooldowns as well. So it is a really, really potent option for the unholy Death Knights. So yeah, I like it. I think it's really cool.
I like that I sold both of you on it. Now spread the word. Thank you.
I have more fun playing Frost though. So whenever I'm DPSing, I usually just go Frost. That's spec fun.
I have my own spec to deal with right now.
Well, like you play Boomkin. We don't need to talk about that.
Needs a buff. It's not doing it. It's getting less invites to Mythic Plus than DK DPS right now. Don't talk.
I'm not sure about that.
He's so mad. He's actually legitimately upset right now. He's trying to play it off like it's a joke, but he really is actually fuming.
Well, I just got lectured for 5 minutes about Unholy Death Knight, man. I got nothing to say.
Man, when we see a Boomkin on one of these, we'll talk about Boomkin too. You know, we'll let you.
No, we won't.
A little soapbox about him. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I had 2 seasons.
Won't.
Honestly, I'm chilling at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
No anymore.
He had his time.
You had all of BFA. Don't speak.
Well, I
both
didn't
Demon Hunter
play
and Death
DK
Knight.
in BFA. I only started playing DK in Shadowlands. I'm sorry. I started playing it when it
you should.
Yeah, I know. Let me have my moment, okay? I remember the first season MDI. There was a DOS key, and 40, which you know, played Unholy DK, and they jumped down and did like 2 big pulls at the beginning of DOS, and he was topping those meters, and I was sold on Unholy DK. Yeah.
For the whole expansion, that sold you?
Well, I kind of played it before, but you know. That was a very great moment in my
Say no
unholy
more, say
PK
no more.
history.
Yeah.
Oh, Dredna. So, anyways, one of the coolest points of the MDI that I've seen this season is actually the Blood Death Knights running Bone Storm with the Jailer weapon.
The cool thing about Blood Death Knight this expansion is you can play all 3 of the different talents on that bottom row, right? You can play Bone Storm for more damage, you can play Purg for a little bit of an extra cheat death, line of defense, or you can play Red Thirst and just have Vamp Blood up the whole time. It's a pretty neat talent row.
Are we going to see more and more Death Knights, Blood DKs swapping to that Bone Storm? Because it is like, it looks like it's a substantial amount more damage.
It is a lot of damage, but it is something where, like, Purg is something we see some top Death Knights really liking. Divine Field, for example, he's always playing that sort of more defensive choice off of the theory that, like, how many dungeons are decided by 20 seconds extra of tank damage versus how many are decided by, like, a tank death somewhere.
20 is generous, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, these are the sorts of things that different great tanks have different opinions on, and it's always really fun whenever you get to see them match up against each other and see the theories in action.
Divine has also been a tank that has preferred cheat death trinkets whenever other tanks are playing more offensive.
Oh, I love cheat death trinkets, but I hate Purgatory. I anytime. So I played Vengeance Demon Hunter before I played Blood Death Knight, and I had Last Resort, which is a cheat death that turns you into a meta, right? That's so powerful and feels so good. The Blood Death Knight version, Purgatory, it doesn't help you at all. It doesn't turn you into any tankier. It just gives you a healing absorb. You literally still need to heal all of the damage that gets dealt to you. And so it's just it's so much it's a shorter cooldown, but otherwise it's so much rougher.
Well, you don't die.
I just don't like it. Yeah, that's my answer. Just Death Strike.
Anyway, so currently we're trying to debug the issues with the VOD of the Sanguine Depths map. We have our best people working on it. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into this shortly.
Our very best people and a guy called Matt as well are working on the tech issue here. So.
His name is Steve.
Matt that Mix likes to call Steve, even though the name is certainly not Steve.
The name is Steve. It's not my fault.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to work out here. Of course, these are pre-recorded VODs from 3 weekends ago. 3 weekends ago, we had the China region playing theirs, but we've now got the opportunity, now that there's the thing that's happening actually over in the West and with Chinese teams as well, is the Last Stand time trials are going on right now.
Yeah. Those did start today. I'm really interested to see, like, how the teams are going to do in the Last Stand, because it felt like
that's next weekend that the actual tournament is as well.
Yeah, we had like 4 or 5 teams that I felt like could have come out of the Last Stand tournament and seemed like they could be like.
Yeah, okay, so this is what it's going to look like for the global finals. Of course, that one team coming out of China, technically it's already been decided, but we will all learn together while watching this weekend to see who it is that makes it out of the Chinese region. Echo and Baldy came out of Group A, again, 3 weekends ago. 2 weekends ago, it was Monka and Perplex. Monka kind of upsetting Perplexed to actually win that group. And then Group C, that was last weekend, Donuts and Despair and Sloth queued for global finals. But that Last Stand tournament, like you said, Tettles, that's coming next weekend is a scary place to be. A lot of potentially very powerful teams that might land in there, including didn't qualify out of this bracket.
They are eligible.
Can be playing in that as well. So interesting to see if any of them make a run for it as well. Historically, the sort of Last Stand, Great Push style events have been really, really good ones for the Chinese region compared to the more traditional speedrunning MDIs.
They're also really, really good to watch. So the Last Stand tournament that's happening next weekend is very fun. I like it even better than the groups maybe, just because everybody's fighting for only one seat and there are so many great teams in there. It's almost like the pre-version of the finals.
Yeah. I love to see all 3 days of the Last Stand tournament. Should be really, really great. But of course, we still have to know who the team coming out of China is going to be. So they have just the one team coming out of this bracket, which means unlike the Group A, Group B, and Group C weekends, it's not like the lower finals or the upper finals that are the most important matches. It's actually all in the grand finals of the... Our video fixed.
Let's go!
We'll see. Here it is. As they, again, we've just rewound a little bit, as you can see over on the left. For those of you who forgot where we were at, a dwee in this big poll onto the boss. Meanwhile, Turkey team on the right, just about to, again, Makes is going to get her wish granted, and we will get to see the Death Knight damage one more time for Turkey team.
Power up!
Okay, so the reason this has happened is because Makes cannot stop herself from looking at the Unholy Death Knight on the DPS meter.
Yeah.
Look at him go! Yay! I'm getting so happy watching this. It's glorious. It's beautiful. It's the best thing ever in any MDI of this season. Just Death Tiny topping those meters, making me happy.
We're gonna hope the VOD doesn't pause.
But
like,
yeah, it
here.
worked. The WOD continues. We can.
Oh! I cannot believe you'd say that. Oh no!
Jinxed.
Oh,
wait!
We got
Wait, did Matt? Okay,
He
Matt
paused
actually just Matt just griefed us. What in the world, man?
He hit the space bar to troll us. That's messed up.
What a
I
scene.
can't
messed
believe
up.
we've been nothing but cooperative as well, and just being so mean to us. I don't get it. But we do have so now that we've made it into the unknown part of the dungeon, the Death's
Into the
Advance actually
unknown.
a big upside for both Death Knights, right? You get to hit Death's Advance every time that smash comes out. You don't actually get knocked back. Makes it much easier to deal with this orb soaking mechanic that both teams are doing
DK
pretty
is
well
great.
on. Yeah.
I will not say anything else for the
Cheers.
remainder of this run. But
Alright, so
to
the
be
casting
fair-
has certainly improved now that Makes is no longer saying anything for the rest of the run.
Toxic. To be fair, I do think the rest of the team kind of could be doing a little bit more. Of course, Team Turkey not running that Warlock means they don't have as much damage as Team ZHUI. And also the Hunter DPS is very different for both of those teams. So coming back to kind of the DOS that we just saw and Team ZHUI being so much quicker than Team Turkey on the right side, I think that's kind of what it comes down to in the kind of overall.
I think as well, Dui is going to be a lot more safe during more of these trash pulls, especially the ones that are involving lanterns. Whereas Team Turkey, I think their execution of Tarvald it should be really, really easy to deal with. They should have like an easy time dealing with that boss, assuming they're able to get like a 10 stack lantern. Like Demon Hunter plus Death Knight, that is just a large amount of single target damage. And you saw they even pulled Crixus somewhere in the order of like 40 seconds behind Dui, and they're basically they've actually passed them even on this first boss. And so it's definitely one of those things that you are making sacrifices with this composition on AoE, like Mix was saying, but you're able to get a lot more single target damage as a result of that. And Dui, all of their members are incredibly low. There's a Warlock and a Pod with an Ending Resolve up, and they're getting another Severing Smash. They're probably not going to soak these, but they need to be really, really careful here to move the boss out of the way of those orbs.
So much has gone into that moment. Purgatory has proc, Chief Death has proc, the Pot Tender has proc. It's all gone now. Really, really unfortunate for them as they make their way to the next pull.
All right, and they are going into this room here. Meanwhile, Turkey team are backtracking. They're actually collecting a Woe Drifter from the room before the boss. We have seen some teams actually in the Western MDI do this sort of thing as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it works out here for both teams. But Dui are setting up a massive pull here. This is a lot of enemies, and it's going to be a Bonesmith before the pull is even really going. Actually going to release the Bonesmith, and was anybody else in combat? No, nobody else was in combat. Okay, take two for a Dui. Time lost for sure, trying to set this up and dying before getting the pull even together. Very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Turkey team just have their count all sorted. Let's see what they do with this woe buff.
Looks like that honestly looked kind of similar to whenever I have Dratnos tanking dungeons that I'm in. I've seen something similar happen to Deadnos before as he's on the floor.
I never played Bonesmith though, so it's whenever I'm playing Necrolord, I'm a Plague Divisor fan myself, so different Sildine. You'll never catch me in the in those Forgeborn reveries.
Because it'll cancel them before you can see it.
Come on.
All right, well, we do have a Dui now, finishing off that Gargoyle, and then going into this next pull. There is a Lantern in their future here. Let's see how they decide to attack this Lantern. It looks like they're just going to fight this 3-pack by itself and then maybe do another pull into that Lantern.
Yeah, that seems that's pretty standard.
Yeah.
They were a little bit slow to pull the gargoyle into the pack, but overall, for what we're seeing from a ZHUI, these are relatively standard MDI pulls. Then they're going to either grab the oh gosh, those imps, the stone imps, or they're going to grab the acolytes into the lantern and get like a 10 stack and then refresh the 10 stack with another mob later on. Gosh, I can't even. What are those imps called, man? I'm blanking
I just
on what
call
they are.
all trash mobs by whatever I think they're called. I'm not helpful here. I call them imps. We can go by
Fiends,
imps.
maybe?
Fiends,
Could
little
be.
guys,
Yeah.
the smallies, anything
Friends.
works. Not friends. They're
Friends,
not
Friends of the
friends.
friends or fiends? That's
No,
only one
Friends of
no
letter
the
apart.
friends. No friends.
Wow, so the Lantern buff is stacking up now for Turkey team. Meanwhile, team Adui still has yet to even get their first stack from it. They're still finishing off. It looks like another 3-pack by itself here. This sort of thing feels pretty slow to be doing. Maybe Turkey team will be able to capitalize here. It's going to be invis pots for Turkey team. As Braun! What are you doing, Braun? No!
No.
Step Broad,
No,
what are
Braun!
you doing?
Oh no!
Please, Step Broad, stop pulling those mobs.
All right, so
Oh.
are they going to try and set up a mass res here?
Wait,
no,
they're
the mobs have
fine.
reset. All right, are they fine? Yeah, they're fine. Braun,
Wow.
didn't end up. None of them cast any AOE abilities to break people out of the invis pots, which would have been the way for that to go wrong.
Dude, that has happened so many times.
Yeah.
The worst dungeon for that to happen is actually the other side, because there are mobs in there, the headless clients. If you accidentally body pull them, they'll just global combat your whole entire group and then pull you out of invis potion. So that was pretty lucky for Team Turkey, I will admit. That certainly went about as well as it could while Ron was doing a little bit of trolling.
All right, team of Dwee are shrouding past this next area. This was invis pots. Actually, invis pots that skipped even an extra pack for Turkey team. Dwee are in the mini boss room. Are they interested? No, it doesn't look like they are. They are going to leave that mini boss, so at only 39% count.
No.
They're opening the door, and now they're getting the mini boss. Okay.
Well, they're getting the mini boss together with one
And-
of the pads outside to make the most out of their cooldowns, because of course it's not fortified. Oh, there's a death. The warlock has gone down for Adui. This is a battle rush coming out for them, and like I was saying, you really want to make the most. Oh, the burst course. Okay. Ow! Why would you not kick this?
Well, my interrupt was on CD, sorry.
Yeah, it's a
Typical
DPS loss.
Munkin.
I was in the middle of my damage rotation. So,
Funnily enough, both
Rope
Muzzle
down.
and Mind Freeze run were off CD, and they just let it go. Does the Hunter have interrupt bound? One kick?
no need. No need, didn't ask.
Actually, don't need, I guess.
Yeah, just heal me.
Just heal, I bet.
Healers need some help to be able to beat blood decays on the meters, so this is the strat for letting it happen, is let some bursts go off. And a Dwee are now going to get a little bit extra count here, but again, 6 deaths on the board for a Dwee. This is starting to feel awfully similar to the start of the DOS between these two teams. I wonder if it'll end the same way, though. I wonder if a Dwee will be able to accelerate like they did in that dungeon.
Okay, so now they do have their woe buff. And a Dwee running to the right side, looking like they're getting ready to get some mobs grouped up for a lantern pull. I think that they're waiting for this patrol potentially to get in a better position for them to be able to line it all the way into this pack as well. As you do see that is coming in. Oh man, this rogue is really struggling here. He pops his cloak while clicking the lantern to make sure he's not going to get killed off by any of those ground effects. He does get that lantern pressed from a Dwee. I mean, this is honestly looking pretty good. We're on the right side. Team Turkey has a death on the Resto Shaman Rage Onks, but nobody saw that, honestly.
No one saw that.
Nobody saw that.
We don't talk about it. It didn't happen.
Things are looking great for Team Turkey here, as they are also tanking their mobs on top of their lantern. They're going to be activating that here in just a moment and getting some stacks of their own. And their DK is dropping pretty low. The Resto Shaman's going to be able to keep the group topped up. He's dropping a healing rain. I wonder if he's going to need a link here, as everybody's still getting pretty chunked out here just by those, just by the throw research cast from the scribes.
Those scribes are awfully dangerous, especially the swirlies on the ground will be basically one-shotting at this level as well. So need to be really careful to dodge that. It's 7 stacks of the lantern for Turkey team now as they head over towards potentially the boss. Meanwhile, a ZHUI on top of the lantern here. Are they going to get a refresh? They're currently at 7 stacks as well. Will they get another? Perhaps. Oh, the lantern's further ahead. Okay, yeah, here is the lantern for a ZHUI.
I think this is... They're looking okay here. They're going to need to focus down some mobs.
They're going to pull everything in front of them
here it is,
and going to pull everything into it, and now they can do it.
Yeah,
the lantern isn't open yet. There we go. The rope. Ooh, he's taking so much damage. They can do it. Okay.
Yeah, they have to kill one of these mobs before that 7 stack
deaths,
expires,
so.
Ideally. But I don't think they will, so they'll probably just be building a fresh new stack unless they are pumping damage into something here. They don't think another 5 seconds of this buff. Maybe something's pretty low. Is it an extend?
Kills, please, 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 please,
Oh.
please! No!
Oh, 1 stack. Tragedy.
Dwee.
Ah, Dwee indeed. Turkey team, meanwhile, are on boss already. They're behind in count. They're only at 62% count, but they are ahead in boss by a lot now. They do not have their Bloodlust activated. They're deciding to hold on to it, potentially wanting it for the next boss at this point. I wonder if a Dwee will follow suit, or if they'll just press it as soon as they pull boss.
Hey, but I mean, this is the advantage of Team Turkey right here on the right side of your screen. You look at the damage that Unholy DK and that Demon Hunter are both doing, and it's like this is the boss that I would have expected them to be able to absolutely crank on. This is I mean, in addition to that, I do think that Unholy DK, he's able to snipe some Soul Reapers on those ads as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Megs, and that also will help him just do a little bit more damage on Tarvald.
I mean, he should be able to do that. There is a little bit of a cooldown on that Soul Reaper, and often, I mean, I would expect him to run it. Of course, I can't check his gear now, but with the 4-sat being Soul Reaper favoring, I do think you want to run it in Mythic Plus now too. Before the 4-sat, that wasn't really a thing. You would just go for different talents, but I would expect him to go for it. Again, I haven't followed up on as many as Unholy Mythic Plus players because there aren't many, but I would expect him to do that.
Please look
especially
up
in Tyrannical.
Dorky DK of Illidan, 1 singular Unholy Death Knight player.
Yeah.
Has he been doing Unholy Keys? That is very cool.
No, but he would put his team in prison if he wanted to.
Yeah, I know that in BFA he would sometimes just tell his team to log in and they'd catch him on some spec that they were not expecting.
I'm pretty sure he still does that, so...
Yeah.
You gotta find a tank. Somebody else is taking it today. What is going on for Team Turkey? Okay, so they're all standing inside that room.
So that's line of sight to help the scribes all come together and not be far enough away. Especially with this season, the lanterns have a bit of a smaller AOE radius than they used to. So it's kind of important to get them nice and grouped up if you want that stack. Bonesmith comes out here for Death Tiny on the side of Turkey team. That's going to be their first or their second death, rather, maybe even their third. Not a great turn of events there for them. They do have 2 battle reses, but only the Death Knight has an easy way to cast it. Somebody else would have to engineering res if they wanted to do that, but I kind of think they should so that they get that lantern stack onto him.
Yeah, it's certainly... I do wish they would commit an engineering res here, although at the same time, I'm sure it's actually really hard to get him... get that battle res on him. Yeah, like, because they don't have a rogue or something like that with the Cloak of Shadows. Oh my... The Shaman's dead. Oh, nobody kicked the
shackles, right?
Yeah, the shackles. Nobody kicked the shackles, and then he got stuck in the ground effect. That's when you blame the DPS for sure. Except he had wind shear, maybe.
The boss goes down now for a Dwee. They are 20 seconds behind on Death Timer, but otherwise these 2 teams are pretty much perfectly matched. They both have about the same amount of count. And now a Dwee go into the wrong room first and now find the correct room for their drop down.
Oh, can you blame them? They had to restart this key 3 times. Come on.
Yeah.
I think the big thing to note though is that Team Turkey has a 10 stack of the lantern, and they're immediately taking this into a big pull on the boss. They're just playing to the advantages of their composition. This Demon Hunter Death Knight comp, I mean, should be able to absolutely utilize the amount of single target damage and just be able to burn the trash on top of the boss here. And they, like, assuming that they're going to be able to pull this off cleanly, I think they're going to have a substantial lead going into this third boss.
Yeah, ZHUI not even going into boss. They're just getting all the trash by itself instead. So, what a death comes out for Turkey Team. No battle res available for them here. So they're going to have to do the rest of this fight without that Havoc Demon Hunter. That is very costly, although this is one of the encounters where less people alive can kind of be easier because now there are more orbs per player to collect from the ground.
Makes you hear that? The sound of copium. The sound of copium as Dranos tries to justify 4-manning this boss.
Yeah, well, they do have a DK, so they should be able to make it, right?
Yeah, that's true. DK is doing as much damage as 2 ordinary gamers.
You threw this one into my court. What can I do?
I gotta go, man. I can't be just sitting here sitting this Death Knight propaganda.
Oh, gamer down.
A death for a ZHUI. A wipe.
That
was terrible.
Wipe, I think here, maybe. Yep.
Oh yeah.
And one thing we didn't mention again as well here is both teams are still playing Horde. They played Horde in the last dungeon. They are still playing it here also. So very, you know, they're on a lot of the same characters. In fact, some of these are good damage races for the players. Right, Orc for Unholy in particular, right, is really good, right?
Definitely, yeah. You would want to go Orc. Just gives your pet so much more damage.
Yeah.
And since like all of your damage on Unholy DK comes from your pets, it's like stonks.
All right, so ZHUI have at least gotten the res here. They are getting ready to pull again. Meanwhile, Turkey Team slow and steady, 50% on the boss. A gamer is dead, but still they are far enough ahead on this boss that they probably will be able to kill it first. They also have 35 seconds of death timer now working in their favor.
And
they
to
do
be fair,
also get another battle res in 2 minutes.
Yeah, one, that, and second, with a player dead, you're so much safer on this fight because you don't have to share the orbs with as many people. But where is Death Tiny running? He's just, what was that? Where are we going? That was a big run for a small DK. So far away from the boss.
He's an orc. He's actually not small at all.
All DKs are small at heart. They have tiny legs. What do you mean?
They just complain a lot.
Says the boomkin.
All right, well, 70% for a ZHUI, 35 for Turkey Team. As the class-on-class warfare here getting rather real
I wasn't
among the
even,
casting team.
I literally did not even talk about Moonkin. She just keeps bringing it up.
Dude, we get it. You play Moonkin.
Yeah,
I
just
didn't even
come on,
say
Petals.
anything.
You can calm
Dranos, how
down
could you
now.
tell? Was it because I'm so incredibly chiseled and handsome? Thank you. I'm glad that you knew.
It's because you were available for casting rather than playing the MDI.
Okay.
Okay, I think Dranos, you and I need to take over for a little bit because Tettles probably needs to run to the bathroom to get some cold water on that burn.
All right, so 17%. Actually, this boss is going to die kind of around the same time for the two teams. And, ooh, a lot of damage coming out for both of them as well. This is getting rather scary. Mana is not looking too bad, though, for either healer. So as long as they have enough globals here and they don't have to move or get hit by anything, they should be able to keep this going. There are no healer cooldowns left, though, for Turkey Team. The next big burst of damage could potentially be somewhat lethal here. It's going to need to be defensives to keep a lot of them alive here.
Yeah, but they can definitely do this. Come on, it's 5% remaining. They have a battle rest. Actually, it took so long. It's back up. But of course, they're not going to use it here because they know they can finish it here. 3% remaining. And yeah, the bosses go down roughly at the same time with Team Turkey having a little bit of a lead here. But also, they have a lot less stats on their penalty timer. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they will take this key, as we know, because in the last dungeon, they were in the lead. And then suddenly, Team ZHUI just kind of slammed the gas and just spat past them. And right now, the tank for Team ZHUI, procced Hymir, will go down in just a second. They do have a battle rest. They can pick him back up. There is going to be that cast that will be finished. Now he should be able to accept. and we'll be back with the group here. But down goes
A soul
the
for a soul.
warlock.
That's the rule of the soul stone.
Oh, it's actually not the word. Hunter. Wait, what?
A trade being made here. Or
A trade offer.
Yep. They are going to be able to finish off this boss probably, but this is costing them a lot of time. They are probably something like a minute and a half, maybe even 2 minutes behind Team Turkey when you factor in the 40 seconds of death timer. Make that 35 as Tiny going down for Turkey team.
Just retroactively changing the time over and over again.
Yep, that's how it works. Things change in real time here.
All right, so now you do see Turkey team.
Oh.
Oh man.
Excuse me? Okay. So with this body pull, you can avoid fighting the Chamber Sentinel Gargoyle, but it still is a confusing choice to fight these two enemies by themselves.
Inefficient is how I would describe this pull. Yeah, I mean, it's the, oh gosh, it's the Darkblade and the Oppressor, I think, or the Mistdancer. The Mistdancer. The Darkblade is the Halls of Atonement version of this mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Mistdancer and the Oppressor. I mean, these two mobs just in general are some of the least efficient mobs in most Shadowlands dungeons because, oh, Tiny going down again. Actually, no, never mind. He just got really low, and then the Bonesmith made me think that he was dead.
That's just the Bonesmith cooldown.
It's just the debuff. Yeah, it's just the debuff. But anyways, as I was saying, like these mobs are some of the least efficient mobs in all of Shadowlands dungeons, and it's because of the stacking damage decrease buff that the oppressors end up putting on you. It makes it just like really, really inefficient to do those mobs, and that's why you see more often than not most MDI teams elect to skip as many of those as possible.
Yeah, because it's just so hard to pull it with stuff as well. And anytime you have mobs, even if they give an okay ratio of like health to count, if you can't pull them with stuff, they're really, really better to skip if you can find a way to do so. As a Dwee opt to shroud past that pack, that does mean that they are going to be in more danger if they do have deaths, so people will not be able to return as easily to this pull. Meanwhile, Team Turkey team still have to invis pot because they left that Chamber Sentinel, so they are losing the damage pots anyways here. They actually are having a Havoc Demon Hunter die because pot was off cooldown, it looks like. And Tiny as well. Do they have the Master Res available? You gotta be careful though. You have to make sure that nobody walks onto the bridge. As soon as you walk onto the bridge here, you get in global combat. They were able to get around that. They were able to get that Master Res.
I feel like that is a pretty big equalizer between these two teams. Of course, the death differential is massive, but just the waiting around that they had to do, something in the range of like 20 seconds. I mean, that's going to cost Team Turkey a substantial amount, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of kind of Team Dwee pulling ahead of Team Turkey, that's exactly what's happening right now. They've had to pull that pack there in the corridor. They had to actually do 2 pulls. It took them so much time. On the other side, you have that rogue, you have a shroud that's just going to come out and be so efficient here. You even could have just skipped it with the invis from the start if you had played the trash somewhere else, but they didn't do that, so I think that was just bad routing on the side of Team Turkey, and now they will need to try and make up for it in the gauntlet, which kind of comparing these two teams will be really hard for them, because the one thing that they are doing really well is kind of consistency and not so much the big damage pumping, and that is something Team Dwee is doing really well. So I'm not sure how this is going to go.
I do think that like at the very end of this key though, like with the army and the DT up for Team Turkey, and then like just the composition that they're running, I would be kind of scared if I'm a Dwee because like I think that Team Turkey can be able to kill General Call something in the range of maybe like,
especially with Lust, right? The Lust army is really, really potent. Although notably, it's again not a boss where you get your Execute, your Soul Reaper, your Forset stuff on if you're a DK. So that is kind of pain.
But at the same time, like we saw Team Turkey kill Crixus somewhere in the range of like 40 seconds faster than a Dwee. So there definitely is precedent for them to be able to kind of ramp back up and catch up, but they need to make sure that they are continuing to get like their stacks of the Lantern, and they're continuing to just like pump on the boss and truck away. I think that the big difference though is like the death differential. 30 seconds is a long time.
It's the same as we had last dungeon though. I don't know. Dwee seem like they're pretty. Maybe 40 seconds ahead in the dungeon. This is going to be so close, actually, coming to the end of the dungeon, because, it seems like it's right there on the line.
Yeah, I mean, with the penalty timer and all, it's going to come down to like a couple of seconds for sure.
Yeah, ZHUI now have the boss phased to 70%, and it looks like they are just running forward. Are they gonna just take this with them? Take this Chamber Sentinel with them? It looks like they might be doing just that. Yep, it's a rolling pull here for a ZHUI as they now go into the room. This is gonna be Necrolord Abomination Limb, and they're not actually interested in taking this into the boss with them. They're just gonna take this one by itself. Interesting.
This is dangerous,
This is
I think,
often
for
one
them.
of the pulls that you do see going into the boss, but now it's just the 2 Houndmasters left. Maybe now they're confident to go in.
I think that how Team Turkey is doing I think that how Team Turkey did their lantern and not like back pulling similar to what we see from normal MDI teams, that may end up costing them. They really wanted that 10 stack with the trash on top of the boss, in my opinion.
Looks like a trap was found there by the rogue from Team ZHUI. That's going to cost cheat death, but they're going into the boss now. 27:55 was their timer when they pulled boss here, so we'll be able to track that against the death timer bonus for Turkey team, who are also fighting this pack without bringing it into boss. So that's maybe, again, if either team had done that and had pulled it off, that may have been a way to secure the win here for both of them. But of course, they were playing with, I think, a 2-minute delay on the stream relative to each other, just like our Western teams were. So even if they were looking, they wouldn't necessarily know just how close it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. Bloodlust is on. They are pumping. They don't have any additional trash. There isn't much that could potentially go wrong here.
And
they do have a Resta Shaman who has that beautiful Spirit Walker's Grace and can just cast while walking, something every healer is probably very jealous of, which will just add so much value
can
here
just do
for
that
the
full time, so it's okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
leaking some mechanics from the Evoker class, but they can just fully cast while moving.
So you have gotten that Family and Friends Alpha, is it, Dratnos?
Yeah, exactly. The Evoker, very cool.
Yeah.
They can actually, it's
yeah.
not even cast while walking, they can cast while flying.
Yeah,
It's
they can just
very-
cast all the time.
Yeah,
All right.
so-
But on the other side, before you get into more dragon shenanigans, we see Team Turkey trying to catch up, and they're actually not far behind. The army has gone into this boss. Bloodlust is not being used?
Oh no!
I don't
Look at
know.
the count! Stop the count
Oh.
here, Team Turkey at 99%, but ZHUI at 100,
no.
and with the 15 seconds, so looking at the timer, Turkey were 15 seconds behind on the boss pull. They could have maybe caught this up when they hit their Bloodlust, when they hit all their cooldowns, although I'm surprised they hadn't pressed Bloodlust already. That seems like maybe something... Oh, no! Death Tiny down as well. But I think that 1% was also the nail in the coffin here. That 1% count that they were missing.
The bats despawn as well. Once you kill off General Call, like you're not able to grab any more of those bats that are flying around. So they would have to run all the way back and pull that Chamber
Yeah,
Sentinel
we
or
saw
whatever that
Echo
was.
losing a game against Incarnation last season to basically the exact same thing in this dungeon. Brutal for Team Turkey. But yeah, as long as ZHUI can keep this going, they are far enough ahead on the boss with that count factored in. I think that they can get this win. It's still close though. It's still 25 seconds of death timer, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, that 1% is just going to be the deal breaker, I think, for the team.
I actually end up I think I tend to agree with that. I do think the 25 seconds, Turkey team probably would have been able to do that. Assuming that they do keep all of their members alive, but at the same point, yeah, that 1% is just like they're gonna have to like basically what you would do from this position if you're doing this on a live game. You see that you're miscount, you immediately jump off the ledge and then you respawn at the third boss room, and then you're able to get the final couple of mobs that you want. But then they're costing themselves 25 seconds worth of deaths, and there's a lot of stuff that
And also walking.
it's really
Yeah.
exactly. It's really unfortunate for them.
All right, though, 52% and dropping. General Call, of course, the fight ends at 50 for a ZHUI over on the left. There are 25 seconds once they finish that Team Turkey would have to kill the boss, and I think they could just about do it. I'm curious to see if they can, but that 1%, that's just going to be it, though, because I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, Death's coming
down
in as well.
goes the
Oh,
shaman.
no.
I'm so sorry for
Tragedy.
laughing, but that was... I don't know if you saw it
Tragic.
happen.
Can I just highlight that they didn't lose because they brought that DK? Because I know
they
what
brought
chat
the
will going
DK,
to
the DK
say.
and they didn't win, so...
He definitely
can't
put the
argue
death.
with the science.
definitely put the
I
death to
liked
death
you
tonight.
until now, so
Well, that's better than I usually do. As a ZHUI take the win here, 2-0 in the series, off of 2 games where they had more deaths going throughout the dungeon as well, but just a little bit more speed, a little bit more power in the round.
Yeah, I think that like both of the maps for ZHUI were certainly routing diffs. I am concerned about their consistency on like some of the pulls that they're doing. So like just their general pathing, it seemed like they were certainly like that 3rd seed in China. It made a lot of sense with what they were doing in regards to their pathing, but I do have some concerns with like their ability to be able to get the pulls like set up correctly, especially against some of like the higher seeds that are going to punish them more heavily for the mistakes that they were making, like 13 deaths in a dungeon. Like that's just like you're definitely going to lose to other teams that are prepared to kind of manage that.
Oh, here's damage
Oh,
meters.
the first one we've seen. This
Okay,
weekend.
ZHUI are up on the top, and that's Turkey
Yeah.
team on the bottom. What do we got here? We got some
Tiny
Hunter
doing more than a warlock.
Hunter, lot of damage coming out
Tiny
from the
doing more than a
ZHUIs.
warlock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's a lot of
I just
damage.
want to highlight that.
Yeah.
Just saying. I'm just
In a
saying.
completely different run, a Death Knight did more damage than a Warlock. Wow, news at 8.
Come on.
Also Death Knight with Chaos Brand, Warlock without Chaos Brand.
Also,
That's so messed up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
blank-
messed
blank
up.
down.
Such an unfair comparison.
exactly, yeah.
Still, that is the meters there. A ZHUI with an impressive run, and yeah, Turkey team really not far behind. Except that 1% count was going to mean it was going to be like a minute and a half. But if it weren't for that, it
Yep.
would have been within seconds. Those
Okay.
two teams.
So, gamers, overall, how did you feel about today? I think that we got the expected outcome in a bunch of 2-0s today. Expected outcome in most of these series, I guess.
ZHUI MENG
Ying
versus Xiong
Yeah.
was the upset, right? Xiong, but it was only 5th versus 4th seed, so that was our closest match of the day, and it did go the other way though. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that like really stood out to you that was super surprising?
I mean, again, picking this up and saying it one more time, this was 3 weeks ago before most of the MDI runs were shown and played out. A lot of the teams held their strats kind of to their heart and didn't show them on any streams or anything. So I do think we saw some interesting techniques coming out of the Chinese region. I think we saw some very great class choices, and I mean not only that DK, but also like bringing the Red Paladin, bringing a variety of tanks, bringing a variety of healers, all mage specs, all of that. So I think that's definitely something I would like to see more in general. But a lot of the routing looked a little bit more spicy, I would say. So a little bit unclean on the edges. There's definitely a little more that could be done to kind of perfect these runs and shave a little bit off the timers.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the my favorite part certainly is the composition variety. You know, seeing specs like Unholy, Arcane, Fire, Frost, Ret, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin, Brewmaster Monk, Resto Druid. Like we saw all of those in 4 series today. Now I think a lot of those are comfort picks, so we'll probably get to see those same specs from those same players over the rest of this weekend, which should be pretty exciting. I am looking forward to see if there's any more tech though that teams have in any of the other dungeons they haven't shown yet.
I think that SKYLINE to me at least seemed like they were the most like finals ready team. Even though it was 3 weeks ago, there's a lot of different stuff that has occurred. It did seem like SKYLINE, at least with their compositions and like the tactics that they had, at least in like the streets and stuff like that, it seemed like they were the most global finals ready team.
I will say that the Blood Death Knights only coming out from a ZHUI in 3rd seed and Long Ming in 2nd seed. I feel like that is a big strength of those two teams because that tank is really potent, especially again as this was played prior to the Blood Death Knight nerf. So when it was even stronger than it is now, where it's still pretty good. So yeah, I think that those two teams, our 2nd and 3rd seeded teams, have a big advantage off that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe let's look at the bracket again and see what is expecting us tomorrow.
Yeah, perhaps.
I actually...
It's tomorrow
SKYLINE
we've got
versus...
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. So, SKYLINE against Team XIONG. I think that will probably be a very hard 2-0, just guessing. And then we have Long Ming against a ZHUI, which maybe...
That's our Death Knight teams. Yeah, that's our Blood Death Knight teams.
Yeah, that could actually be very close.
Hmm.
And then the lower bracket is definitely very interesting, and for sure, Turkey team can make it out there if they play a little bit more DK, you know.
Pretty exciting. All of that to come tomorrow. We've got the two upper quarterfinal games, and then we've got 4 of those lower bracket back-to-back elimination games that will come out after that as we decide which one team comes out of the China region to make it to the global finals. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. We will be back then. This has been day 1, though. Later, gamers.
Good night.
Good night.